I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shed.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Yesterday, D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall told this very show he expects Arizona to be sellers at the deadline. And yesterday, the selling began. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. The Diamondbacks return to the field today on the road versus the Pirates, first pitch at 3:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. And the Mercury are also on the road with a game versus New York in the Liberty tip-off at 4:30. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. We've made it to the end of a week, and what a week it's been. Good morning, Vinny.
Good morning to you, Bick.
I'd say good morning to Jared, but he's busy catching his breath. Did you forget you had a job to do at 6 o'clock again today, Jared?
I did.
I know you did.
But I remembered at 6:55 and 30 seconds.
5:55 and 30
I'm sorry,
seconds.
5:55 and 30. But I remember my glasses today. So that's something on the last day of the week.
That particular delivery of what's trending now will go in a broadcasting Hall of Fame.
No, Hall of Shame.
That was up there.
That's the Hall of Shame.
I felt like it was delivered by an obscene phone caller with all the heavy breathing. My favorite part is when he dropped his script and went to the floor to get it and kept talking off the microphone.
And then he tried to connect the dots on the Josh Naylor trade. It was like,
I lost
he traded them for.
He traded for.
I lost my place on the.
Some guys.
You were about to crash out. You really.
I would
No,
for Boom Goes the Dynamite.
Well, here's the thing. I've done this long enough that I wouldn't have just like totally frozen and panicked. I just had to sort of I thought I've been in. Over the last year, I've been walking a lot, doing a lot more exercise and stuff, push-ups, sit-ups and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
But man, a literal. How far away would you say the printer is from where I'm standing right now? 50 meters? 50 yards?
50
Not
yards.
even.
Not even that.
That's probably
25.
That
50
kind of
feet.
That sprint, just like completely out of breath.
Yeah, it's the sprint plus the panic.
Yeah, there's a clock.
Panicked.
There's a clock ticking on you.
Plus,
I wasn't panicked when he walked. He walked into the studio. He froze and he actually went.
Yeah, a literal cartoonish.
He did. Eyes bugged out and hands went on the top of his head. The holy bleep moment.
Like actual 1920s silent film star,
yes,
over the top.
But it never stops happening with you.
It's only the third straight day he's had these duties to do.
I think I've realized as I've repeated, it's getting really bad, but I've always had bad, really short-term memory.
Uh-huh.
And if I'm not, that's why I need to be a person of routine. And if something in my routine is different, then it gets totally screwed up. So even though I've done this the last 2 days, and even though I've done this, when we were first transitioning with update hosts, I did this for like 3.5 months every single day. And I still didn't remember.
You don't have any routine, Jared.
I'll say this, though. At least I remembered at all. I could have just hit the update, looked over there, and no one was there.
Great job, pal.
Yeah, thank you.
Great job,
Let's
Jared.
pull a Tori Lavello. We're very proud of you.
Exactly. Exactly. That's funny. All right, Jared, if you've caught your breath, start the show.
Oh, crap.
The Splash.
I forgot to prepare
The stories
a splash.
making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Let the trade season begin. A week before Major League Baseball's trade deadline, the Arizona Diamondbacks sold off their first player. They send first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. Naylor played 93 games as a Diamondback, 11 home runs, batted .292, .807 OPS. He joins a Mariners team that he beat with a walk-off grand slam at Chase Field back on June 9th. Mariners currently 55-48, second place in the AL West, 5 games behind the Astros, just behind the Yankees as AL wildcard 2. Heading into this weekend's action, so Naylor thrust into a playoff push. Garcia coming to the Diamondbacks, a 25-year-old left-hander who recently made his Major League debut on July 21st in a relief role out of the bullpen for the Mariners. He had pitched in 32 games in relief for AA Arkansas and AAA Tacoma this season, posting a 4.59 ERA in 33 1/3 innings. Rated as Seattle's 13th best prospect by MLB Pipeline. He has been optioned to AAA Reno. Izzy is a 21-year-old right-hander who was a 4th-round pick out of high school in Illinois in 2022. 12 starts this year at High A Everett. He went 2-4 with a 5.51 ERA, 54 strikeouts in 47 1/3 innings. He was rated by MLB Pipeline as Seattle's 16th best prospect, and he will report to High A Hillsboro. D-backs did recall first baseman Tristan English from Reno for this weekend, so he's going to get some playing time.
Interesting. Josh Naylor is going to go down as one of these guys, Josh, we barely knew ye kind of guys. Yeah. He was my pick to click when the season began.
We didn't. We'll get into it.
Yeah.
It was pretty productive 93 games for Josh Naylor, but I don't think we got to see the full Josh Naylor experience either.
No.
D-backs starting a 9-game road trip just 6 days before the deadline. That trek starts tonight at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, first of 3 against the Pirates. Ryan Nelson gets the start against Pittsburgh right-hander Mike Burrows. First pitch from the Steel City at 3:40. All the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, starting with pregame coverage at 3. Former D-back shortstop Nick Ahmed has announced his retirement from baseball. Ahmed was acquired from the D-backs in January of 2013 from the Braves in the trade that sent Justin Upton to Atlanta. He would spend 10 years with Arizona before being waived in the summer of 2023. Back-to-back Gold Glove wins for NL shortstops for Ahmed in 2018 and 2019. And believe it or not, he ranks 6th in franchise history with 888 games played. I still feel bad for Nick Ahmed for what happened in 2023. And he never got over it either.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. He wouldn't accept the NL championship ring they got made for him. The Arizona Cardinals have another training camp practice open to the public today at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Work gets started at 1:25. Thursday, the first session open to fans ended a little early when inside linebacker J.J. Russell went down with after a collision with rookie safety Keaton Crawford. He was carted off the field. Russell was evaluated for head and neck injuries. According to the Cardinals, he was alert on the field, had movement in his extremities, taken to a local hospital for further evaluation. He's already been released back with the team. Russell, a 4th-year player who spent 3 years with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers after his college career at Memphis. Cardinals signed him back in May. Elsewhere in NFL training camps, Jets quarterback Justin Fields took a cart off the field to practice on Thursday with a dislocated right toe. Team is saying he avoided serious injury. He's already back at practice.
Already back
today.
at practice. Sprinted back on the field this morning.
Yeah. Thought it was weird that a toe injury would require the cart, but here we are.
Yeah.
News not as good in Miami. Cornerback Artie Burns suffered a torn ACL in the team's first workout of camp, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. They've placed him on season-ending injured reserve. Dolphins signed him to a one-year deal in March. The Vegas Raiders releasing defensive tackle Christian Wilkins, who's been recovering from a left foot injury suffered last October. The Raiders said, "You need more surgery." He said, "Nope." So they voided the remaining $35.2 million in his contract.
That's crazy.
I don't think this story's over quite yet.
No. The NFLPA is going to get involved. Yeah.
They've already filed agreements. Suns made the signing of guard Jared Butler official, as well as the waiver claim made on former Lakers guard Jordan Goodwin. They're in the fold. Further reporting from Shams Charania of ESPN indicates the Suns, along with the Sacramento Kings, have made what he calls concrete offers to the Golden State Warriors for restricted free agent forward Jonathan Kuminga. Anthony Slater of ESPN reported Thursday that Kuminga is in no hurry to sign the latest contract offers from Golden State and that the stalemate with the team has the potential to drag further into the offseason. He played 47 games for the Dubs last season, started 10, averaged 15.3 points, 4.6 rebounds per game. So Suns still sniffing around, looking for roster improvements. And the Mercury starting a crucial 5-game road trip tonight in Brooklyn against the New York Liberty. Phoenix has lost 2 straight to drop to 15-8 on the year. This trip will also take them to Washington, Indiana, Atlanta, and Chicago. Today's game gets going at 4:30 from Barclays Center, and you can catch it on ION TV. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, July 25th. Coming up next, the selling has begun. We'll talk about the D-backs and the Josh Naylor trade. Coming up next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now they will voyage out onto their longest road trip of the season, where many of the Diamondbacks who go on this trip might not come back and will find themselves potentially in different uniforms, as the D-backs will not return until after this year's trade deadline.
D-backs at the Pirates. Game 1 this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare. Wow.
With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure,
I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Gambo. With trades on the horizon, how is D-backs manager Torey Lovello keeping the focus for his team? We'll ask him today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor!
Trade season is officially underway, and it was kickstarted quite fittingly by Jerry Dipoto, the Mariners' famously aggressive head of baseball operations, who filled a pretty glaring corner infield need by acquiring Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks on Thursday afternoon. Naylor is producing roughly 25 percentage points above league average, and his left-handed bat is a really nice fit in the middle of a Mariners lineup that features Randy Arozarena, Julio Rodriguez, and obviously Cal Raleigh, and is backed by some really good pitching. For now, though, the Mariners at least secured themselves one potent bat in their quest to hunt down the Astros in the American League West.
Yeah, Josh Naylor with that grand slam walk-off against the Mariners in June. Alden Gonzalez with the news on the trade that the Seattle Mariners and the Arizona Diamondbacks getting together on a deal, sending Josh Naylor to the Pacific Northwest and right in the middle of an American League wild card chase.
Yeah, right in the lineup with the big dumper. Before we move on, I've got to go back to Jared for one moment. I know I really do, and I'm not trying to keep you on the
radar,
on the stovetop, Jared, because I'm actually coming around to sing it your way. So at 5:55:40, you hadn't even written a word of your update, and you got that thing done in minutes.
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
Well, but luckily there wasn't a ton of things that
great
happened.
Deadline writing. If you were with a different set of facts, that would have been very impressive.
Well, the problem was, it could have been seamless, except two things. One, like Vince said, I dropped the thing right at the beginning of the update, and I was kind of out of breath. Or else it would have gone smooth and nobody would have ever known. Nobody would have ever known.
Nobody would have ever.
And I didn't have my headphones on and couldn't modulate.
But Vinny's right. The fact that you had this moment when you realized you didn't have word to paper.
If not,
or the sponsor sheet.
You had 4.5 minutes, and you ran to your computer and
wrote it, printed it out, ran back
set
over.
Of facts, color me impressed.
If not for the 17 things that were all terrible and wrong, it would have gone smoothly.
If it would have gone better, it would have been better.
That would be like exactly. That would be like Clark Griswold saying, if everything didn't go wrong on this vacation, it would have been great.
It would have been great. Now, listen, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but one of the things I was really good at as a journalist, I was great on deadline. Very, very fast.
Did you ever forget the deadline was coming?
But I...
I'm so proud of myself for remembering my classes.
But again, I'm just processing the fact that you had nothing at all written, and within 4 minutes, with the sword of Damocles hanging over your head.
All right. Can we talk about a parallel world where Jarrett Carlin is the general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks? Imagine that update. D-backs let the trade deadline go without trading anybody. GM Jarrett Carlin said, I forgot.
No, I would have got on the phone with a few minutes left.
All right.
Oh, this one's going to live for a while.
That was a classic.
Okay, we all forget things. Let's not get crazy here.
Look, you don't have to rationalize. You can just you can take the L, if it was even an L, and you can just have a good laugh at yourself. How about
No,
that?
I am. I'm just saying.
All right. Okay. On to Josh Naylor. All right.
It's a huge upgrade for the Seattle Mariners. We're getting zero production offensively from their first base position. One of the worst offensive splits at that position in baseball. So they dip their foot in the pool. They get Naylor. That makes their manager, Dan Wilson, very excited.
Just a great job all around tonight, and obviously coming on the heels of, the news prior to the game of getting Josh Naylor, and it's exciting. And Josh had a huge series against us when we were there. So, it's great to have that, and I think all of us are really excited to get to see him and get to know him and welcome him into the Mariner uniform.
Yeah, he's not kidding, too, about the series that Naylor had against the Mariners. They swept that series against Seattle. The D-backs did. He went 8 for 12 with the walk-off grand slam. So
Josh Naylor never quite became the player in Arizona that I was hoping he was going to be. I was hoping he'd be and look, and he did bring some juice to the plate. He's not a plus defender by any stretch of the imagination.
I looked at his defensive numbers today, expecting them to be absolutely horrific, because I don't think he's a good defensive first baseman. They're not that bad.
They're not terrible.
Look, fielding percentage is a very archaic way to look at defense now. But he's at 993 fielding percentage, and league average is 994 for first baseman. But it was just the little things that he didn't do. And maybe the drop-off for Diamondbacks fans from Christian Walker, who was the elite of the elite, anybody was going to look bad in comparison defensively to what he did, because he didn't do anything wrong at first base, Christian Walker. I said this in the splash, and I believe this. I don't think we saw the full Josh Naylor experience.
I agree.
I think he's at his best going into a situation like the one he's going into in a playoff chase. We talked about the vibes being off and the D-backs maybe just not burning all that hot collectively this year. When things are burning hot for a baseball team, that's when Josh Naylor's at his best. He's a fiery guy. He's a leader, and we didn't really see that much this year because what the D-backs put out there didn't lend itself to it.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason. That was the one thing that I thought was going to be the upgrade over Christian Walker. We all knew that the Diamondbacks were going to give up something defensively, but I thought Josh Naylor was going to bring some electricity, some sandpaper to that clubhouse. And for whatever reasons, this clubhouse just never kind of sparked, if you will. So what the Diamondbacks got in return for Josh Naylor, they got a good prospect and a long shot. So and you can use this sort of as a template when you trade rental players, guys who are about to become free agents. That's the harsh reality. You're not going to get close to fair value in return, and this is the game the Diamondbacks are trying to avoid with Eugenio Suarez. They're trying to get enough people interested in Gino that they can get a package that looks better than your typical trade deadline rental player acquisition. So I think there's some lessons here. I think it's also this trade, I think, makes it pretty clear that the Diamondbacks looked at Josh Naylor and said, okay, good player, but we're not interested in signing him long term.
No, because we had talked about that possibility as well. He was somewhat the outlier because of his contract, certainly, but also his age, only 26 years old. Very easily could have been extended, made the Diamondbacks first baseman of the future, but I think all things considered, they decided to cash that in, get a couple of prospects.
And it is something to look towards the future for, because there's not even a Jordan Lawler at that position. You say, they could trade Suarez because they have the next third baseman in waiting. There's not a big first baseman prospect that we're thinking could be the first baseman.
It's a shame because...
So that's going to be a position they're going to have to address now.
Yeah, 1 month into the season, I thought, wow, Pavin Smith might actually be that dude.
Yeah.
And Pavin Smith was a top 10 draft pick at one point in time.
Yeah.
So he was once considered that kind of guy, and then he just kind of fell off horribly.
I think he's been decent this year.
Decent.
But he's on the injured list right now, too, so they don't even have the option to hand it to him on a semi-regular basis.
Seems to me he was really scuffling before the injury.
Yeah, I certainly had dropped off.
Okay.
I think you'll see probably a platoon of English and Adrian Del Castillo at first base.
Yep.
Because they still like the bat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe Del Castillo, maybe since they're not so confident in him at catcher anymore, maybe they could transition him into the first baseman in the future because he does hit in short bursts.
It's been something that's been on their back of their mind for a while. We talked to Mike Hazen in preseason. What do they call that? Spring training. That's it. I wanted to say training camp, but I'm like, no, that's football. Yeah, in spring training, we talked to Mike Hazen about that, and he said, that's a good question, but we're not sure what we're going to do with Adrian Del Castillo yet. I think what you've seen from ADC is that he brings something to the lineup that just really kind of elevates the offense. And so you try to find a position in a glove for guys like that. That might be the thinking in the short term.
Yeah, and in terms of what the Diamondbacks got back in the left-hander Brandon Garcia, a guy that just recently he's made 2 major league appearances. The initial reporting was he was going to join the big team. He's actually with Reno. I don't know if he'll be there long because of the need they have in the bullpen right now. Kind of a middle of the road. What we talked about yesterday with Derek Hall, what to expect in return for a lot of these players. And this is mid-level prospects. He was rated the 13th best prospect in the Mariners organization. Izzy is a right-hander. He's further away. The timetable on him reaching the majors, if everything goes great, is 2027 at the earliest. So he's in high A right now. Look, we'll see what they develop into, but I don't think there's any reason to be doing cartwheels over the return either.
Maybe I'm wrong. I wrote down that Izzy was their 13th rated prospect. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, it depends on the rating service. Because Baseball America and MLB Pipeline had different rankings.
Okay, so but
you are right. One of them had them higher than the other.
Yeah, but Brandon Garcia, the fact that he even made his major league debut in July, and he's a very hard throwing lefty. Mm-hmm. He was getting up to 97 with the sinker, so he's got a live arm. But I still agree with your categorization of him. That's a middle level prospect.
Yep. Text fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You can get into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last. So text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, Cardinals training camp rolls on. All the latest from players and coach. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
So what they have now is they've got Devin Booker at the starting point guard. They got Colin Gillespie as the backup. They have Jordan Goodwin as the number 3 guy. And then they're also looking at bringing in Jared Butler, non-guaranteed contract, okay, to compete with Goodwin and to see which guy could be the number 3 guy. So that is what they are looking to do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A whole lot of zeros and big-time summer savings going on right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler during their summer sales event. Hey, it's Vince Murata. That's where my friend John Nissen, he's the general manager at Earnhardt Ford. He and his entire team are throwing around zeros. What do I mean by that? With approved credit, you can get 0% APR financing
0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. You heard that correctly. And this is all available on their most popular models. 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even the 2025 Lightning and Expeditions, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now, get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge, about another 0. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end September 30th, 2025, and they're happening now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler during the summer sales event. Stop by, tell them I sent you. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. They've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at earnhardtford.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating and Cooling. Oh no. Oh yes. This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Yesterday, D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall told this very show that he expects Arizona to be sellers at the deadline. And yesterday, the selling began. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. To read more about the prospects and what could be next, go to ArizonaSports.com. The Diamondbacks return to the field today on the road versus the Pirates. First pitch is at 3:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. And the Mercury are also on the road with a game in New York versus the Liberty. Tip-off is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
The Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
I think that, they want to improve every day. Improvement every day looks different with each guy. And the amount of mistakes that are made or not made Those are just learning experiences. So you can learn from a bad rep, you can learn from a positive rep. The key is that you're getting better to approaching your ceiling, surpassing your ceiling, being the best player that you can be. I don't think any of them right now are looking over their shoulder. Oh, I just made a mistake, I'm going to get cut. They don't think like that. I hope they don't think like that. I hope they think, let me learn from that and do it better the next time.
It's Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, on balancing the importance of training camp reps early as opposed to game reps in season. We'll get back to the Cardinals in a second. It's a very special day here on the show.
It is?
I believe so. If memory serves, I believe so. We're right around at our 13-year show anniversary, but this is an anniversary too for Jarrett Carlin.
Is it
Is
really?
that right?
Today's your work anniversary.
I
Right?
had no idea.
Yeah, 19 years.
19 years?
Is that, what do you think? That's a great achievement or a sad, my life is slipping away from me?
19 years.
And you see, but see, it's only,
where this is going, Ferret?
it's only being here 19 years that you could be, that's why I'm so smooth and flawless. It's from repetition.
What's going to happen during the 7 o'clock?
No, this is all the kinks are. Something I accidentally deleted the music bed right in the middle of right at the beginning of starting.
Oh,
so I don't know what happened.
On your 19-year anniversary, you're still glitching out. It's fantastic. Happy anniversary,
Isn't
man.
that crazy?
Listen, that's you and Devin Booker and Shane Dunn, the loyalty.
And Larry Fitzgerald.
All the markets that have called for you and wanted you to come to their stations. And you've stayed here the whole time.
Yeah. All the markets, Fry's, Safeway.
I think there was a call from Albertsons at one point.
This really
look,
has been a week, man.
Well, yes. Like, I'm not. It's not great that it's all making fun of me. I do like how every segment has begun talking about me, though. This is a good trend that we've started in the first 36 minutes of the show. Okay.
No, I think you're being passive aggressive there. I think what you're trying to say is stop talking about me.
I don't think I've ever said that in my life.
Well,
stop making us talk about you. One of the other things that happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Jarrett.
That's
19 years. Next year's a big one.
I'm coming up on 14 years here in October.
Yeah.
By far the longest I've ever worked anywhere.
I think according to company records, I'm probably coming up on year 2. They've got about 12 years of my career just conveniently blitzed out.
I know this bugs you.
Oh, it does.
Well, they didn't start it until.
It bugs me.
They didn't start it until you became completely full time. Yeah, so it was.
But there are people on that board who I've never seen in this building.
So what we're talking about we have a monitor in our break room that celebrates birthdays and anniversaries, and every month they're updated. And Bic's work anniversary comes up, and he's worked here for 13 years doing the show. But you get credit for like what?
5. It's ridiculous.
And yet
they
have employees that worked here like 20 years ago, and then they leave for 7 years, and they come back, and they have all of that tenure tacked next to their name.
Right. It's unbelievable.
It's an anti-Bickley bias.
Mm-hmm. It's payback for the Dan Bickley show with Vince Morata.
At this rate, you're going to have to work here 30 more years to get to 10.
Yeah, that's right.
Jonathan Gannon also spoke a lot yesterday about his starting quarterback, Kyler Murray, and talking about Kyler Murray and the subject of vocal leadership. Here's what the head coach had to say on that.
I have conversations with all players about everything, you know what I mean? So with him, everyone's a little bit different. Everyone has their different styles. How I might say something to Trey McBride, he's going to say it differently, you know what I mean? That's okay as long as we get the end goal in mind, But yeah, I have conversations with a lot of guys about that, and him being one of them, being our quarterback, so, and it's really, what he's so good with is, if you make it black and white for him, he responds. So I kind of tell him, this is what I'm looking for, this is what we need from you, and he responds.
And more from Gannon on how else Kyler Murray is different going into year 7.
No, I think, being with him for however many, 2.5 years now, I guess. The speed at which we communicate is a little bit quicker. The understanding and the trust is a little bit better. It's just like all our players since I've been here. With the coaches, the players, Monty, Michael, relationships mature over time, and you can get to deeper levels quicker when you know somebody really well. I do believe that. So it's been cool to have that continuity with them for 2.5 years now.
All right, what jumps out from those two soundbites? I mean, do you find that to be more encouraging or more discouraging in terms of Kyler Murray's development?
I don't know. I do think that there's probably an awareness now, a reality to the situation that they've done a lot of investing in him as a person. They've pumped him up with encouragement. They've pumped him up with support. They've let him know unflinchingly that he is their guy. They love him. You remember that when Jonathan Gannon was on with Gambo and Jonathan Gannon's like, I love this guy. And Gambo's like, oh, me? No, not you, Gambo. Kyler.
I do remember that.
And so I think there's now just the realization that, okay, we've invested and now it's time to either get the payoff or not. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think there's a sort of it's different. They know it. They know that they have to produce this year. They've been granted a very long, extended building period, which came with a lot of grace. So I think that's what it is. It's just a realization that, and also, if my theory is accurate, and we're going to get into this a little bit later because of Bill Barnwell's piece on Jonathan Gannon, that included Jonathan Gannon.
Yes.
If it's true that my belief is that Jonathan Gannon can survive the termination of Kyler Murray's time in Arizona, then at some point in time there's going to be a separation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's impossible not to connect the two. Mm-hmm. But it also, if we're using the word termination, if this year turns out to be it for Kyler Murray in Arizona. Mm-hmm. I think the optics have to be just absolutely horrible for both parties to be shown the door.
Yeah, you're right. It would have to be like a 4-13 kind of season.
Yeah,
right. Like we had with Cliff Kingsbury. Yeah, that would have to be the thing. But I don't sense Jonathan Gannon under any kind of pressure at all. But again, the optics matter. The season, we haven't even played a down of football season. Here's the other thing I wanted to say. And maybe I should just save this for later, but they had a call-off practice yesterday. As you have mentioned, Keaton Crawford collided viciously with J.J. Russell over the middle of the field yesterday. J.J. Russell went down, didn't move. They had to bring out the backboard. They had to bring out the cart to get him. Mm-hmm. Guys knelt down and prayed, and then Jonathan Gannon canceled practice. There are days every football season that remind me of how much I respect these men for what they do and what they risk. And yesterday was a reminder when something so violent happens in practice that the coaching staff just has to say, okay, we're done here today. Mm-hmm. There's no getting our minds back in the right place after that. Just go shower, get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. This happens once every couple of years for every team in training camp. And it's just a reminder of just how viciously violent this sport is that they play.
Yeah. Even with all of the efforts over the last 20-plus years to make it safer for the players, mm-hmm. It is still a reminder of the brutality. Yep. That's what exactly that was. Coming up next, the reports are still out there, and they say the Suns still want Jonathan Kuminga. Does Phoenix have enough to get him? We'll get into some possibilities next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I was concerned from opening day. I remember Zach Gallen didn't have a very good start. The defense wasn't great on opening day, and I was like, I'm sure they'll figure it out, but that was not the greatest way to open the season.
I think after the Sun season, you were looking for the Diamondbacks to really take off, and I don't feel like they ever really took off. There was never this run where, good luck rest of the league, except maybe the Dodgers.
And we kind of felt that way going in. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Here we go, baby. Buckle up.
Kind of feel that way. I thought this team was definitely a playoff team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products. Last year, I came on air and talked to everybody about the $666 electric bill I had received. I thought it was hysterical. $666, the sign of the devil, proof that we're actually living in hell. In reality, listeners ripped me up and down, thought I was wasteful, abusive, using too much electricity. It was none of those things, folks. It was the fact that my windows are shot, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a company I've already done business with, and they are Arizona's premier window replacement company. Their motto is to treat customers like friendship, and their vibe is fantastic. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in Arizona, and that's because there is no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They're the manufacturers. They build it right here in the valley specifically for Arizona climate. They install it, then they guarantee it for life. Even better, currently, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. I took advantage of this. You should too. Buy 10 or more windows, you get a $2,500 discount. Call today, 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-HIGH.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Arizona Sports Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I'm told the Phoenix Suns and the Sacramento Kings are two teams that have made concrete offers with the Warriors over the last week or so. They're two of the more aggressive teams with Kuminga, and they're also offering him an opportunity for significant minutes, a starting caliber role in their lineup, and those are two things that he wants more than anything. So where this is at, Vanessa, is the Warriors do not want anything, though, that is available to them, is being offered to them in sign and trades. And on the other hand, with Jonathan Kuminga, he is not ready to move forward with taking any of the Warriors' current offers. He's not in a hurry to do a deal there yet. And so 24 days into the offseason, it's a staring contest between these two sides that could continue much longer than just this month. And so we're nearing August and still no Warriors move so far this offseason.
That's Shams Charania on NBA Today on ESPN yesterday, updating the situation. Suns and Kings, the two teams with quote-unquote concrete offers for Jonathan Kuminga. It's a very interesting situation. Warriors not moved by anything, and apparently the deal that the Suns are offering centers around Grayson Allen. This would be proposed sign and trade deal. Those salaries would likely somewhat line up, although the Suns don't have those second apron restrictions on them anymore. It's a little bit more freedom. I guess this is just a matter of how difficult Jonathan Kuminga wants to be in his dealings with the Golden State Warriors. You heard Shams say it there, that he doesn't want to move forward with any of the offers that are on the table from them. He was kind of in and out of the doghouse last year with Steve Kerr. There was 3 or 4 playoff games
He didn't even get off the bench.
of the 12 that the Warriors played where he didn't play.
Yep.
He missed a great amount of time with injury in the middle of the season, and then the Warriors got Jimmy Butler. So I don't think Jonathan Kuminga's future is in Golden State. He's an intriguing prospect. He is really athletic. I would not be against the Suns, continuing this pursuit, quite honestly.
Yeah. No, listen, if they could finagle a way to get Jonathan Kuminga out of Golden State, I would think that would be a fantastic move for them. I just don't see a path for them to do it.
Yeah.
The Warriors don't want Grayson Allen, not at that salary. I mean, they're a team that prides itself on loading the floor with great shooters and 3-point shooters. And
he would fit in on that realm.
He'd fit in their culture. There's no doubt about it. But if I'm Golden State, I wouldn't really want that in return either. That would seem to be a real lopsided deal in favor of the Suns. Because you're right, Jonathan Kuminga fell out of favor post Jimmy Butler, but he was 15-5 for the year.
Right around
15
there.
15-4.
15-4, okay.
Closer to 4,
okay.
yeah.
All right, okay. So he's a good young player, and I think he'd be a good fit here. I would love if they could pull that off.
Yeah, and if you look at how he would fit in with the Suns, you project a starting lineup right now where your 2 forwards would be Ryan Dunn and Dylan Brooks. Not that, Kuminga and Dunn are basically the same size, but to have another player of with 6'8", height, some length, and I mentioned the athleticism.
Yep.
Would just be, again, he's not a prototypical power forward.
He's not much of a rebounder. He's not much block shots.
But he is also, a lot of people believe he's far from his ceiling because he was, he came through, what was it, G League Ignite? Or was he Overtime Elite? I always get those two mixed up. But
G League Ignite was Jalen Green.
There's been a bunch of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, him also. He was G League.
He was G League Ignite. So, one of those prospects that had an asterisk next to his name. Keep an eye on this guy. And it just has never clicked to this to the consistent level in Golden State that it should have.
Well, it's very weird because Golden State doesn't want to give up on him, but they also don't want to commit to him. It seems like every year they're like sort of wishy-washy and like we don't want to include him in any of these trades, but we're also not going to give him consistent playing time. So I don't know what that means.
Here's something I did think about on this front, though. If this pursuit does continue, and again, I'm for it. I think he would be an upgrade to the roster. He would also alleviate some of the positional overlap with the Suns and all of their 2 guards, basically. But if you go down this road, and I hate to say it, the Suns got a player in Jalen Green in the Kevin Durant trade that Houston no longer wanted. And they'd be getting a player in Jonathan Kuminga that Golden State no longer wanted.
Yeah.
Am I reading too much into that? Is that a factor?
That's interesting.
Don't you think that
those are 2 players that people in the NBA, when the postseason ended or the postseason runs for those teams ended, who's gone from this roster? Everybody said, well, Jalen Green. We had the discussion on this show. Pack your bags, Jalen Green. You're gone.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga would have been on that list for Golden State, too.
That's a great point. Wow.
I get that, but isn't anyone who gets traded someone the team no longer wanted in a way?
Not always, but
unless they're forcing their way out. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought about with Jalen Green was he was the one guy that they were okay not moving forward with. And he was the one guy that Rockets fans were not upset with that he could have got traded.
The other Suns news, Jared Butler officially in the fold, as is Jordan Goodwin. Gambo's reporting is non-guaranteed contract, so there's going to be a little bit of a competition between those two in training camp and the preseason to see who can stick. I guess this eliminates the possibility. We were talking about the possibility first of Chris Paul. That's not happening. He's going to L.A. By the way, did you see Bradley Beal had his first assist in L.A.? He gave up number 3 to Chris Paul.
Did he really?
Yeah.
What a guy.
But that means, and the Ben Simmons interest was probably just, connecting dots that weren't really there.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Westbrook had been mentioned as a possibility. That goes out the window now. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
I am too.
Yeah. I think this team needs to focus on young talent if they can, best they can. And as much as I like Russell Westbrook, and I really was way down with the idea of Chris Paul. I thought that would have brought a lot of intangibles that really would have helped this team and this organization kind of build a bridge and get out of this malaise they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Westbrook's exhausting. He plays with his hair on fire, and there's nights when he's great, but there's nights when he'll frustrate the heck out of you.
Oh, yes.
Exhausting. I'll be real curious what shakes out, though, with this Kuminga talk, because the offer that Sacramento is offering, it's Devin Carter, it's Dario Saric, and it's a protected first-round pick. And the Warriors are like, we don't like that either.
They already had Saric.
Mm-hmm.
Carter is somewhat intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
But there's two teams right there in the Kings and the Suns that don't have a ton to offer.
Yeah, that's it.
And if they don't want Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal, that's it. What else can the Suns do?
Yeah, that's kind of the boat they're in. And according to what I read, it's mainly the fact that Grayson Allen is making $17 million.
They like Nick Richards? I mean, there's only so many people that they could even offer.
I know.
Yeah, but again, Nick Richards salary wise wouldn't match up with Kuminga after a sign and trade, and now I have to retrain my brain on all the restrictions or all the parameters that go into trades when you're not in the second apron. So
this is going to
CBA talk just hurts my head.
I agree with that, but I think the more I start to look at this, the Western Conference is going to be a monster for the Suns next year. It's going to be difficult for this team to stay above water, even if they do all the right things. I heard Justin Termini and Eddie Johnson, they were doing an extensive look at the San Antonio Spurs and where they're at and what to expect from Victor Wembanyama in year 3. And they kind of projected out to what other great players in history had done in year 3 and what it might be. And they also pointed out, which kind of ticked me off, is that how lucky San Antonio has consistently gotten in the NBA draft lottery. We all know about Tim Duncan,
David Robinson.
Right at the end of David Robinson, which changed the game for everything, led Greg Popovich to install himself as head coach, the whole thing. But they moved up from 3-1 to get Wembanyama. They moved up in the lottery again, I think 5-4 to get Steph Castle. And then this year they went from, 8-2?
And they get Dylan Harper.
It's like, when does our luck come into play?
Never. Seemingly.
Ridiculous.
Seemingly. Hey, the Suns got the number 1 pick in 2018.
Yeah.
What are you complaining about?
How'd that work out for us?
Coming up next, Josh Naylor has been shipped away from Arizona to Seattle. Is Eugenio Suarez next? We'll get into the latest on trade rumors concerning the D-backs straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You've probably noticed, but artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona. You see it in my neighborhood. I see houses all the time, all over the place, that have ditched that front yard full of boring, dull rocks, replaced it with a beautiful, sparkling lawn. And if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company to call. Turf Monsters, the leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful, sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the mess, without the hassle, without the water bills. All of their turfs are fantastic, of the highest quality. I've been to their warehouse. I've seen them myself. They look fantastic. And then once they install, Turf Monsters can take care of the maintenance. In fact, they've got a summer special going on right now. You can get 25% off turf care from Turf Monsters. They come out, they clean the turf, they make sure it's fresh, looking great, smelling great, free of debris. Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you anything you want, the backyard of their dreams. Customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of their finished product. Go check them out online. Check out the samples of their work. TurfMonstersAZ.com. Take advantage of that 25% off special. Or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Yesterday, D-backs President and CEO Derek Hall told this very show he expects Arizona to be sellers at the deadline, and yesterday, the selling began. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. You can read more about those prospects and what could come next on ArizonaSports.com. The Diamondbacks returned to the field today on the road versus the Pirates. First pitch at 3:40. You could hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. And the Mercury are also on the road with a game in New York versus the Liberty tip-off at 4:30. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Gambo. With trades on the horizon, how is D-backs manager Torey Lovello keeping the focus for his team? We'll ask him today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
It's a lot about. It is a lot. I mean, I don't want to talk to that about that right now because nothing happened yet, and obviously this thing. Had a part of my heart right here, and like I say, I feel like I'm at home. This team has been a lot to me, and all the last 2 years being in my career changed everything here in Arizona. You know, I am who I am right now because last 2 years being great, and this is it's a lot about this team.
That's Eugenio Suarez Wednesday after the loss to the Astros, what might have been his last game at home as a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. A lot was made of the picture of Gino looking out after the game had ended from the dugout on the top step by himself, just kind of gazing and soaking it all in. He realizes what's probably going to happen. Didn't really want to talk about it there. Sounds like a guy that wants to stay, but I don't think the Arizona Diamondbacks should be swayed by that, quite honestly. It's a cutthroat business. When you're a middling to less than middling baseball team and you're not meeting expectations, you have to do what is right for the future.
Yeah.
They started the process with Josh Naylor. And look, with all due respect to Josh Naylor, I don't know if there's very many upset Diamondbacks fans today that Josh Naylor is no longer a Diamondback, even though he was good here.
Yeah.
There was just no time to connect or have that, that exchange of energy between fans and player.
Exactly.
Gino's different. Even though he's only been here less than 2 full years, he's obviously he can get emotional. This means a lot to him. He has supplied Diamondbacks fans with a lot of memories over the last calendar year, especially. This one's going to be difficult, but what's making it easier is the market for Eugenio Suarez. And here was Alden Gonzalez kind of outlining what that market is.
And now that Naylor is gone, the focus is going to shift inevitably to his former Diamondbacks teammate, Eugenio Suarez, who is widely considered the best bat available. That market could take a little bit longer to settle. The Mariners, even though they got Naylor, would probably still be interested in adding Eugenio Suarez at third base. But so might the Yankees and Cubs, perhaps the Brewers, perhaps the Astros, who might be without Isaac Paredes for a while. The acquisition cost is going to be really high, even though Eugenio Suarez, like Josh Naylor, is a free agent at season's end.
Yeah, and Gambo has reported as many as 12 teams have inquired with the Diamondbacks about Suarez.
Well, here's the other thing, too, and we've already experienced this with Gino just based on his temperament and his personality. He's just got great vibes, right? So the Cincinnati Reds might be interested in Gino. One of their broadcasters came out and said, he's my favorite Red of all time. So Eugenio Suarez is not only appealing to people for his bat, but just for his vibe as well. You know what I mean? You're not worrying about the person while you're acquiring the player. Quite the contrary. You're getting a plus with the person as well. And that means something. So as I said yesterday, I trust Mike Hazen implicitly in these matters, in selecting the right guys and finding the right prospects and finding the right mix and match. It's ironic to me that he was on the other side of this once with J.D. Martinez, which is about the closest comp I can remember to Eugenio Suarez. And now you've got enough teams bidding for Gino that you should be able to get a top 100 prospect and something else out of this package.
Derek Hall joined us yesterday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings for his weekly visit, and he kind of summed up the way he felt about it, and I think summed up the organization's feeling about Gino Suarez and the situation that they're all in.
I get it, and you guys talked about, how popular Gino is, and I love him. I mean, I texted him and congratulated him a couple weeks back and told him, "You're my favorite player right now." I know I sound like Merrill Kelly, but he is. He's just he's a wonderful person. He is. I love him. My mother texted me the other day and said, and she lives in Vegas, "All my friends are worried you're going to trade this guy." I get it, right? I get emails from people saying, "Please don't trade." I would write myself and say, "Don't trade Gino Suarez." But again, back to responsibility and what we could get in return. I don't know yet, but we've got to get, in my opinion, we have to get a little aggressive now because teams have been waiting. They've been watching our team, and quite honestly, they've been hoping we lose so that they can take advantage of it and try and acquire some of these players. So we know that there's a demand out there for our guys. We have the supply, and hopefully we cash in, and it's fun for our fans. They see us acquiring assets that are going to help us in the future.
Look, he is a rental player at this point. We all know that. Derek Hall said you have to temper your expectations of what you get back from any rental player. But when you have 12 teams in the mix, and if you look at the situation in the American League, how bunched up it is, the difference he can make with that bat in the American League playoff picture, they might be able to cash in like that nobody ever has on a rental before.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe, because that's what you need. You just need competition. You need an abundance of suitors. You need some teams to really lock in on him. And think about this, too. The teams that have been mentioned as potential suitors for Gino Suarez, think about their fan bases. They probably look across and go, wow, that guy who's been mashing in Arizona, we might get him. So there's now a public pressure that's involved in some of these markets that have been flirting with the idea of trading for Gino Suarez. And that should incentivize them. So look, Mike Hazen's really good at his job. I believe the Diamondbacks are very lucky to have him, and I trust him 100% to max this thing out.
Yeah, I'm not picking your brain for inside information, more of a gut feeling. We're 6 days away from this deadline expiring. Do you get the feeling that there might be like an off-the-radar trade that could happen? Because
with the D-backs or just in Major League Baseball?
With the D-backs, because everybody for weeks we've been talking about Naylor, he's gone. Suarez, Kelly, Gallen. Then there's a little bit of a separation. Maybe Grichuk, maybe Shelby Miller, maybe Jalen Beeks. Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s name popped up. I mean, is there
not a lot of people left?
A team is open for business. They're open for business, and we're not privy to what the phone calls sound like, who they're asking for. Those conversations start with teams asking for the moon.
Yeah, I wonder about the future of Ketel Marte here, quite honestly. But I don't think if anything happens, and maybe I'll share some information on Ketel Marte a little bit later on in the show. But I think that would happen in the offseason. If it were to happen, I don't think trading him now would be. It seems like something they would do, but you're right. I mean, it's down now to the fact where the Josh Naylor trade kind of means, okay, we've unlocked the store, the doors are open. Come on in, folks.
And for the record, Gambo tweeted that he expects the most to come from the Merrill Kelly trade, not the Gino Suarez trade. The most return.
Is that right?
Yeah, makes sense. Pitchers are prioritized over bats, always, every year at the deadline.
Yeah, I guess so.
And he has been so steady. There's not a whole lot of worry or mystery on what Merrill Kelly is going to deliver for a team, which is why his return is more than Zach Gallen's at this point.
Oh, my leg! It's cramping!
We haven't heard that in a while.
Oh, thank goodness. Pickle juice, baby! Jared, you ever had pickle juice?
Yes, of course.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I do. It's good.
Think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football? Prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host league and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last, so text fantasy to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, and you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings as well. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, NFL coaches always under pressure, but how much pressure is on Jonathan Gannon of the Arizona Cardinals as he heads into year 3 on the job? We'll explore it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Arnians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, as I learned not that long ago, Parker & Sons, great in your time of emergency. They'll be there in minutes, not days. No matter what time you call them, a live person will be on the other line. And I know that to be a fact because I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, son knocking on my bedroom door, telling me the downstairs bathroom is flooded. I wander downstairs, and sure enough, a little mini lake in my bathroom. My toilet was leaking. Called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. Live person answers the phone by 8 a.m. the same day. They were at my home by the time I got done with this radio show and got back to Fountain Hills. They were already done and gone, and the work was completed. Incredibly impressive to me, but that is what Parker & Sons does. They have been voted Arizona's #1 service company 16 years in a row. They are the company you trust in your home, and this is a big deal, too. All their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. It means they pass drug tests. It means they pass background checks. I believe you don't let anybody in your home. You've got to feel comfortable with the technicians you let in your sacred space. That is never an issue with Parker & Sons. They can do a lot of great things for you, and I'm highly recommending everybody take advantage of the air conditioning tune-up special from Parker & Sons. Gives you the peace of mind for the rest of the summer that your AC will not break down. That is an Arizona nightmare. Remember, they are the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and all you have to do is call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Selling must agree on price and possession.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
Yeah, I mean, like the coaches, in my opinion, right now, I mean, we're day 2, but we've laid the tracks down. They're driving the car. So that's cool to see. And you got to have some trust and faith that they're going to drive it the right way. And I do. I really do.
That is Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, speaking yesterday on day 2. Unfortunately, injuries have been a story for the Cardinals on both days of training camp. Obviously, on day 1, Bick, you got the news about all the 3 players that were placed on the physically unable to perform list.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, practice shut down a little bit early with the J.J. Russell injury. It's worked out. He's already been released, already back with the team, so good news there, but still both days affected by injury. Pressure is always a subject for NFL head coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And look, we've talked a lot about the expectations on this team. We've seen a leap from year 1 to year 2, a 4-win improvement for Jonathan Gannon's Arizona Cardinals. And if you hold that kind of trajectory against the trajectory of the last head coach, Cliff Kingsbury, year 3 was a very good year for Cliff Kingsbury as head coach of the Cardinals. And we think that the playoffs should be the goal for this team.
Mm-hmm.
But what does the organization think? What do people around the league think? Bill Barnwell, who we often tout as one of the smartest people around football, who writes for ESPN, he's got a piece that was released yesterday on ESPN.com. NFL players, coaches, and GMs under the most pressure in the 2025 season. And on the coach list, he has Jonathan Gannon of the Arizona Cardinals ranked as one of the players or one of the coaches under the most pressure. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I don't agree. But I will say this. It's very, very customary. Very customary. In fact, in almost every occasion, a third-year coach who has never been a head coach before, who enters year 3 without having a winning season yet, generally by definition, those head coaches are always on a hot seat. Got it? A rookie head coach who is signed to a place. He comes in. He has 2 years under his belt. He doesn't have a winning season. Now he's going into year 3. Now he's on a hot seat. That's absolutely true of Shane Steichen in Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
It generally rings true everywhere. I just don't think it's true here. I think Jonathan Gannon has done a lot with a little in the first 2 years, and I think building this culture of hardcore violent football has worked. Right? And you think about the examples, you think about the games. This team has instilled a lot of pride in this community. When they went into Pittsburgh and performed the way they did, when they went into Philly in a game that Philly had circled as their grudge match against Jonathan Gannon, the Cardinals went in and punched him in the face repeatedly. So I think everything that Jonathan Gannon has done to help Michael Bidwill get this franchise out of that dysfunction that it was in, I don't think he's under pressure at all.
Yeah, Barnwell wrote, hired by the Cardinals after his Eagles defense ran over the league and battled the Chiefs deep into the Super Bowl during the 2022 season. Gannon has basically spent 2 seasons with his hands tied behind his back on his preferred side of the ball. Arizona simply didn't have the talent on defense to do much in 2023. And while he got creative with all kinds of sim pressures and exotic looks while maximizing Budda Baker a year ago, the Cardinals didn't have the ability to win reliably with their front 4 and protect their linebackers in secondary and coverage. That's changed. He mentions all the acquisitions. And it ends up with him saying, now after going 12-22, admittedly without Kyler Murray for the first half of 2023, Gannon has the chance to take a step forward. If he gets things right, he can probably count on a contract extension from an ownership group that's been extremely generous to its coaches in the past. If the defense struggles, though, he could be on the hot seat or out of a job after a 3rd consecutive losing season.
Okay, listen, Bill Barnwell is very, very smart, and what he lays out, I think you can't argue with what he lays out there. I just don't think that's the vibe following Jonathan Gannon. I don't think he's had a failure yet.
No.
In the eyes of Michael Bidwill.
I don't think so.
I don't think there's a scenario, even the one you said where they go like 4-13 or something, because I think you guys are right that if they had to choose, they would move on from Kyler Murray and keep Gannon. I do agree, though, that he could be on the hot seat after this year.
After this year.
And then go
After
into
this
next year really being under pressure.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. But I think but optics do matter. I mean, a 4-13 season, we know what those look like. And they're very, very difficult. And when the team starts going months without a victory, all sorts of stuff, all sorts of hell can break loose.
Mm-hmm.
And if that happens, then the aesthetics maybe get to the point where you do consider it. But that would have to be that's the panic button scenario.
Look,
I just don't see that happening.
I mentioned year 3 for Kingsbury. That was the year they won 11 games. They started out 7-0. They were at the top of the league, faltered down the stretch, made the playoffs, got embarrassed in a playoff game. But even with the ugliness of the end of that season, I don't think anybody was really expecting what happened the next year. And it just so happens, I mean, Jarrett pulled the record 4-13 out of a hat and used that as the example. That's what they did the next year. And the Cardinals had 2 back-to-back 4-13 seasons. Last year under Kingsbury, first year under Gannon. There couldn't be 2 more different 4-13 seasons maybe in the history of football.
Good point.
But, 4 to 8, another 4-13 would definitely change the picture. But there are, like, Kyler Murray didn't make the list for player under the most pressure.
He's the one that's on the hot seat, in my opinion.
I think if I had to pick one of the two, I would, because he's been here so much longer.
Yeah.
And with the contract, with his status as a number 1 overall pick, and with all eyeballs on him, I would say he's under more pressure this year to perform.
There's no doubt about it.
And the two work together, obviously.
Yes. But I think that, the idea that everything about this organization has been custom fit to benefit Kyler Murray, right? From the verbal support to for everything. From attending the statue unveiling at Oklahoma, everything they've done has been with changing the trajectory of their quarterback. I said it last year. I thought last year should have been the year, but contractually, in terms of what you would eat salary cap wise, if you were to move off Kyler Murray, it wasn't feasible. And to be quite honest, what are the better options than Kyler Murray? But at some point in time, you've got to become that great player you said you were going to be, and this is year 7.
Yeah, and for the Cardinals franchise, this is what, year 37, 38? In the Valley?
38.
We're gonna have I think it's gonna be a fun exercise. We started talking about the history of this team.
Yeah.
And everybody's talking about quarter centuries. We're blowing past the quarter century. Coming up later today, 7:45 and 8:45, Bick and I are both gonna construct our ultimate Cardinals rosters on offense and defense, going all the way back to 1988.
Yep, we're going to draft 2 different teams, Vinny and me.
Do I have an advantage because I was here from 1988 to 98? You weren't here for those 10 god-awful years.
Yeah, no, I don't think that gives you an advantage at all.
We'll do that starting at 7:45, but coming up next, Jarrett's got the big stories of this Friday morning, if you remember to jot them down.
I did Jesse.
That's right, it's Jesse. He'll take us through the rush hour.
But the bar
is
still just as low, don't we?
That's next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. You need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Yesterday, D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall told this very show he expects Arizona to be sellers at the deadline. And yesterday, the selling began. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. To find out more about these prospects and what the D-backs might do next, go to ArizonaSports.com. The Diamondbacks return to the field today on the road versus the Pirates. First pitch is at 3:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. And the Mercury are also on the road with a game in New York versus the Liberty. Tip-off is at 4:30. That is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Marana Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Do you prefer to be called Jesse or Rick on the air?
I'm not going to answer that question because...
Well, on this show, you don't have to be Rick. How about that?
I probably prefer my real name, but there's nothing I can really do about it on the...
Listen, just because Wolf gives you a stupid nickname doesn't mean you have to follow it.
Yeah.
I mean...
Rebel, Jesse!
I mean, I still say my real name when I'm doing my updates,
Okay.
so people know who I am.
Jesse Morrison, not Rick.
Wearing a WNBA Jam t-shirt.
He is a very big proponent of women's athletics. I give him credit for that.
This one's cool. It's a Clark Reese one, so...
Oh, yeah. They'll ever be teammates in NBA Jam.
Well, I think it pits them as opponents, so...
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
I got you.
so-
I thought
That's
the
not
NBA...
the way.
No.
That's not the way those Jam shirts work. Those are all teammates, Jesse.
Oh, I I've never played NBA Jam, actually. That shows my age.
Is another young person.
Yeah. All right, it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot.
Neo,
All right,
he's on fire.
Boom shakalaka.
The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. What do y'all make of the trade?
It's an underwhelming return. I think Brandon Garcia has the makings of being a really good relief pitcher, and the other guy is down the road, middle of the rotation, long shot.
Yeah.
It's just it is what it is, man. I am just going to defer, and I don't want to sound like a Mike Hazen homer here, but I'm just going to defer to Mike Hazen's judgment. I believe in him.
Yeah.
And I think he'll pluck the best prospects you can possibly get. I didn't expect a ton in return for Josh Naylor, to be honest.
I didn't either, and I think the way you framed it is correct. I mean, Garcia was a guy in the Seattle organization that up until last year they thought of as a starter. He made the transition to the bullpen. He's going to pitch for the Diamondbacks probably in the next few weeks, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be a part of that bullpen, depending on what happens with some bullpen arm returns from injury. The Izzy thing might work out. These two top 16 Seattle prospects. So kind of what we expected. We didn't expect the names or the team, but in outlining this with Derek Hall yesterday, it's kind of what you have to expect coming back is two mid-level prospects.
And look, this is the way I'm sort of viewing this. Them being all in on being sellers, the Diamondbacks, it will make the next week or so very exciting. It will then make the rest of the season not that much fun potentially, because there's...
I don't know.
Not that it's been, what has it been, a barrel of monkeys so
No,
far,
but-
Jared?
You always had hope, though, because you saw the talent. You still see the talent. There's a ton of players that people want to trade for on this team.
I'm kind of with Bick here.
Okay.
You just have to change the... I would much rather watch for the future as opposed to what we've seen for the first 103 games of the Diamondbacks.
I just sort of mean you're not going to be getting these top 10 in baseball prospects that are going to come right in and be phenoms this year. A lot of what the return you're going to get this year from these trades is future prospects or sort of middling
But it's
regular
also an
players.
opportunity for some young guys who are already with the Diamondbacks, the Blaze Alexanders, the Tristan Englishes, the Pavin Smiths to a degree, Adrian Del Castillo. It's going to be an opportunity for them.
Lawler eventually.
Lawler, hopefully, at some point. An opportunity for those guys to stand out for the rest of the year.
Barrel of Monkeys, one of my favorite toys as a kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
According to our
You
John...
played with a barrel of monkeys, but never NBA Jam. What is wrong with you?
You know, it is... I was more of a 2K guy.
Oh, okay.
According to our John Gambadoro, the Phoenix Suns are likely planning to start Jalen Green, not Devin Booker, at point guard this season. How do you guys feel about the possibility of Point Green?
I do not approve, Jesse. I've seen Jalen Green play basketball. In no way does he strike me as a point guard or a facilitator. Now, I don't know. I guess We're going to have to see what Jordan Ott cooks up in terms of what this offense is going to look like. It may very well not be a ball-dominant point guard in the way that we remember Chris Paul getting the ball on the end line and walking it up, right? It's not going to be that.
No. It's not a traditional point guard setup, obviously. I think there's going to be a lot of facilitators, so I don't have a huge problem with it.
Okay.
What the Suns should try to do, though, is just sit down Jalen Green and tell him who he should play like. That worked last year.
Well played, Vinny. Well played.
His assists per game for...
Can you be like Drew Holiday?
And if you were going down that road, why did you stop at Drew Holiday? Why didn't Mike Budenholzer just tell Bradley Beal to be Magic Johnson, for goodness sake?
Yeah, can you just be Giannis?
Can you be Jokic?
Well, this is the coaching staff that would reference Magic Johnson, the Michigan State ties. So maybe
Good one, Jarrett.
Stay tuned.
I hosted Arizona Sports at Night with Mitch last night, and I was going through the assists per game for Jalen Green, and it's been down each of the past. Well, it's gone down from his second season was his best season, and then since then each year it's been down. So
yeah, when you think of Jalen Green
great.
as an offensive player, you think of him as an explosive, athletic scorer, not as a table setter or distributor.
Yep. All right, Arizona Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. is now up to 220 pounds. Head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday and discussed what he thinks the benefit of Marvin Harrison Jr.'s added weight is.
I think just running through contact, guys trying to be physical with him at the line of scrimmage. And I think where it's really going to show up is when he got the ball in his hands. I was just talking with Mark about it. It's hard to tackle. You're a DB that's 185 pounds. It's hard to tackle a guy in space running fast at 220. It just is, So and that was one of his, points of emphasis that he wanted to work on, too. So I think it'll help him. But he's, the first thing I looked, that's a, decent jump, in pounds. And first thing I look at is how is he moving. He's moving really well.
What do y'all think is the biggest benefit of Marv's added weight?
His confidence and his comfort level on a football field. Look, there's a lot of football geekery that you can talk about here in terms of what the added strength is going to do for him. High pointing footballs, making catches with a defender draped on him, that kind of stuff. You need to be able to do that if you're going to be a superstar receiver in the NFL. But for me, it's just his peace of mind, his state of mind. I think he feels he belongs on a football field now, and I think he feels like he can attack defenses rather than feel predated upon.
Yeah, I think it's got benefits because if he's feeling confident, if he's feeling stronger and is indeed stronger, it helps him get off the line, helps him get off press coverage. Ran across this stat yesterday on X. Josh Norris, who covers the NFL, put out the Pro Football Focus charted Marvin Harrison Jr. with 47 tight window targets last year. Tight window, to me, means contested.
Yep.
Physical battles between DB and wide receiver. Of the 47 that were thrown his way in tight windows, only 7 were completed. That is a number that has to get way better, and the Cardinals recognized it, and Marvin Harrison Jr. recognized it.
Yeah.
So I think this weight gain, this bulking up, this emphasis on strength is a good thing.
And the reports out of camp yesterday was he looked fast, he looked explosive, and that's good to hear.
I know Jarrett brought up that,
I was
that
wondering
point too. It's like, how is he moving putting on that weight? It's not like you putting on 10 pounds during a cruise.
No, but you do. You sometimes see that when guys who are more athletic put on some bulk, and it does hinder their
you can
fluidness.
Why are you pointing at Grayson Allen?
Listen, or you could point at Ketel Marte and the quick twitch nature and how Torey Lovello is mentioned. We got to be careful with him because he's so muscular. He just said that the other night about holding him up at third base. It was true of Tiger Woods when he gained all that muscle.
Grayson Allen, as you just
Grayson
mentioned,
Allen's
this
another
year.
example. Yeah, so your point is accurate. Sometimes guys can go too far and kind of hurts what they do best.
But it is only 10 pounds of weight gain.
Yes.
It's just muscle.
And 220 is exactly the weight that Larry Fitzgerald played at.
Yeah. All right, we're all rebooted. Thanks, Jesse, not Rick.
Thanks, Jesse.
You're welcome.
All the big stories every morning at 7:30 in the Rush Hour Reboot. Coming up next, we will put together the offensive units for our ultimate Cardinals squad in Arizona history. Bick will do it. I will do it. And it is coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Darius Robinson, I just want to make sure he gets through this training camp and he's healthy because of a couple of things. Number one, for him personally, he's a great kid. If you ever had a chance to meet this guy, he is a great kid, first and foremost. So I want to really root for him because of that. And number two, this guy could be a wrecking ball.
Yeah.
And if he is that wrecking ball, the Arizona Cardinals' chances of getting into the postseason are going to be huge.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Buyer beware is great advice when buying a car, as in beware the high price of mediocrity. It is everywhere in the automotive world. You will not find mediocrity anywhere near Chapman BMW, home of the ultimate driving machine. And right now they got some great deals going on at Chapman BMW in the middle of the month of July, such as no payments for 90 days. You can get into the 2025 BMW X1 and X3. They're their beautiful compact luxury SUVs at 2.99% financing. The BMW i4, it's a beautiful electric vehicle. You can lease that for $399 a month, or you can get into the all-new 2026 X3 for just $599 a month. Great deals going on right now at Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. Everything they do, from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage, first class. In fact, they've got a great service deal when you need your car serviced. They'll take advantage. They'll pick up your car. They'll drop off a loaner for you free of charge. They'll pick up your car, drop off that loaner, and return your car when the service is done. One of many great things that sets apart Chapman BMW. And remember, you have got the hookup at Chapman BMW. Find out what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, hooked up a number of our listeners. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on the dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at dbacks.com.
Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The ultimate
Cardinals draft.
The Arizona Cardinals. You know who's been a fan of the Arizona Cardinals? You know who pays attention to Air Cardinals football?
All of us are excited about the Cards.
Your Arizona Cardinals.
Adi, 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 soda.
I was going to come back with a vintage highlight, but I'm not going to step on that. Look at the high quality.
There you go.
High quality production.
Well done.
Bick and I just put our heads together this week, and we're like, let's do something different.
Yeah.
Let's celebrate the history of the Cardinals in Arizona by constructing our dream teams, if you will. Team Bickley, Team Murata. In this segment,
Team Boom.
Team Boom Boom. Let's make this happen.
Yeah.
This segment will draft offense. We're going to go 2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, tight end, 2 tackles, 2 guards, a center, and a kicker.
Right.
All
For
right.
a kicker, we're going to draft a kicker. All right, so
And
like a football game, we're going to flip a coin, Vinny. I am going to call tails.
All right, the call is tails. Here comes the digital flip. It is heads. I will take the first pick in the offense. Does that mean you get the second half, so you get the first pick on the defense?
Yeah, I guess we could do it that way.
All right,
that sounds good.
I'm going to address the quarterback position right off the bat with the first pick. I'm going with quarterback Kurt Warner to lead my offense.
Yeah, clearly the number 1 pick, in my opinion. So I am going to counter and take my wide receiver 1 and take Larry Fitzgerald.
Larry Fitzgerald is off the board at number 1. Oops, I put him under quarterback. He's not.
You could probably do that too.
I'm going to go wide receiver with my second pick. And I'm going to go with arguably my favorite Cardinal of all time, Anquan Bolden.
Ooh.
Drafting our best Cardinals offenses in the history, 1988 to present.
We're going to do the entire team, Vinny.
Yeah.
But just not all in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
Okay, with my next pick, give me tight end Trey McBride.
See, I was wondering what the draft strategy was going to be. And if it was going to be positions like that where there's such a drop-off between the best and the rest, that's a great pick.
Thank you.
Trey McBride is off the board. You just need somebody to throw the ball to him.
Yeah, I do. I'll get around to that.
I'm going to go at the guard position.
Ooh.
I'm going to take, this is a stretch, but it's kind of slim pickings. I'm going to go Leonard Davis at one of the guard spots.
That's a good pick.
He played tackle and guard for the Cardinals, mostly guard for the Cowboys, where he really took off.
Right. All right, as my quarterback, I better take him before you take him as your backup. Give me Carson Palmer.
Carson Palmer is off the board.
That would have actually been a good strategy.
He could have.
If you took those two like it's the first 2 picks.
Yeah. Well, that's why I wasn't messing around and leaving him sitting there for too long.
Yeah.
Because he had too much value still to pick, and it might have cost him.
I will say there are exactly 4 good quarterbacks in Cardinals history, so it works out okay.
It's very true.
See, I want to go running back here, but I don't know if I should go like single season excellence or overall excellence. I'm going to go single season excellence, and I'm going to take the nicest guy in this draft. Taking David Johnson.
David Johnson, who was all that for a while. There's no doubt about that.
All right, who's going to be added to your team of Carson Palmer, Larry Fitzgerald, and Trey McBride?
I am going to take running back James Conner.
James Conner.
only because I'm a huge fan.
All right, James Conner is off the board. I'm going to go back to the offensive line, I think. I'm going to take... He just recently passed away. I'm going to go with Luis Sharp.
Ooh.
At one of the tackle
Good
spots.
pick.
He was a stud.
Yeah. Yes, he was.
When are you going to start building in the trenches here, Beck?
My quarterback. Look, Carson Palmer can take a licking, right? So, yeah, no, that's a really good point. I think I'll pass on that for one more pick. Give me my second running back. I will take Larry Centers.
Larry Centers is off the board. Good pick.
Yeah, your offensive line is going to kill my defense.
I'm going to go with my second running back here. I'm going to go with Edgerrin James.
Ooh, good pick.
All right, back to you, Bick.
All right. I will take.
By the way, we'll display these on. This is not going to be a vote or anything. We're just gonna display the teams we put together.
Right. Next pick I'm going to do by pedigree. He wasn't here a ton, but for one of my guards, give me Alan Faneca.
Good pick. There's a couple players that all-time greats that didn't play long here.
Right.
Alan Faneca is a Hall of Famer, and now he's a member of Team Bickley. All right, I think I need another wide receiver here. I'm going to give a shout-out to one of the original Cardinals.
Darn it. You're taking my
I'm
guy.
going Jetstream.
You're taking my guy.
Roy Green. There's a lot to choose from at wide receiver.
You're taking my guy. I think I told you this. I had the blessing to play a round of golf with Jetstream.
Yep.
What a great dude.
Yep.
Great guy. And a great player. And one of the greatest nicknames in football history.
Really was.
Right? Jetstream Green.
And one of the last two-way players.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's true. It's
Travis
a good point.
Hunter's keeping it alive.
I will take a center. Give me A.Q. Shipley.
Wow. Good pick.
I like A.Q. Shipley.
I didn't think he would be the first center off the board.
There's a couple others that I could have gone with.
So now I can save my center.
Oh, okay.
Tight ends. I'm going to go with my tight end. It's been slim pickings, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with Zach Ertz. With apologies to Freddie Jones.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going
and Jay Novacek.
Yep, I'm going to go with my backup quarterback, Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray backing up Carson Palmer.
I'm sure he'll be tickled about that.
Yep. I'm going to take my other tackle.
All right.
One of our favorites, DJ Humphries.
Ooh.
He'll be on the right side.
I am going to take one of my tackles. Give me Lomas Brown.
One of those guys that wasn't here for a long period of time.
Yeah, but great guy.
Really good guy.
Yeah.
Was always on the radio.
Oh, he was fantastic. Great content.
All right. I'm going to go with my... Am I going to go with my other guard pick here? Not a ton to choose from. I'm going to go with the guy who's playing guard for this team during the Super Bowl run, Deuce Latouille.
Oh, I love Deuce Latouille.
Mesa High's own Deuce Latouille.
Uh-huh.
All right, you need a wide receiver, a guard, a tackle, and a kicker.
Uh-huh. I do. I'm going to take Paris Johnson Jr. as one of my tackles.
All right, going Paris Johnson Jr.
Him slightly over Jared Valdir.
Yeah, I had Valdir high on my list, too. I'm going to take my center now. I'm going with the guy who started more games at center than any other Cardinal since they moved to town, Lyle Senline.
Oh, yeah. Great dude as well.
Another Arizona high school player.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, back to you, Beck.
I'm gonna take a pick on prospective greatness. My other wide receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr. Purely on speculation.
Got two top 4 picks at your receiver position.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with my backup quarterback. Give me Jake the Snake Plummer.
That's As Jared said, there's exactly 4 good quarterbacks in team history.
Boomer Esiason had a decent 1 year here.
How good was Tootie Robbins back in the day, Vinny?
He was good.
Was he good?
Yeah.
That's a good nickname, too.
Giant behind. He would have.
Is that true?
The big dumper?
The big
Why did they call him Tootie instead of Booty?
Their offensive line, when they got to town, they were called the wide bodies.
Yeah.
And specifically, Tootie Robbins and Derek Kennard had 2 of the most giant posteriors I've ever seen in my life.
Derek Kennard was the other one I was considering for center.
Yeah.
Gigantic human being. I'll take my kicker. Give me Matt Prater.
Matt Prater. I'll go with the kicker. I'm going to go with Neil Rackers.
Ooh, over Jay Feely, huh?
Yep. You just need a guard, Vic.
Okay. I will take... I remember really loving Mike Upati, but I don't remember how good he was.
He was pretty good.
I really liked Pete Kendall back in the day.
Another guy who was a really good player who didn't play here very long.
Yeah, give me Pete Kendall.
All right, Pete Kendall rounds it out. Whew, the offense. I've got Warner and Plummer at quarterback, David Johnson, Edgerrin James, Anquan Bolden, Roy Green, Zach Ertz, Luis Sharp, Leonard Davis, Lyle Senline, Deuce Latui, DJ Humphreys, and kicker Neil Rackers. Vic's got Palmer and Murray, along with James Conner, Larry Centers, Larry Fitzgerald. You got both Larrys. Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, Lomas Brown, and Paris Johnson Jr. at the tackles, Faneca and Kendall at the guards, AQ Shipley at center, Matt Prater at kicker. We're putting together our all-time Phoenix/Arizona Cardinals. We'll do the defense coming up at 8:45. Bix got your blast on the...
I haven't written it yet. Oh, my God.
Quick, run around the newsroom. It's Bickley.
I live out actual nightmares in real time.
Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Bailey Leisure. Diamondbacks trade Josh Naylor to the Mariners for 2 pitching prospects. Day 2 of Cardinals training camp ends on a somber note. And Suns reportedly made concrete offer to the Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they harness your body's ability to heal itself, to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And I'm telling you from personal experience, this stuff really works. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. I'm currently in treatment for my right elbow. They are great at helping restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So if you're dealing with any joints issues or any pain at all, go check out QC Kinetics. In fact, when you go for your free consultation, you'll actually receive a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. That laser treatment will help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, increase your range of motion. You will get that for free when you schedule your complimentary consultation. And during that consultation, you will find out how you can get long-term relief for that pain in your knees, in your hips, in your shoulders, or your back without surgery. Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free laser treatment by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started the sale yesterday by trading first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. To read more about the prospects and what comes next, go to arizonasports.com. The D-backs return to the field today on the road versus the Pirates. First pitch is at 3:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. And the Mercury are also on the road with a game in New York versus the Liberty. Tip-off is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Nothing humbles like the National Football League, and for proof, I present our polarizing quarterback, Kyler Murray. Murray entered the NFL as a #1 overall draft pick. He was the greatest high school player in Texas State history. He is the only athlete to be selected in the first round of the NFL and MLB draft, and many believed he might become a real cross-culture pioneer like Steph Curry and Steve Nash, inspiring a new generation of undersized quarterbacks to succeed at the hardest position in sports. Entering year 7, that lofty ceiling remains out of reach. Murray has yet to win a playoff game and is playing for his job in Arizona. And sad truth is, to many, he's just another guy at the position. Now, obviously, that has to change. Murray must make a serious leap in class. He must be consistently excellent, or he might end up as a retread in New Orleans or Cleveland or Jacksonville, maybe even a backup quarterback someplace. Now, some respected national writers actually believe it's Jonathan Gannon who is on a hot seat this season, as in the case for most third-year coaches who have yet to have a winning season. But I don't believe the Cardinals head coach is under that kind of pressure. But this much is true. If Gannon were to get axed after this season, it would only happen because their starting quarterback crashed out hard in year 7. Now, Murray doesn't owe us anything, but I do think he's got a debt of gratitude with Gannon, a head coach who has strongly been in his corner from day one. And this is the time for paybacks, folks, before time is no longer an option. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Probably a little more vocal, I would say. When things aren't right, he'll speak up. So the dominant trait in his personality, he has it, and it's showed up more to me in the last couple of years, last year or so. He leads by example. He does everything right. And I would say I've seen him take a step with not just being connected with the offense, but with the entire team, which is cool.
That's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about where he has seen Kyler Murray take the biggest steps in leadership. I agree wholeheartedly with the gist of the blast. We had the discussion earlier, too. If you're going to, nobody wants to point out hot seats or pressure on July 25th in the NFL, but if we're going to have those conversations, I think the pressure conversation with the Cardinals starts with Kyler Murray. He's going into year 7 as a starter. you can rack your brain and say, all right, what NFL quarterback has been decent for 6 years, and then in year 7, the light bulb goes on.
Mm-hmm.
So along those lines, we've seen these tantalizing stretches from Kyler Murray. We've never seen it for a full season. But would you be, let's just go down that road. Let's say the light bulb goes on this year. We see 17, not every quarterback has great games every week.
No.
Let's say 15 to 15, 16 great starts this year
All right.
from Kyler Murray, and the win-loss record follows. Would you be shocked by that because of the rarity of that path?
No,
to get to an elite quarterback.
Listen, we've all seen it in flashes from him. He's obviously great at running with the football. His elusiveness is probably unparalleled in the NFL. We've seen those magical plays that he can come up with off schedule. We've seen how talented he is at delivering the football. So his throwing arm can be elite. I used to think he was a really good deep ball thrower. I'm not sure I've seen a lot of evidence of that recently, but if it comes out in little bits and pieces, and if it comes out over the course of quarters in games, then it's there. How do you harness it? Mm-hmm. How do you make it a full-time thing? How do you be consistently excellent? And it's fascinating because that ceiling, that high end of Kyler Murray, it's MVP caliber stuff, which is why he's shown up in MVP tracking lists on a couple of times in his career already. Now, he hasn't lasted there, but he's flashed as one. So that's really the conundrum here. How do you get him to do this consistently? And then you wonder, can he do it consistently? Is his size ultimately going to prevent him from being the quarterback that we all hoped he would be?
Yeah.
And that's also a possibility as well. I'm just going to say this again because this is honest to God's truth. Kyler Murray, at the fact that the whole football world, and we know because we were in Indianapolis for this, the whole football world revolved around his measurement. And oh my goodness, how tall is he? Is he 5'8"? Is he 5'10"? How tall is this kid? And then when he checked in where he checked in, it was like, okay, he's close enough to Russell Wilson. He's close enough to Drew Brees. We can draft him now. And the Cardinals did. And at that point in time, like I said, there's not a lot of athletes who are great while being undersized at their position. I mentioned Steph Curry. I mentioned Steve Nash. This applies to Steph Curry more than Steve Nash, but Steve Nash did inspire a generation of point guards, including Steph Curry. This is what Kyler Murray, how he was viewed when he came into the NFL, that if this kid really conquers the NFL the way he conquered college football, the way he conquered baseball, if he really pulls this off, he is going to inspire an entire nation. He's going to become a Disney spokesperson. That's how big this kid is. He's gonna pitch Coke. That's how big this kid is gonna become. And I believe
drink.
Yeah, the drink, folks. So to me, I think that is that ceiling still there? It's a little late in the game for him now. It's a little late in the game for him to kind of spin into that kind of player where he is now, Patrick Mahomes, but smaller. But we've seen it in bits and pieces. So how do you get it out of him consistently? That is that's been the entire mandate of this coaching staff.
Yeah, there's a lot of grand things that you just brought up, and look, if he does reach that level, yes, I think those things would follow. But I like to use examples. I like to use history. We're in the middle of a baseball season where the Arizona Diamondbacks have played 103 games, and how many times have we said over the course of these last few weeks, they are what they are. They're showing you what they are.
I know.
We've got 6 years of experience with Kyler Murray that he is a decent middle-of-the-road NFL starting quarterback. Can you get to the playoffs with a middle-of-the-road quarterback? Absolutely. Teams do it every year.
But can you win a Super Bowl with him?
Can you win a Super Bowl? That's a different story.
And they got to the playoffs with him,
Yes.
and then they almost got to the playoffs again with him.
The list of teams that have won the Super Bowl with middle-of-the-road or less starting quarterbacks, you can name them up.
We all know them.
Brad Johnson. It's Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
It's guys like that.
No, Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco, although he was pretty damn good when the Ravens won. But what did those teams also have? They had spectacular units elsewhere.
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly right.
So that's where the onus comes on the defense. And maybe we should be talking about pressure on Nick Rollis.
Well, no, you're right. That's true because Trent Dilfer, Ravens defense, Brad Johnson, it was Brad Johnson who played for Tampa when they won.
When they beat the Raiders.
Incredible defense. So maybe that's what they're thinking.
But to your point, too, and you said once upon a time you thought Kyler Murray was an elite deep ball thrower. The numbers bared that out. But I referenced Josh Norris's stats on Marvin Harrison Jr. on tight window throws. He also quoted in that same post on X, Rich Hribar from Sharp Football Analysis. Kyler Murray last year had only 7 passing conversions on 3rd and 7 or more last year. 7.
Wow.
One more than Deshaun Watson and the same number as Michael Penix Jr., who played only in a handful of games.
Wow.
So
that's obviously an area of improvement.
Got to get better.
Yeah,
but it also goes hand in hand with methodology and design on the offensive side of the ball. Coming up next, where are we going next?
Jared, help him out.
There's a tease.
The Los Angeles Rams hope they have the next Aaron Donald. But can he lift like him? We're going to get into a funny story next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now they will voyage out onto their longest road trip of the season, where many of the Diamondbacks who go on this trip might not come back and will find themselves potentially in different uniforms, as the D-backs will not return until after this year's trade deadline.
D-backs at the Pirates. Game 1 this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for New Life Dental Implant Center. New Life Dental Implant Center, changing the game for people who have dental issues. One of our listeners, her name is Cindy, faced significant dental challenges, affected her confidence, her quality of life. She discovered New Life Dental Implant Center. She felt welcomed and cared for by their compassionate team. She went forward with her decision to get implants. She experienced a remarkable transformation, regaining her smile and her self-assurance. That's what people are getting from New Life Dental Implant Center. They're giving people their dignity back, and that is because their implants are more affordable than anything else you are going to find in the industry. They offer great convenience. Everything is done in one location, from lab work to surgery to follow-ups. They've got great financing options that makes it all affordable. That's what New Life Dental Implant Center is all about, folks. They want their implants available to everybody who needs them, even people of limited means, people with limited to zero insurance. Those flexible financing plans pulls it all together. Give them a call. Get more information. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Diamond Dave, and I've been doing this for over 35 years and my family for 4 generations. A lot has changed since 1990. Our marketing, our teams, even many of our sources. But one thing hasn't changed. Our commitment to offering the absolute best quality at the lowest prices possible. People ask why we don't do weekends, why we don't have 40 feet of showcases, why we work by appointment only. Simple. We're not a jewelry store. We're world-class importers, designers, and wholesalers. To give you elite quality at wholesale pricing, we have to do things differently. Think a high-end showroom where thousands of rings on display makes it better? It doesn't. It just makes it more expensive and a lot less personal. Come to Diamond Dave's and buy the smart way with insider access, wholesale prices, and zero pressure.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ooh, ma. What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
In our lifetimes, we both watched a lot of football, right, Bick?
A ton of it.
I am comfortable in saying in all the football that I've watched, and I watched Lawrence Taylor's whole career. I watched Ray Lewis's whole career. I watched a lot of the greats. I've never seen a more disruptive defensive player, especially on the line, than Aaron Donald. And, you know, being in Arizona and playing in the same division as the St. Louis/LA Rams for all those years,
right?
Cardinals fans had the unfortunate experience to watch Aaron Donald wreak havoc twice a year. He's the most disruptive force I've ever seen.
There's no doubt about it.
The day he retired early, by the way, had a lot of football left in him, was a good day for offensive linemen and fans of teams not named the Rams.
And a great day for Kyler Murray.
Well, the Rams didn't take long to find maybe their next beast defensively. They got Jared Verse out of Florida State. Last year, I believe he was the defensive rookie of the year, was he not?
Yeah, he was.
So he's going into year 2. And apparently, Jared Verse, in preparation for year 2, did a workout with Aaron Donald, who, mind you, is retired. Yeah. So Jared Verse told a great story with the media at Rams training camp about what it's like to train with Aaron Donald. Listen to this.
I show up. It's like 11 in the morning. I'm thinking we got like an hour workout. I got plans after. I got things I got to do throughout the day. I was planning on watching film and everything like that. We show up. He doesn't say hi and nothing like that. He sees me. He's like, come on. Gives a little dap up. We walk inside. He's like, stretch how you have to. I stretch. We do 4. Everything he does is like a circuit. We do 4 workouts. It's all cardio. Versus the climber bike. What was it? Lunges and core. 4 rounds each. You do all that. You're already tired. You're kind of like, oh my God, whatever. Then you do 4 sets of core, 2 different workouts. So it's like 8 different workouts, 4 sets each. You do all that for 4 sets. You go through. He's like, all right, you ready for the real workout? I'm like, bro, I've been here for 45 minutes. What are you talking about? We go to the weight room. It's all arms. That's why he's big as hell. We go to the weight room. It's like 8 different circuits, all arms, 4 sets each. I'm there for an hour and a half. His wife came in laughing at me. I told her to call the police. I'm dead serious. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm dead serious. I told her to call the police. She wouldn't do it. I tried to lie and say my mom was at my house and I had to go let her in. He told me to give my keys to his, like his management or assistant or something. They would go let my mom in. So I wasn't leaving. Finished the workout. I'm like dead tired. I'm exhausted. I had a plan to go jump in the sauna afterwards. Didn't happen. Had plans to watch film. Didn't happen. Went home and I didn't work out for like another day and a half because I couldn't move my body. He needs to stay away from me. And the security sees him on the property. They need to take care of him.
Listen, I heard that yesterday, and Jared Verse, what a great personality, huh? Just the way he told that story. If security sees him rolling around here,
keep him away from me.
That is so fantastic, right? I had to lie to him, tell him I had to go home and let my mother in, and he said, I'll just have my assistant do it.
But this is a player in Jared Verse where he's a beast in his own right.
Yes, he is.
And being out-beasted, if you will, by a retired player. That just shows you how maniacal Aaron Donald was.
I'm watching the video, and I'm like, this guy is gigantic. How could he be complaining about working out? But,
I don't know if you saw the interview back in June. Teron Armstead was a longtime tackle in the NFL, Pro Bowler, called it a career, said he retired. And he was asked in a Sirius XM Blitz radio interview what pass rusher that he faced made his decision easier to retire. Like, you're okay. His response was, number one, he was a rookie from the Rams. That young boy, Jared Verse, I'm cool. I'm good. I never have to see that man again. I'm okay with never seeing that young man again in my life.
This is what really sucks about being in the division with the Rams. They had like one first-round pick in like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they nailed
what their
it.
Stance was on picks.
Right.
It was blank them picks.
Yeah.
Right. But they had that one pick, and then they nailed it, and they got like the next defensive superstar of the next decade.
Incredible. Yes, it's not fair. It's incredible though. This is the same Aaron Donald, by the way, who beat LaShawn McCoy in a street foot race. Remember that footage? We talked about it last year.
Mm-hmm.
And people couldn't believe it. A defensive tackle retired, beating LaShawn McCoy in a foot race?
But see, nobody thought like Aaron Donald retired because he was losing it or because he was, washed up. He retired still as, if not the best, one of the best players in the NFL. And he just retired because what was the reasoning why he retired? He didn't want the grind anymore?
Yeah, he'd made enough money and he was happy and he won a championship. And look, it's a hard life, man.
It's a hard life, and it's happening much more and more in modern NFL. But it used to be like you would never retire if you had anything left in the tank.
No, but I mean, also now these players with the money that they make, and Aaron Donald was at the top of his game and made a lot of money. But you can make the decision: do I want to keep going for the money, or do I want to be able to walk when I'm done?
Exactly. And you talked to Jake Plummer, who walked away early, and he's like, I remember talking to him like, man, I can get out of my car without issue. I can play racquetball. I can do all these things. Mm-hmm. Man, I dodged that bullet. I'm so happy I did that. Then we mentioned Jared Valdir earlier, who was once a monstrously big, immovable offensive lineman for the Cardinals. I still remember that game when Carson Palmer was out and Drew Stanton had to come in. They beat the Rams in this slugfest, and Jared Valdir was just monstrous. He woke up one day, and it was just gone. You remember that? And he came to camp and didn't want to come to camp, and it was one of those
He kind of waffled on it. And he went back, and he was never the same player.
And never the same. And it was sort of proof of once you think about retirement, you are in retirement in football. And so it's
not in radio.
Not
We'd all be retired for a decade by now. You just threw me right off my train of thought.
Sorry.
Oh, no. So, and that anecdote you told about Teron Armstead, that's also a thing about football. Guys come in on a Sunday, and they think they're prepped up, and they think they're ready to go, and then they just get their backsides handed to them on the first couple of plays, and they realize, oh, no, I've got 3 hours of this, have to deal with this.
Oh, I remember meeting I won't say his name because I don't know if he wants it out there, but a friend of a friend who played in the NFL, who was an offensive lineman, and I remember just picking his brain like, who was the guy that you just hated blocking? His answer was, all of them. He said they were all monsters.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
We take it for granted as consumers of football, but we on the outside, you got no idea.
No idea whatsoever.
Yeah. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Josh Naylor already traded out of town. What's next for the Diamondbacks as the trade deadline is looming in Major League Baseball? We'll talk about it with ESPN baseball insider David Shenfield. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Arnians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. Arizonasports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number
186-438-CR42. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings.
senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berthelot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and get unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Yesterday, D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall told this very show that he expects Arizona to be sellers at the deadline, and yesterday the selling began. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. To read more about those prospects and what might come next, go to arizonasports.com. The Diamondbacks returned to the field today on the road versus the Pirates. First pitch at 3:40. You could hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. And the Mercury are also on the road with the game in New York versus the Liberty. Tip-off is at 4:30 for that game. That is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. With trades on the horizon, how is D-backs manager Torey Lovello keeping the focus for his team? We'll ask him today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Yeah, we are in the middle of the trade season. Began last night. Diamondbacks striking first. They send first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for 2 pitching prospects. Here to talk D-backs and MLB trade deadline. Senior writer from ESPN, David Shenfield, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. David, happy trade season. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Look, we knew Josh Naylor had a good chance of being traded out of town. Just take a look at the trade from both sides, if you could. What does Naylor do in your mind for Seattle's playoff chances, and what was your idea or thought on what the Diamondbacks got back in the deal, David?
Yeah, the Mariners looking for offense, of course. Third base was their biggest need, so maybe the Mariners in Arizona might revisit some email exchanges here and text messages. But yeah, Luke Raley has been their first baseman. He's been platooning with Donovan Solano, so obviously Naylor is a nice upgrade there. I think for Seattle, a team that's near the bottom in strikeout rate, a big plus. Naylor is one of the best contact hitters in baseball this year. So nice fit in the middle of the Seattle order. And Brandon Garcia, you might look and see, he's only Seattle's 13th rated prospect, but Seattle has a really good farm system, one of the best in baseball. He's a lefty reliever, just made his MLB debut. I know our prospect guy, Kylie McDaniel, he really likes him quite a bit. Even though he was pitching in relief this year, both in the minors and in his couple games in the majors, he's a potential starter. I don't know if Arizona said he's going to go straight to the majors and maybe be in the bullpen, and they could develop him next year as a starter. So I think it's a solid return. First basemen aren't really in huge demand, so you're not going to get an A++ prospect for, a Josh Naylor. But it's a good roll of the dice for Arizona.
All right, and talking to Derek Hall, he kind of gave the warning, and this is true, I guess, whenever you're trading rental players, guys who are about to be free agents, and that is prepared to be underwhelmed by the return. That being said, Eugenio Suarez, he has been on a heater all season long, obviously, and there's a lot of teams that seem to want him. Do you think the Diamondbacks might strike gold with Eugenio Suarez?
Yeah, I think so. For 2 points, you guys know a lot of teams need a third baseman. The Mariners, the Yankees, maybe the Cubs. I'm kind of looking at the Tigers, who are in a free fall here lately. Their offense has really gotten in the tank, so they might want a hitter. And they got a lot to play for this year because they only have Tarek Skubal for this year and next, so their window might be very urgent here to acquire a guy like Suarez. So, yeah, I think you'll get a little more for Suarez. Again, it's going to depend. Does Arizona want one prospect? So maybe you're getting one of a team's top 5 guys, a 6th guy, or do you want a little more of a return, a team's 8th prospect and their 12th prospect, something like that. But you're right. These returns are never quite what fans think they're going to be, just because teams, they don't want to give up their prospects. Those young players who don't make money are so valuable. Teams just don't give them up, even for a guy who might hit 50-something home runs.
All right, let's get specific then on a top prospect. The Yankees are in on Suarez. Everybody knows it. There's 12 teams that have been linked to Suarez in terms of interest. That might drive it up. Spencer Jones is the number 4 Yankees prospect. He is a huge corner outfielder with power. He hit 3 home runs last night. Is there any chance you could see Spencer Jones moving in a Suarez deal, David?
Yeah, I think so. Jones he's an interesting prospect. He had a lot of shine, and then last year he had a bad year, lost a lot of shine. Now he's got it back. He's built like Aaron Judge, but let's not fool ourselves. He's not the next Aaron Judge, but he's a big, huge, athletic outfielder with a lot of power potential, a lot of swing and miss. But the Yankees, I just have this sense that there's a little desperation coming from them, right? Brian Cashman has been vocal that we're going big, this trade deadline. Toronto's passed them in the standings. So, yeah, I think that's what Arizona is hoping for, like one guy who's a potential major league starter, potential all-star. And Spencer Jones, fits kind of that description.
When you look at the couple of pitchers that might be on the market, Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, obviously 2 different players, 2 different ages, 2 different places in their careers. How do they rate on the market?
Yeah, obviously just the way they've pitched this year, Kelly is going to be the guy I think teams want. I've written this a couple times. As you guys know, he's a bulldog, kind of old school because he's not overpowering, but he's also the kind of guy every team would love him in their playoff rotation, especially after what he did in 2023. And you can say, oh, that doesn't mean anything. It does. Teams love guys who have performed in the playoffs, and Merrill Kelly did that 2 years ago. So I think there's going to be a lot of interest in him. Zach Gallen, I know he's been kind of a little better lately, but it's still not the Zach Gallen we've seen the last 5 years. So somebody will still be interested in him, although I know my colleague Jeff Passan, his thoughts were kind of like, well, maybe they trade Kelly because they could potentially attempt to re-sign him next year. And Gallen, you give him the qualifying offer, and if you lose him, you get a draft pick. And that draft pick might be more valuable than what you get in a trade.
ESPN senior baseball writer David Shenfield, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Moving away from the Diamondbacks, when you look at some of the bigger names that could be available, could be moved between now and Thursday, David, who are some of the names that really pop off the page to you?
Well, the name you keep hearing, and he's kind of in the Merrill Kelly line of ability, is Mitch Keller for the Pirates, who's interesting because he's not an ace, for sure. He's not, he's a number 2, number 3 kind of guy, but he's signed for 3 more years. So that you don't usually see that kind of guy traded at the deadline, but the Pirates are so desperate for long-term offense, and they have this guy, Paul Skeens, you may have heard of him, in their rotation. Yeah. They got Bubba Chandler in the minors, who some consider the top pitching prospect. So the feeling is they might have enough pitching to trade a Mitch Keller. So that's interesting just because that's kind of the guy who's not usually traded. And now then I look at Cleveland, who they're 8 games out, 500, but Detroit's falling. But if they do decide to sell, Stephen Kwan's name has been out there, Emmanuel Clase, their closer. So a couple names like that. They're long shots, but yeah, that would spice up the old rumor mill if those two get traded.
Now, the Diamondbacks are largely in this position of having to be sellers due to all the injuries that have decimated their pitching staff. They're certainly not alone. It's happened in L.A. It's happened elsewhere. We've talked to a lot of people about this, and they're calling it basically an existential crisis in baseball. The amount of guys who are having to go get Tommy John surgery because of the velocity and the spin rates. What do you make of this whole phenomenon that's in baseball? How serious and how worried are you about where it's going?
Yeah, no, it's been ongoing for years and years now, and I think you make a good point. It's not just the velocity. Yeah, people are throwing harder, but to me, it's the spin rates on the breaking balls and the number of off-speed pitches these guys throw. They throw fewer fastballs than the old days. They go to these pitching labs and develop these pitches, which are great. Great strikeout pitches, but now they're. I always say this. I'm a little older. I don't know how old you guys are. But back in the day, a good starting pitcher usually had 3 pitches, maybe 2. A lot of all-time greats. Steve Carlton, fastball slider. Sandy Koufax, fastball curveball, on and on. 2 pitches for the most part. Now they have 4, 5, 6 pitches. I just think there's an effect there on your elbow when you're throwing hard and you are throwing all these different kinds of pitches. And this is not scientific evidence. That's just my theory. You throw all that together, and all these pitchers are getting hurt, even though they're throwing fewer innings. And unfortunately, there's just no signs that teams have figured this out.
Yeah.
And it's a big red spot on the sport for sure.
No doubt. David, thanks so much for making some time for us today. Really appreciate the conversation.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. David Shenfield, ESPN Baseball Insider, senior writer. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we've already put together our offenses. It's time to assemble the all-time Arizona Cardinals defenses. We'll do it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I was concerned from opening day. I remember Zach Gallen didn't have a very good start. The defense wasn't great on opening day, and I was like, I'm sure they'll figure it out, but that was not the greatest way to open the season.
I think after the Sun season, you were looking for the Diamondbacks to really take off, and I don't feel like they ever really took off. There was never this run where, good luck rest of the league, except maybe the Dodgers.
And we kind of felt that way going in. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Here we go, baby. Buckle up.
Kind of feel that way. I thought this team was definitely a playoff team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with another real-life success story courtesy of Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is a fireman. His wife's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, which is really good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage. They're going to pay off all that credit card debt and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It's more proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear because you always have access to your equity. That is the beauty of a Life Changer Loan where you combine your banking with your mortgage. You literally do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first on your home, and as a result, you're going to wake up one day down the road, that mortgage payment's going to be gone. 5 years, the average length of time, which is pretty significant. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity, gives you the power to pay off, pay back, borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Now, this is not for everyone. You've got to have the right set of financials, a really good credit score. Highly recommend you find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog
House downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
The ultimate Cardinals draft.
The Arizona Cardinals. You know who's been a fan of the Arizona Cardinals? You know who pays attention to Air Cardinals football?
All of us are excited about the Cards.
Your Arizona Cardinals.
Adi, 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 soda!
In the 7 o'clock hour, Bick and I each drafted our all-time Arizona Cardinals offenses. We're going to get these graphics up at the end of the show. It's a fun exercise to go all the way back. 38 years in the making for the Arizona Cardinals. It's time to draft our defenses. We are going with 4 defensive linemen, 2 ends, 2 tackles, 3 linebackers, 2 corners, 2 safeties. We will each draft a special teams ace as well on the defensive side.
There
of
you
the
go.
ball.
Here's what I've noticed so far from the first round of the offensive players.
Yes.
The Cardinals have had a lot of good players on their team, but they've had almost exactly 2 teams worth of exactly good players. If we had to put together a third, it's not that deep in great players. You know what I mean?
Like, had we looped you into this exercise
Right.
and had 3 people drafting?
Like,
yeah.
imagine 2 more quarterbacks.
Yeah. No, listen.
Even 2 more wide receivers.
The amount of lean years this franchise has is part of their legacy, unfortunately.
Well, there's a lot of wide receivers that were left over.
I mean, DeAndre Hopkins.
DeAndre Hopkins was still on the list. David Boston led the NFL in receiving one year. He was on the list. Steve Breston, Michael Floyd.
Yeah. Well, okay.
What a dorch.
Yeah.
What a dorch.
All right, I drafted first on the offensive side, Bick, so that means I'm going to let you draft first on the defensive
All
side
right,
of the ball.
to me, in terms of class and pedigree, there's a clear number 1 selection. Give me Aeneas Williams, cornerback, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, you took my pick.
Sorry.
Aeneas Williams off the board. I'm going to stay in the defensive backfield, and I'm going to take one of the most intimidating figures in Cardinals history. Taking Adrian Wilson.
Ooh.
One of my safeties.
The guy who got me suspended for a week. Coming on the radio and dropping F-bombs with impunity.
Still don't know how you got suspended for that.
It's one of life's great mysteries.
You didn't do anything wrong.
It's one of life's great mysteries.
He
Vinny.
did something wrong, and your board op did something wrong.
One of life's great mysteries.
Yeah. All right, so Aeneas and A-Dub off both A-Dubs off the board.
Right. Okay, I'm going to take a safety. Give me Buda Baker.
That's a good pick right there, because I was going to go double. I was going to double it up, but now I'm not. All right, where am I going to go? Pass rush is a premium position, right?
Oh, yeah.
One of my defensive ends, I'm going to take Simeon Rice.
Ooh, love Simeon Rice.
One of the great quotes in Cardinals history, too.
Yeah, okay. Then I'm going to go cornerback again and give me Patrick Peterson.
That's going to be tough to beat.
I got good cornerbacks.
Well, then I'm going pass rush again, and I'm going Chandler Jones.
Oh, boy, you're going to terrorize the quarterback. Okay. Darn it, I might have made a tactical error.
I might have, too. I don't have a corner yet.
All right,
you don't have a pass rusher yet.
All right, give me safety. I will take Pat Tillman.
Pat Tillman off the board.
Just because I want his vibes on the team.
Safety. All right. I need somebody in the interior of the defensive line. This is a good spot for Calais Campbell.
Ooh, it's a great spot. That's what you're taking?
All right, yeah. So your secondary is filled.
Oh, yeah, but I got nothing else.
You need to fill the front seven.
I got nothing else, man. I will take... Give me linebacker Carlos Dansby.
Oh, good pick. I definitely had a star next to his name. Yeah, I need a linebacker, too. I'm going to go with kind of the prototypical middle linebacker when he was in town. I'm going to go with Eric Hill.
Oh, he was a good player.
From the early days of the Cardinals.
Yeah.
All right, you got Dansby, Aeneas, Patrick Peterson, Budda Baker, Pat Tillman so far.
Let me ask you this, because this is the early eras of Cardinal football. How long was Seth Joyner a member of the Arizona Cardinals?
A handful of years.
Okay,
yeah,
Seth Joyner, linebacker.
Seth Joyner. Good pick. All right. I think I need another linebacker, too. I'm going to make a controversial pick. He was really good.
Darn it!
You thought you were going to stash him away? You thought you were going to stash Darryl Washington away? Nope. You can't have him. Because I'm taking him.
Whatever happened
is he coming back
Darryl
soon?
Washington?
When is that suspension ending?
Wasn't that story just lingering in the valley forever?
That was a lingerer, yes.
I would say literally for like 4 seasons.
Yeah. All right, I got to do some interior defensive line work myself. Give me Darnell Dockett.
Ooh, great pick. Darnell Dockett. He's the only Cardinal who's ever had 3 sacks in the Super Bowl.
That's indeed.
All right, where am I going to go with my other defensive lineman? They go with a big body like Dumpster Dan. I'm going to go with kind of an unsung Arizona Cardinal from the 90s, Michael Bankston, at defensive tackle.
Good pick.
Just kind of a steady, reliable guy.
Good pick. I will take... I've got one linebacker.
I don't have a corner yet.
Yeah. I'm going to take linebacker... Well... Give me Hassan Reddick.
Ooh, good pick.
As a linebacker.
Yeah, and he's eligible to play because he played every position on the defense for the Cardinals.
Yes, he did.
I might as well take my first corner because you can't take any more.
Yep.
But you got Williams and Patrick Peterson. I'm going to go with DRC.
Good pick.
Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie is the pick. Vic still needs 2 defensive ends, a defensive tackle, and a special teamer.
Yeah. I will go defensive tackle. Give me Eric Swan from back in the day.
I can't believe I passed him up.
He was really good for a while until those knees gave out on him.
Yep. All right. I need a linebacker, a corner, a safety, and a special teamer. I'm not picking against you now because those spots are all filled on your team except for special teams.
That's right.
So I'm going to go... I don't know where I'm going to go.
We're going to go into break as if where we're going to go.
I'm going to go Dayon Buchanan at linebacker.
Oh, that's a good pick. The dollar position.
Don't call him a linebacker.
Yeah, right.
Sorry I called you a linebacker, Dayon.
All right,
you didn't like that.
I'll take my DNs. Great player and a great dude. Bertrand Berry, B-Train.
Oh, B-Train's off the board. All right, I need my second corner. I'm going to go with...
Not the deepest position in Cardinals history.
No.
No.
I'm like... Ooh, wow. I'll make Gambo happy. I'm going to go with Antrell Roll.
There you go.
It was either him or Antonio Cromartie. Or Byron Murphy. All right, Bick, you need
made the right call.
You need a D end and a special teamer.
Okay, the DN, give me J.J. Watt. Short timer, but
Had impact.
good locker room guy.
His last year was very good.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go with my second safety. Honey Badger or Kwame Lassiter.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. Honey Badger
Yeah.
don't care.
Come on. I'm going to go with Tyrann Mathieu.
You got to go Honey Badger there.
I was a huge Kwame Lassiter
and to
fan,
wrap
though.
it up, special teams. Ron Wolfley.
Oh.
How dare you turn your back
I
on
was going to
Justin
say,
Bethel.
one of the top 10 most popular athletes in Arizona history.
All right, so I swung and missed on that one.
I'll go Justin Bethel.
There you go.
How good was Vi Sikahima here?
He was a Pro Bowl punt returner, kick returner.
Who beat up the stanchion once.
I know Wolf loves him.
Yeah. Anthony Edwards, early on, he worked for the Cardinals for a long time, too, after his career. Great special teams player. They had Sean Morey. They had a lot of good special teams players.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. My defense, Simeon Rice, Chandler Jones on the ends, Calais Campbell, Michael Bankston. My linebackers, Darrell Washington, Eric Hill, Dayon Buchanan. DRC and Antrell Roll at the corners, Adrian Wilson, Tyrann Mathieu at safety, Justin Bethel special teams. Bick's got Bertrand Berry and J.J. Watt on the ends, Dockett and Swan in the middle. Oof. Dansby, Joyner, Reddick at linebacker, Aeneas Williams and Patrick Peterson at the corners, Buddha and Pat Tillman at safety, and Ron Wolfley.
That's got a lot of heart, that team. My God.
A lot of heart.
Buddha, Wolf, and Pat Tillman.
Yeah, how about it?
I thought this would be
and
fun.
And J.J. Watt.
And I was right.
It was fun.
Who's your head coach?
Oh, I'm taking Bruce Arians.
So am I.
What? You gotta take Wisenhunt.
Okay, no. You can have Bruce. I'll take Dave McGinnis, who was never gifted a good team. Great guy. I'm going to give him a good team.
Great guest on the show, too.
Right. And watch Mac do his stuff.
You really want McGinnis over Arians?
Sure.
All right,
You can take Bruce.
I'll take
I love Bruce Arians more than anybody, but you called him first.
Wisenhunt got to the Super Bowl. Come on. No?
No. Hard pass.
Is there history there? Coming up next, Jared's going to take us through some social studies here on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Yesterday, D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall joined this very show and said he expects Arizona to be sellers at the deadline, and yesterday, the selling began. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. To read more about the prospects and what might come next for the D-backs at the trade deadline, go to arizonasports.com. The D-backs returned to the field today on the road versus the Pirates. First pitch is at 3:40. You could hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. And the Mercury are also on the road with a game in New York versus the Liberty. Tip-off is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Social Studies.
Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for some social studies. And here, because I reminded him to do it, Jared Carlin to take us through it here on this Friday. Did you remember to write a sports kebab today?
Yes, I'm still writing it, but I did remember. That's always first on my mind. This is Social Studies. I have my glasses on. I can read without making the font 150%.
Can we go back, by the way, and get the video of that first update and put it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll ask the video people for it.
It's very funny.
It was funny, and then I screwed up the second one, too. It was quite a start to the day.
Yes, it was.
Reminiscent of the, guess who it is, of the old days. All right. Let's talk about social media, because we are all across everywhere you want to be. In some places, that you don't dare go. We are on X/Twitter, Bickley_Murata, and we are on Blue Sky, Bickley and Murata. We post questions. You can interact with us and answer, and we go through on social studies. We also post videos from the show on Facebook and Instagram, Bickley and Murata, and you can watch us live all day long. In fact, if you were watching at 6 a.m. and 6:30, you could have seen me perform these ridiculous updates on YouTube. Just search Arizona Sports 98.7. Okay, first question. Cardinals fans, who is under more pressure this season and why? Kyler Murray or Jonathan Gannon? We talked about this earlier in a couple different ways.
Yeah, to me, it's clearly Kyler Murray. I think Jonathan Gannon, despite losing 22 games in 2 years, is widely seen inside and outside, has been doing a really good job. His A grade in the NFLPA anonymous survey says a whole lot. I've been very clear about that. Without question, Kyler Murray is under more pressure this season.
I would agree with Bick. Just in terms of year 7 as opposed to year 3. We've seen the Kyler Murray situation be very positive at times, where he has been an MVP candidate in October. But that, to me, is like being the number 1 team in college football in October. Nobody cares.
Nobody
cares. You got to
cares.
be a candidate. You got to be at the top of the list at the end of the year. So
The full season is still missing.
Yeah.
He's gone
That's
from
what we
having
wanna
some
see.
good games to good stretches, but we're still missing the full season.
Pressure's on Kyler.
What do you think, with nearly 300 votes, the percentage split is on this?
Oh, I'm going to guess it's probably 98%.
98% in Kyler?
Yes.
I would say 70 Kyler. I haven't checked.
It's not 98, but it is 97% Kyler Murray.
Wow.
Just shows you what people think. Darrell Lee maybe sums it up here. I don't know about internally with the team, but I don't think from a fan perspective that this is even a question. It feels like fans are perfectly okay with Gannon and his direction, and even Kyler stands are like, it's year 7. Let's get going.
Well, we're waiting.
Exactly. Let's go on to the next question here. Josh Naylor was traded, and you mentioned that Naylor was good this year, very good, but wasn't really here long enough for fans to get really attached to him to make it feel that much pain in this. We'll see what happens with Geno, Gallen, Merrill Kelly, 3 fan favorites. But what was the most painful trade in Arizona sports history, and why? Wow. And you could do it in the moment, you could do it retroactively, you could do it emotionally, or you can do it just it was a bad trade.
Okay, for me, the answer is very, very clear. I absolutely fell in love with the 7 seconds or less Phoenix Suns. Trading Joe Johnson because you didn't want to pay him an additional $5 million was so stupid and short-sighted, and I knew it in real time. And it was that trade that kind of, just changed the course of everything. And while the Suns got a really good player in return that nobody saw coming in Boris Diaw, Joe Johnson in that group, Joe Johnson was a tremendous player. That's where I go.
It is. Most people believe had they not traded Joe Johnson, they'd have at least a championship.
I'm one of them.
But you hit the Diaw part of that, and he was so good. And even for a great Suns team where he was forced to play center for a full season.
He was so smart.
He was fantastic.
He was so great opposite Steve Nash, because Steve Nash, super high IQ, and Boris Diaw, super high IQ, and they were great together.
But you could say in the moment it was painful because a lot of people didn't want to trade Joe Johnson. Mm-hmm. They wanted to keep him. Maybe not, in retrospect too, I guess.
In the early 80s, the Suns were very close to competing for a championship. And they traded Dennis Johnson, who was an all-defensive, all-first-team, all-NBA player and defensive whiz, to the Boston Celtics for a third-string center in Rick Roby.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Why? Why did they do that? Money?
It was a Jerry Colangelo belief that they needed bigger bodies to compete. And wow, it was
like
bad.
The guy in Dallas. All right. Rhett Reese agrees with you, goes with Joe Johnson. The slow-motion train wreck that began about 6 weeks before was excruciating, and I think it cost us a ring or two. Several people mentioned trading Sean Marion, big fan favorite, for Shaquille O'Neal.
It was a bad one.
I can't remember. In real time, were people like really mad at that? Because it was still getting
people were
Shaq.
dumbfounded that suddenly Shaquille O'Neal was on our basketball team.
Dumbfounded for that. And Sean Marion he had turned off some people because he was doing a lot of squawking there at the end.
Yep.
But mostly the reaction that I remember was, oh, my God, can you believe Shaq's here?
Right.
And Shaq, as soon as he got to town, was so visible and about town that...
pointing at the ring in the box. All right, a few more. Stephen Reese says, trading 4 members of our starting lineup for Richie Sexson. Four Peaks Sports says possibly the Paul Goldschmidt trade, a player loved by the fans who was also really good, and we had nothing to show for it almost immediately. Not to mention his next contract was less than we expected, and we could have kept him potentially. And lots of people said trading Steve Nash, not because he was so great still, which he was good, but because he went to the Lakers. Trading Steve Nash to the Lakers.
Trading Steve Nash the second time was painful.
Yeah, the second time, the Lakers part of it.
That was rough, too.
And then we'll go quickly through Mock My World. Relatively close with an hour left on athletes and musicians who who shared the same first name. Tim Ring,
again,
going for a repeat, 40.2%. Vince, you have 30%. Dan, you're at 17%. I'm in last place again with 13%.
You're in a real slump.
I didn't really like my team that much. I tried to go with unique names. I should have taken some of the obvious
ones.
ones.
I think Tim getting Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson.
Yeah, but Michael Jackson's disgusting.
Exactly.
He's the king of pop, man.
He's not an upstanding citizen like Sammy Sosa and Darryl Strawberry. But yeah, that's keep voting on that. Bickley_Murata.
Darryl Strawberry's turned his life around.
That's true.
You would have told me at once upon a time that if the '86 Mets, Dwight Gooden, Darryl Strawberry, and Lenny Dykstra, who would turn out to be the biggest train wreck, I never would have guessed Lenny Dykstra.
Yeah.
That's funny.
There you go.
That's really good.
There's social studies on this Friday. Want to remind you can text the word fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are limited, so text fantasy to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, the demand for Eugenio Suarez. Will it drive up the return? We'll get into those possibilities next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Darius Robinson, I just want to make sure he gets through this training camp and he's healthy because of a couple of things. Number one, for him personally, he's a great kid. If you ever had a chance to meet this guy, he is a great kid, first and foremost. So I want to really root for him because of that. And number two, this guy could be a wrecking ball.
Yeah.
And if he is that wrecking ball, the Arizona Cardinals' chances of getting into the postseason are going to be huge.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There's a myth in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at the big box stores, and that's because people walk into those stores. You might see a TV at the front of the store, and it's a really low price, and you think, wow, I have to shop here. What you don't know is that television is probably hot garbage. It will rob you of quality and experience, and if you ask for some help at that big box store, good luck, you will get none of it. That is one of many reasons why you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They will give you expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff that can answer your questions, that can get you into the electronics you're looking for. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room if you like, and all the major name brands you're looking for. And best of all, you don't pay a premium for their expertise and that extremely knowledgeable staff and that experience, because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. They'll also
also give you other great service you won't get anywhere else. Same-day delivery, 7 days a week. You'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. And when you're at Waltz, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get an additional incentive, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Looking for premium golf without the premium price? Verado Golf Club is your premier 36-hole destination, offering stunning mountain views, 2 award-winning courses, and top-tier hospitality, all at an unbeatable price. Whether you're here for the challenge or the scenery, Verado delivers the ultimate desert golf experience. So grab your clubs and book your tee time today. Verado Golf Club, where championship golf meets everyday value. Visit VeradoGolfClub.com to reserve your round now.
Hey, it's Luke. Can Arizona State football become a blue blood? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. We continue on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up till 10 o'clock, getting you ready for the weekend. Then it's Wolf and Luke up next, followed by Burns and Gambo, minus the Burns part. Gambo.
Burnsy!
Gambo playing through injury yesterday.
Yeah.
With Tim Ring. We had David Shenfield on earlier, and he gave a pretty good grade or reaction to what the Diamondbacks were able to get in the Josh Naylor trade from Seattle. And that was 2 pitching prospects at different stages of their development. One just about ready in Brandon Garcia, to make the jump to the major leagues. In fact, had been pitching in the major leagues for Seattle. He was optioned to AAA Reno. And then Ashton Izzy, who's lower, he'll be at high A, Hillsboro. But he seemed to like the return for Josh Naylor.
Yeah.
And he also painted a picture, and I'm trying to guard against this because I really want the Diamondbacks, if they're going to go down the road, and it looks like they're going to, of trading Eugenio Suarez.
Oh, they are.
To really cash in.
Yeah.
And when you have 12 teams vying for the services of the top bat available on the market, it can work to your advantage. And I brought up one specific prospect because the connection between the Yankees and the Diamondbacks on the Suarez front has been going on for a couple of weeks. my nephew's a big Yankees fan, and he was marveling at what Suarez was doing. And every time Gino hit a home run, he's like, I guess we're throwing in this prospect. And then he texts me again, maybe Spencer Jones is available. Spencer Jones is the number 4 prospect in the Yankees organization. He did hit 3 home runs in a loss yesterday. He's 6'7", 240 pounds, really athletic. He represents something that the Diamondbacks don't have in their future, and that is Corbin Carroll is fantastic, but I'm talking a big, strapping,
intimidating
outfielder. I don't know much about his defense, I'll be honest. But David Shenfield kind of painted a picture, too, of Yankee desperation. That makes me excited. That they might be able to bilk the Bronx Bombers in this deal.
And I said one of the interesting phenomenons of our sports market is that 2 of our primary stars are undersized. They're littler dudes, and that's Corbin Carroll and Kyler Murray. And you're right. Give us that big, intimidating presence right in the middle of the lineup. That gets me a little excited as well, and I think a lot of it just has to do with there are a lot of teams that could use and want Eugenio Suarez. And David brought up the Detroit Tigers, and they're a team that They were the darlings of baseball for a while.
And it looked like they were going to run away with the American League Central.
Yeah, and so that's the good news, is that if you really want Spencer Jones and the Yankees really want Eugenio Suarez, they may be forced to give him up if they want him. So, yeah, I agree. And you know what? And also, it's when I read about the trade for Josh Naylor yesterday, there were some people who really liked the Brandon Garcia piece, right?
Yeah.
The Ashton Izzy. Is he going to be good?
Hey, is he any good?
Yeah, right. Maybe not so much on him, but the Brandon Garcia piece seems to be something that is of value. So, so I'm excited to see where this goes myself.
Isn't it interesting, too, that, and yes, there's a number of teams that are interested in Suarez. Up to 12 teams have been reported. All three of the teams that Eugenio Suarez played on before he got to Arizona. I don't have any recollection of his season in 2014 in Detroit.
Nope, me neither.
But I remember him in Cincinnati and Seattle, obviously. All 3 of those teams have interest in bringing Suarez back.
And as I said earlier, they all love Gino not only as a player but as a person, and that intensifies the value because you're bringing in a good dude and a good clubhouse person. So it's not like you're hiring a bat and you've got to tolerate the dude. And so I think that's helping them as well. Here's the other thing, too. I would like, from a personal standpoint, I would like to see Gino and Merrill Kelly get into really good situations. I fell in love with Merrill Kelly during his postseason of 2023 when he showed me the greatness that is inside of him. On the biggest of stages, I would love to see him pitch more high-leverage baseball games. I don't want him to be traded. I don't want Gino to be traded. But the benefit for me, and it's particularly with my affinity for Merrill Kelly based on what he did in 23, I want to see him in those games again because it brought out the beast in him.
It did. I also found it interesting during our conversation, and the possibilities with Zach Gallen are there. And we had talked to Bob Nightingale the week that you were gone on vacation, and Bob said, look, you're probably not bringing Zach Gallen back. He's going to command over $100 million in free agency. But with the season that he has had, I wonder if it is most beneficial for Zach Gallen to be looking at free agency. The possibility of maybe keeping Zach Gallen on the qualifying offer for next year, a regroup year, and then head into free agency. Again, it's also delaying everything for a year, which can be dicey for a lot of professional athletes.
Yeah.
They want to get to that free agent deal as soon as possible. I hadn't really thought of that before either, in terms of like recalibrating before you head into free agency. Because this is not the year that Zach Gallen wanted in his walk year.
No. He's the anti-Gino. Speaking of, maybe this will be known and go down 2025, the year of Gino Suarez and Geno Smith. Geno Smith said the other day, quarterback for the Raiders, and being in Vegas, it was a great line. He said, "I'm not here to roll the dice. I'm here to run the table."
Gino's got a lot of those great lines.
This is the same
They
guy.
wrote me off, but I ain't right back.
I ain't right back. Yeah.
Does he have a team? Does he have a team of content writers that just come up
Pretty
with
good at it, right?
It's not bad. That Vegas one's pretty good.
It's really good.
I have to admit.
Not here to roll the dice. I'm here to run the table.
Here's hoping you don't crap your pants. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast, the Bickley and Marotta Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Do not let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Jared's got your Friday Sports Kebab. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now they will voyage out onto their longest road trip of the season, where many of the Diamondbacks who go on this trip might not come back and will find themselves potentially in different uniforms, as the D-backs will not return until after this year's trade deadline.
D-backs at the Pirates. Game 1 this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Looking for premium golf without the premium price? Verado Golf Club is your premier 36-hole destination, offering stunning mountain views, 2 award-winning courses, and top-tier hospitality, all at an unbeatable price. Whether you're here for the challenge or the scenery, Verado delivers the ultimate desert golf experience. So grab your clubs and book your tee time today. Verado Golf Club, where championship golf meets everyday value. Visit VeradoGolfClub.com to reserve your round now.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty. The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Yesterday, D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall told this very show that he expects Arizona to be sellers at the deadline, and yesterday, shortly after, the selling began. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. To find out more about the prospects and what the D-backs might do with Eugenio Suarez, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, and more, go to ArizonaSports.com for all your latest trade deadline news. The Diamondbacks return to the field today on the road in Pittsburgh versus the Pirates. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are also on the road with a game in New York versus the Liberty. Tip-off is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors? The Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Taking a quick look at today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question as it appears on the homepage at arizonasports.com, which, according to my computer, it's not working right now.
Okay.
Let's try it again on a different tab. Nope. Can you pull it up, Jarrett?
ArizonaSports.com currently is not working. Uh-oh.
Wah, wah, wah.
If anybody out there is listening, fix the website.
They probably know. All right.
Wow.
So, here's your reminder. Later in the day, check back at ArizonaSports.com.
Today's poll question. Who has a better attention span, ferret or a goldfish?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, what?
Yeah. So, check back momentarily on the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Sanderson Ford Poll Question on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
All right, Jared, what do you got?
Everybody says the website is working for
It
them.
is. What would you grade the Josh Naylor trade, A, B, C, D, or F?
Isn't that annoying?
What a B.
That it wasn't working for us. As soon as I said it, then it started working.
C is leading 36%. B is at 32%. 14% give it an F. Really just don't like Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. Or humongous Josh Naylor fans.
Yep, could be.
Yeah.
But, all right, now that we've got that business taken care of, it is time for this Sports Kebab Sports news scored, and guys, this will be my last Sports Kebab for a little while. And no, it's not just because I'm on vacation next week. It's because I've accepted the job to be the new CEO of Astronomer. Yes. Yeah. Well, it's been in the news a lot lately, and yes, Astronomer, they're very excited, saying that after what happened with the last CEO, I am the perfect guy to hire right now because, quote, there is no chance that any woman in the company would want to have an affair with you. I'm a little surprised that this whole cheating CEO Coldplay concert story is still being talked about. I mean, this story really has legs, and the CEO's hands were all over those legs when the camera cut to him at the concert. The news this week was not just that the CEO, but that the HR lady he was with both resigned.
The HR lady?
The HR woman? The HR person? What would you say? How would you describe it?
I don't know.
The head of HR?
I'll shut up now.
Well, I'm sick of this story because if I want to see someone dealing with HR problems, I'll watch the D-backs bullpen.
Hey!
Home runs, baby. But speaking of Coldplay, the D-backs just got swept. D-backs got swept by the Astros and will be sellers at the trade deadline. We all had high hopes, but unfortunately, the Diamondbacks' playoff chances died faster this week than an 80s celebrity.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, believe me, it pains me. It has been a really awful week in celebrity deaths as Malcolm Jamal Warner died tragically, Ozzy Osbourne died sadly, and Hulk Hogan died. But the D-backs have underperformed and had terrible injury luck this year, and it sucks because they did everything right this offseason. They brought in Corbin Burns and Josh Naylor. They gave extensions to core players. They spent all kinds of money to give everyone hope. And then nothing. They spent more cash just to get teased than an NFL union leader at a strip club. We had high hopes and big dreams. Expectations were more swollen than Marvin Harrison Jr.'s biceps. It's not a good sign when the most productive purchase this team made this year was when they gave me a free giant sandwich. I hate so much that this team has to trade players. Seriously, babe, I haven't been this mad at sellers since I watched Clouseau bumble around in the Pink Panther. Cha-cha. Sellers, Peter, that's for the kids, that joke. But what can you do? The responsible thing is to get the most you can from these players, and the sale began yesterday when the team traded Josh Naylor to the Mariners. But I'm now hearing that there was a snag in the deal. Did you hear about this?
No.
Apparently, Naylor is unable to get to Seattle because Sean Larkin is holding him at third base. So who is next? What is next? What's going to happen next? Kelly, Gallen, Gino? It's kind of cruel in a way, not just because the players they are trading are fan favorites, but because the players they are keeping are the ones that have names that no one can pronounce.
Brandon Pfaadt,
Geraldo Perdomo,
Eduardo.
But I guess this is what happens when you have an up and down season. Such a tough road all year. I mean, this season has had more bumps on it than the coffee table in the 86 Mets locker room.
Another joke for the kids.
Thank you. So we'll see what happens with the Diamondbacks. And in the meantime, we could distract ourselves with a big new movie. No, not Fantastic Four. Happy Gilmore 2 comes out on Netflix today. 29 years after the original. If you're watching on the stream or on YouTube, Vince Morata is wearing his Happy Gilmore shirt. 29 years ago was the original. Isn't that impossible to believe?
Yeah.
You know it's been a long time because think of all the parts of the first movie that have died. Bob Barker, Carl Weathers, the PGA Tour. All kinds of things. And finally, the Clippers' busy offseason continued as they followed up the signing of Bradley Beal with the signing of Chris Paul. And yesterday, Beal said that he will allow Paul to wear number 3. That's right. Bradley Beal said he will allow Chris Paul to wear number 3. So in that same spirit, right now, I would officially like to announce that I will allow George to be the Carlin most associated with comedy. Thank you very much.
That's awfully big of you,
Thank
Jared.
you. Yes, I know.
The Sean Larkin joke.
There you go.
Well done.
Yeah, I like the last one, too.
Bradley Beal had been a much longer tenured Clipper.
That's true.
Than Chris Paul. I mean, he got there the day before.
Yeah. Nobody calls him BB3.
That's a good point.
Jarrett Carlin of the Sports Kebab every Friday at 9:30. You can follow him on Twitter at JarrettGC, JarrettGC. Where's are you going to share your vacation location? Where are you going this time?
Going to San Diego.
Nice.
San Diego area, suburb, Carlsbad.
I was just there. Not in Carlsbad, but San
I think
Diego.
everybody in Arizona at some point during the summer makes it to San Diego.
America's finest city, as they say.
Yeah.
Right?
Are you going to go hang out at Legoland with little Bennett?
I am.
I knew it.
We're going with all 3 of my nieces and nephew. Legoland. You know,
Are you doing SeaWorld as well?
I love the beach every day. The kids eventually they get a little sick of it, so you got to find the zoo maybe. SeaWorld, like you said, Legoland, all this stuff.
SeaWorld's got, I took my kids there once, and they've got a roller coaster that's like combo roller coaster and a water ride all in one. It kind of blew my kids' minds. It's a roller coaster that turns into a water ride at the end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I saw a guy at SeaWorld.
I should have done that when I was there.
Yeah, there you go.
I saw a guy at SeaWorld once. He was feeding baby dolphins. I went up to him. I said, "You're wasting your life." He says, "What are you talking about? I'm serving a youthful porpoise."
Really regretting not going to break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's do that now.
Yeah, let's do that now, Vinny. Good call.
Final thoughts on this Friday coming up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Arnians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
You've seen his face on billboards, valley buses, television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but know this. When you are hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion for their accident victims. At Sweet James, you will get access to the best and the brightest attorneys. They even have their own in-house trial team, which gives them great leverage when dealing with the insurance companies, and you can expect maximum compensation when you call Sweet James. They win 98% of the time, big cases and small. And remember this, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country. They've been named best attorneys in America, and if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Kunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead. Like your dog, who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble. Like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen. And knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkelot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduce after 20 gigs.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Leave me breathless. Come on.
I think this is the earliest I've ever determined what the song of the day was going to be.
Wow.
It happened at 6:01 this morning. The name of the song is Breathless by the Corrs. Kind of a poppy little happy number.
Interesting.
But it also describes how Jarrett Carlin delivered the first what's trending now.
Definitely breathless.
Look, you're headed out on vacation. We got to get our shots in while we can.
One of these days I'll be flawless. One of these days. The next 19 years, that's my goal.
Right. 19 years in.
Oh, my God. No, we should have played an anniversary song for Jarrett. Huh?
Right.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary, Jarrett.
He gets his cardio in every day. He's dedicated.
That's right. He's been doing push-ups and sit-ups at home, and he gets his cardio in at work, running to the printer frantically with the clock ticking and an update beckoning, and the studio's dark because he hasn't even turned on the lights yet.
Oh, that's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Unfortunately, it's behind a paywall that I cannot get my way through. But the New York Post, Joel Sherman, baseball writer for the New York Post, headline today, main story on the New York Post sports section. Why third base isn't the Yankees' top priority entering the MLB trade deadline. So there is that. Other needs, priority pitching-wise, Yankees need help there. They've been a little shorthanded in that area all season long. Wonder what that does to the Eugenio Suarez market.
I heard Passan say earlier that the Yankees are not as active at going after Gino that he thought and that the league thought they would be.
Is that a smoke screen, or maybe there's something to it? Look, we know teams prioritize pitching over bats.
Oh, yeah.
Every year it happens. And that's not a knock on Eugenio Suarez. It's just the nature of the beast. But he's going somewhere.
And luckily the D-backs have pitchers also that they could, like top frontline, really good pitchers that they could trade to.
So who are the Yankees' top prospects? The dude, Ben Rice is one of them. And then...
Well, he's at the major league level. George Lombard, according to MLB
Spencer
Pipeline.
Jones.
Spencer Jones. Cam Schlittler.
No!
Careful of that.
Yeah.
Schlittler is up also.
He is, but he wasn't... All the stuff that I read out of New York, he was not placed on the untouchables list like Jones was and Lombard was at one point.
I mean, could they trade any of their big prospect guys that are up that aren't doing well, like Dominguez or Volpe? I don't know.
Well, I don't
Probably
think
not
there's
for
only
rental.
Need for Anthony Volpe.
Yeah, that's true.
And that was seeing, too, a lot of the news coming out of Cincinnati on that front was the Reds have a plethora of shortstop prospects to offer anybody. I'm like, I don't really. Diamondbacks are drafting a lot of shortstops. They're pretty stocked at that position.
Perdomo under contract.
Perdomo under contract. Lawler, if they want to go there. Tommy Troy waiting in the wings. They drafted another shortstop very high in this last draft. So
if there's a reason for optimism, because it feels like, oh, they failed this season. Look at all these guys that have expiring contracts that they're now trying to trade. They must have gone all in this year. Well, they still have a good core of guys that are sort of in the mix for the next few years still. Perdomo and Carroll, Corbin Burns.
So we'll be keeping an eye on that all weekend long, and all the latest on Monday morning at 6 when we're back. Jarrett mentioned it in the Sports Kebab.
Yeah.
It is Happy Gilmore Day. Happy Gilmore 2. The sequel is out 29 years after the original. You know how I feel about the movie. You know how I feel about Adam Sandler.
Uh-huh.
I'm so scared.
That it's going to be direct?
Because I love comedy movies.
Yes.
Comedy sequels usually suck.
Uh-huh.
And when there's almost 3 decades in between the original and the sequel, I can only imagine what this is going to be. I'm still going to watch it tonight.
Well, listen.
Kids are coming over and we're making an event out of it.
Don't you remember when I was sitting at the 16th hole of the WM Phoenix Open and I got wind that Adam Sandler might be coming out and filming a scene at the 16th hole, and they thought about it, they figured out he couldn't get there. The other dude.
Shooter McGavin
That's
guy
it,
was
Shooter
there.
McGavin
They
dude,
did film some sort of promo thing with him and running to the green.
Yeah, he was out there, so I think you'll see probably some of that.
The thing with Sandler also is he's really felt like he's kind of mailed in his last several comedy movie performances. He's sort of really into doing these serious movies now where he goes for it, but I don't know. Like even in the trailers, he looked like he was going through the motions. He didn't even shave his beard.
So last week, we did, for Mock My World, top comedy movies of the last 25 years. And people got on me on social media. It's like, how could you not pick a Sandler movie? And I am a big fan, but I don't think any Sandler movie has elevated to that level since 2000.
The last really great one was Big Daddy in '99.
Yeah, it was right under the gun.
Wow.
I was putting together my list of top 25. I've got it narrowed down to 30.
On his own accord, he said after we did that Mock My World, he said he was going to make his own list of 25. Ever or just 25 of the last 25 years?
Over the last 25 years. I started with a list of like 370 comedies. But it is amazing what has happened since the pandemic. They've stopped making comedy movies.
Especially theatrical.
Yeah.
Is that right?
There's a total gap. Like the movie this year with Tim Robinson and Paul Rudd, Friendship, was like the first nominee I had on the list of candidates. It was like a 5-year stretch.
Wow.
It's like COVID killed people's sense of taste and smell.
And humor.
No, it's because
humor.
It's because everybody got accustomed to watching things at home. And the only thing that could get them out to the theater anymore are these gigantic blockbuster movies rather than like just a funny
What?
film.
Make funny movies, put them in the theater. People are going to go. People are going to go see Naked Gun in the theater. I want to.
We'll see.
That's not a sequel, is it?
It is. It's in the same. He's plays Frank Drebin's son.
Oh. All right.
So what I think we should do, because your son loves movies and my daughter loves movies. She goes to like 3 a week. They should do a movies podcast.
That would be cool.
I love this.
Yeah. Second generation.
Yeah.
You guys could become mishpucha.
I got it.
Yeah.
No, call it this.
This is the genesis of a love story.
The Skylar Bickley Show with Brandon Murata.
That would be funny.
We got all the marketing all taken care of.
Yeah, we should probably effort to make that happen.
They could do it. Could be Bickley and Murata evenings.
Yeah.
They could review movies at night.
Who runs the podcast division here? Let's run it by him. Let's run
Podcast
up the
division?
flagpole.
Vic, are you a swimmer?
I am.
You ever been swimming laps and you're just gasping to get to that?
Is that what you feel like right now?
Yes.
Huh.
Do we not have? Do we have a montage this
We
week?
do.
You forgot?
I have it done. I
Did you
just
did
forgot
you
to time it out.
Oh, my God.
That's all right. I'm adjusting the break here. Don't worry.
Jared,
Ferret.
enjoy your vacation. We know you've earned it.
Yeah, what a week. What a week.
Thanks to David Shenfield for joining us. Have a good weekend.
We'll leave you with this.
Jared remembers to hit play.
Asking for a day off in the final week of the season, I can tell you from talking to people, that sent shockwaves through the organization.
I heard it right there.
There you
Shockwave.
go. It did. Start the podcast, Jarrett.
I look back at my dad when he was the age that I am now. He looked so much older than I do. And I look old.
Kyler Murray, who has at times reminded people of Lamar Jackson and at times reminded people of
Tito Jackson.
Don't follow your dreams, because when you get there, it's not that great.
Sweep, swept, swooped. Sweep, swept, swapped.
Tyler, boom, boom, Drake.
Derek Boom Boom Hall.
Vinny Boom Boom Murata.
Shut up, Jarrett.
Shut up, Jarrett.
Shut up, Bickley. Stop rubbing your eyes, Jarrett.
Oh, baby. Oh, yeah.
Christian Walker, Michael Walker, Jake Plummer,
Kyler Murray,
the mayor of Macer.
Go.
Oh, Jared, that's funny.
Lucy, I'm home. Matt Manti.
Hello, Don. How you doing? Hello, Joe. How you doing? Sammy.
He was Sammy.
And then
Sammy.
The Cub.
Spalding, get your foot off the boat.
I'm getting paid.
Louisville.
It's a $3 million bonus.
This is another TikTok for you, bum.
Kanzai.
No, you can do that with that off, or you can put it right in the schlitter.
Deep doo-doo.
Watch out, Rob Schneider.
Damn people, Rotzi.
The frog.
I don't think Kellen likes you.
He's my butler.
Don't worry about it, Vinny. Nobody takes you seriously.
She went missing on a cruise ship?
She went missing on
She
a
fell
cruise ship?
overboard. Done.
I mean, it's done.
End of documentary.
Watch the
30
documentary.
seconds.
Watch it.
The Astros come in and take game one. And thank you for that.
Empire of the Suns. Empire of the Suns. The podcast all about your Phoenix Suns. Hosted by Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Any legit Suns fan needs some Empire of the Suns in their playlist. Get Empire of the Suns wherever you get your podcasts or on the Arizona Sports app. Empire of the Suns is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got unwanted guns at home?
MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pawn, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states. KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are also on the East Coast. They take on the defending champion New York Liberty tonight with tip-off at 4:30. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit2save.com.
The Red Reckoning. The intense competition of camp separates those who can consistently make plays on the field from those who just flash.
You think you have a lot of time, but you really don't. Every day matters. You know what I mean? You got to be getting better every day.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Yeah, we are out here at State Farm Stadium. It is Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. Could you make the case this is the first football Friday of the year, Wolf?
Oh, no doubt about it. It is.
Let's do it.
You don't have to make the case. It is the first football Friday of the year, 2025.
Good.
Here we go.
Need this. Need
Yes.
Football Friday. Need
Absolutely.
it right
Will you please roll the field in? Could you do that? Push the Betty Crocker tray into State Farm Stadium, and somebody please put a mouth guard in and put the pads on and hit somebody.
You know, it sounds crazy, but I was talking, because obviously they have to roll the field out after practice. I am glad our show is when it is, Wolf, because it's so much more fun to see the field coming in.
That's right.
For football as opposed to rolling out for the night. So we will get that. The doors opening on the south side of State Farm
It's
Stadium.
still, to me, let me just say this quickly as well, because, of course, in 1985, Basinonians, they had no stadiums where the field rolled out. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Rick. I appreciate that. But, they didn't have stadiums where you push the tray out and pushed the grass, of course, into the sun. You either had a dome stadium or you had an open-air stadium, of course. This is why, to me, this was one of the most unbelievable developments in all of architecture, when you can literally have a stadium where you're pushing the field. You're pushing it out to get all the sun, all the elements, whatever it may be. Let that grass breathe, Basinonians, and then you push it into a stadium. It truly is one of the best inventions ever.
I should just sit here with my phone and hold the time lapse on for the next however long it takes to bring because they're opening the big door.
Yeah, it's coming.
But there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. Wolf, we got to start with baseball, though.
Okay.
And we, I think we were all kind of on the same page yesterday, especially after Derek Hall said what he said on Bickley and Murata in the morning, that
so it begins.
Probably going to be selling, yeah. And then it was just kind of a matter of, like, is somebody going to get traded during our show? No, they didn't, but not too long after. Josh Naylor to Seattle, and honestly, there are about a dozen different ways to look at this trade.
Yes. Where do you begin on this with Josh Naylor?
Honestly, where I begin is who's your first baseman next year?
Okay.
I mean, maybe that's not what everybody's thinking right now. You're probably thinking, like, okay, what did they get in return? What did they give up for Josh Naylor in the first place? And, like, how is that all panning out? I know people do that with trades where you're like, what did you give up to get him a few months ago? And then add that to what you just got back. But my biggest question now is who's your first baseman in 2026 and really for the rest of this season?
I was going to say, I don't know if you have to look at next year to ask that question. Who's going to be your first baseman? Listen, Pavin Smith, maybe that is the way they're going to go. We'll have to wait and see, of course. I think this was, of the four Basinonians, I think this was the logical choice to go first. This was going to always be it. It was going to be Josh Naylor, of course, for the most part, and we talked about that before, but he's a rental. They're all rentals for the most part right now, all rentals. Not a great fielder, and I think that made him not a great fit for the Arizona Diamondbacks, knowing that Torrey loves defensive baseball. And not a great fit. And I think him coming off the bag in the Astros series, I'm telling you right now, that did not help, for me at least. And not only that, though, I think he always was going to be the guy that would go first. I think now it gets real from this point forward with Josh Naylor being dealt. Now I think we're going to see these other moves expedited.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to trade him, there's very little reason to hold on to the other guys in question. He was the one, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, it had become pretty clear that he was going to be one of the first ones dealt. It seemed like I said the other day on the show that everybody I know from Seattle was pretty convinced that the Mariners were getting him. I mean, I obviously grew up around a lot of Mariners fans. They were pretty convinced that that's who they were, that Josh Naylor was who they were getting from the D-backs, not necessarily Gino. But he's the one I really wanted to trade the least, Wolf, because you just traded for him to replace Christian Walker. Now, is he the defender Christian Walker is? No. Is he sometimes maybe a liability at first base defensively? Maybe. But you're talking about the guy who's number 2 on the team in hits, number 1 on the team in average. He's got 59 RBIs. What is he, number 4 on the team in total bases? Like, you need a hitter at first base. He's 28. He was an all-star last year. He's the one I wanted to trade the least because I think it impacts you beyond this year that you traded him.
Yeah, I think, once again, I don't like to pretend like I'm a Major League Baseball scout, Basinonians, and what they got back for him with Ashton Izzy, of course, and Brandon Garcia. I don't like to play that game. I know nothing about these guys, Basinonians. I do know what people say about them. But once again, I think you're looking at a guy that most people believe is going to have an up-and-down career. Okay, I think for the most part, right now, Josh Naylor has done an excellent job. No doubt about it. I really like the acquisition. But keep in mind, he was traded. He was traded for a reason. And it's 1 year. He came with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and basically we all knew this was going to be the 1 year here, and we're going to see how that goes, whether they're going to try to re-sign him at any point or move him at some point, because knowing this was basically it. Mike Hazen did a great job, I think, going out and actually acquiring his services and bringing him in for a year. And I think they always looked at it that way. Could they do it again? You say, who's going to play first base next year? Who's going to finish with the Diamondbacks this year? We'll have to wait and see, because the trade deadline, of course, looms.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something they're going to have to pull off now for next year. Whether, this year obviously matters too, in the sense that you're not necessarily out of this necessarily. I mean, you're selling, I get it, but you don't want to not field a team this year. But I'm just more concerned with first base next year, because that's an important position on your team. And if you go into you've got this great hitting lineup. If you go into next year without Gino at third and without Josh Naylor at first, they're going to replace him. But who are they going to replace him with? Now it's an unknown. You bring up the trade in the first place. It really is now. It's just kind of a referendum on how volatile pitching is in baseball, right? Because they traded Slade Ciccone to get Josh Naylor, and I loved the trade at the time. You're getting an all-star back, a first baseman in his 20s to replace Christian Walker. And like I said, as far as a hitter, he did everything I wanted Josh Naylor to do. Slade Ciccone's having a pretty good year in Cleveland now. And you just traded Josh Naylor for two pitchers, and you're hoping one of them eventually will have a season like Slade Ciccone's having. But when they traded him, it made a ton of sense because they had 6 starting pitchers.
Yeah.
There was no reason to keep Slade Ciccone around when you had a chance to get an all-star.
I think, once again, when you look at it in hindsight, you could say, oh, my goodness, Slade Ciccone's doing so well right now. Did anyone say anything about Slade Ciccone when he was moved?
Well, they didn't need him.
No, I'm just saying, even then, though.
Yeah.
Once again, nobody said, I can't believe they traded Slade Ciccone for Josh Naylor.
Yeah,
Nobody was talking that way. Nobody was saying that. Everyone was like, wow, Mike Hazen just pulled off a really, really good deal to replace Christian Walker.
I can tell you right now, as I'm sitting here, I'm not upset. I'm not nearly as upset that they don't have Slade Ciccone anymore as I am that they don't have Josh Naylor anymore.
Yeah.
Because the trade, and this one makes sense too, I get it where they are, but the trade at the time to get Josh Naylor made all the sense in the world. You had too many starting pitchers at that point, and you didn't have a first baseman. It's just frustrating that now here we are just a few months later and you don't have either of them because you had to trade Naylor for Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy, who you're hoping one of them becomes a good major league pitcher.
Once again, I think this is the beginning. Here it is. So it begins with Josh Naylor right now. And we'll see just how much of a rebuild this is, or a reset this might be.
If you think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last, so text FANTASY to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. You want to do this. It's going to be fun. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, we are out here at State Farm Stadium. What stood out from yesterday's Cardinals practice? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now they will voyage out onto their longest road trip of the season, where many of the Diamondbacks who go on this trip might not come back and will find themselves potentially in different uniforms, as the D-backs will not return until after this year's trade deadline.
D-backs at the Pirates. Game 1 this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
All right, talkies
Takis fans, Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals wide receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
They are wheeling the field in here right now. Wolf and Luke on a football Friday, the first football Friday of the year. You know, Wolf, we don't have the camera set up here today, so I'm further away from you on the table.
Yeah.
And it feels like when you see like really rich people who have like a table for like 20 people and there's just one person on each end and they're like, hey, can you pass the salt? That's what this feels like right now because there's not really anybody else in the stadium yet either.
Well, I love this as well, Basinonians and YouTubers. We're sorry we don't have the camera on us right now, but I love the fact we don't have the camera on us. So I can actually, I can pace as I'm doing the broadcast. You know how much I appreciate that, to be able to walk around maybe and look and move and get the blood flowing. Are you kidding me? On a football Friday, here we go. What do you want to talk about right now?
Let's talk about yesterday. Yesterday being the first, open practice of camp. There's going to be another one here coming up in just a couple hours. It'll start while we're on the air, so we can run you through stuff as it's happening in front of us once practice is open today. But practice was open yesterday, Wolf, and I tell you, Marv stood out. Didn't take long to see Marv. Here's Marv yesterday talking about how he feels with the extra weight.
I feel great. I feel the same. I feel more faster, powerful, stronger. So I'm ready to showcase it.
But then here's JG talking about how that could potentially benefit the Cardinals.
I think just running through contact, guys trying to be physical with him at the line of scrimmage. And I think where it's really going to show up is when he got the ball in his hands. I was just talking with Mark about it. It's hard to tackle. You're a DB that's 185 pounds. It's hard to tackle a guy in space running fast at 220. It just is, So and that was one of his, points of emphasis that he wanted to work on, too. So I think it'll help him. But he's, the first thing I looked, that's a decent jump, in pounds. And the first thing I look at is how is he moving. He's moving really well.
That's a good point, too, what he said right there. If he catches the ball in space and he's already running at full speed, you better be really fundamentally sound trying to tackle a 220-pounder who's already moving at full speed.
Yeah, well, first of all, let me just say this, Basinonians. My number one takeaway was the defensive line yesterday.
Yeah.
That was my number one takeaway was the defensive line. You've got to be kidding me. Like a frying pan to the face, suddenly to see Calais Campbell out on the field, Dalvin Tomlinson out on the field, Darius Robinson out on the field, to see how deep, L.J. Collier out on the field, to see how deep the defensive line, we've talked about it over and over and over again, Basinonians, but we've talked about it from a sheet of paper. They weren't on paper yesterday. The defensive line, to see them out on the field, that to me was my biggest takeaway. It was a wake-up call.
Big-looking defensive line.
It was a wake-up call. My second thing was Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, my second thing was Marvin Harrison Jr. and how much better he looks, how much bigger he looks. He made some catches yesterday too, down the field. That was really, really huge. You know how fired up I am about this, and you know how I think it's the pass apart two to the entire season. You have to have Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray build up some type of deep threat down the field to be able to throw the ball in chunk throws down the field. You know how important that is to me. To see him actually make a couple of chunk catches down the field yesterday in the practice, that really encouraged me.
There is, for people that couldn't be out here, there's at least one you can find all over social media where he was running basically out of motion, left to right, and then made the play over Jalen Thompson. And, you can only read so much in the camp. I get that. There's only so much you can ultimately do, but you can work on timing between a quarterback and a receiver at camp, and those two looked pretty in sync yesterday.
Yeah, I'm going to take that and put it into the positive column. It was day one of us being here and seeing it. Day two for the Arizona Cardinals. They've had two practices so far, Basinonians, and here we are. We're out here, practice number 3. I'm going to put that into the positive column and say that is a good thing. That's exactly what you want to see from Marvin Harrison Jr., is a guy starting to make plays. It's so critical to this offense because of what it will do for James Conner and what it will do for Trey McBride, and what James Conner will do for Marvin Harrison Jr., and what Trey McBride will do for Marvin Harrison Jr. It is a big circle, is it not? The circle of life, Luke. You've heard that before. The circle of life.
This whole time they were talking about the Cardinals offense. I didn't realize it.
This is the circle of football. And it's a beautiful thing when you can actually have a wide receiver on the outside who can actually be a deep threat, a tight end who can work the middle of the field, and a running back that can attack the line of scrimmage in a north-south way. That is a deadly combination for any offense.
Here's Calais Campbell, since you brought him up, just talking about what it's like for him to be back in Arizona for camp.
Yeah, a lot of guys are asking me how different it was back in the day. And I was like, we did this, I did experience Flagstaff and all that too, but, I experienced this. This is not new for me. This is normal. I'm very familiar, which is nice. It's just, all the new guys, usually when you're kind of trying to figure out where to go, where the weight room is, how to get back to your locker room, like which way faster on the field, all that stuff. It's nice to have some experience as a new guy.
There's nothing that you can throw at Calais Campbell in this game that he hasn't seen at this point. There isn't. He's going into year 18 in the NFL, and he's been productive in all of the first 17.
Yes, it was so cool to see him, too, out on the field yesterday. Calais Campbell. There he is, Basinoni. It's number 93.
It's really hard to find, let me tell you.
Ron Wolfley reporting. He was like a rectangle.
My source is...
He's the rectangle, and Dalvin Tomlinson is the square. He is a square with eyebrows, and you had Calais Campbell walking around a walking, talking rectangle. I kid you not. It was incredible to see it. The geometry of the defensive line room for the Arizona Cardinals is stunning. I could not believe how big Dalvin Tomlinson looked to me.
Yeah. You pointed that out, and I was like, wait, because I wasn't necessarily looking there at first when they walked out. Yeah, he is. Not like their defensive line was a bunch of 5'10", 170-pounders last year.
Yeah, no.
But it is noticeably bigger up front.
Noticeably, it is noticeably bigger. And when Dalvin Tomlinson turned his back to us, that's when you could see the square. It was like, oh my goodness, this guy. He is the quintessential nose tackle. They list him at 325 base earnings. I'm here to tell you right now, there's no way he's 325. This guy is 340. Might be 350. Just a guess.
You think Calais even needs a number at this point? It's not like you're looking out there and is that Calais Campbell? I can't tell. What's his number? I got to wait for him to turn around before he's the guy that's he looks like he's 2 feet taller than everybody else on the field.
He's so impressive. He really is. I think about the defensive line room. That was my biggest takeaway, to see it out on the field, Basinonians. The reality that this defensive line room has been overhauled. What a great job Monty Ossenfort did. Now, Basinonians, doesn't mean anything until they start doing. Doesn't mean anything until you start playing and doing. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about the hype. Don't want to talk about it, really. Just want to see it. And that's why when they put the pads on, it's going to be really interesting to see it.
I don't think you have to tell anybody in this city that just because something looks good on paper, that means it's going to translate onto the field or court right now. I think
we've lived it, have we not?
It's been an exhausting first half of 2025.
Correct.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Just go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, the Diamondbacks have a game tonight, and they now don't have Josh Naylor, and that obviously sends a message. So how are they going to respond? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
More than likely that the two guys that would replace Gallen and Kelly are DeSclafani and Jarvis. Because what are you trying to do, Tim? I'm trying to get to the end of the season now. The second you start making trades, the second you know you're out of it, you've made that signal. Torey Lovello and the guys are going to try to win baseball games, but they're not going to be able to make up enough ground to make the playoffs. And when you trade these guys, again, you're waving the white flag. We all know it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Man, the Arizona heat is here. It's only going to get hotter. Ron Wolfley reporting. If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now is the time to act. Listen, Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building fast, which means you can still be swimming before the end of the summer. Think about that. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Let's turn up the cool in your backyard right now. Visit presidentialpools.com. Or you can also do this, ladies and gentlemen. Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win it, man. It's the summer pool giveaway at Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment, beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now. Visit dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are also on the East Coast. They take on the defending champion New York Liberty tonight with tip-off at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Gambo. Do the Phoenix Suns have one more big swing left in them this offseason? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
It's been a while since I could.
All right, we're back out here at State Farm Stadium, but we're going to flip back over to baseball here quickly. By the way, Yelda Froholt is going to join us in about an hour and a half.
I can't wait for that, man.
Luke, you're not going to give me credit for hitting that post so perfectly there.
That was really
beautiful.
Very well done, Rick. That's excellent. Sorry, I didn't sell
Hitting
that.
the post is a big deal here on the Wolf and Luke show. I want you to know that.
Some would say it's the biggest deal.
It is. It's big. It's very much like hitting another player right in the jaw. Okay.
I want to get you some cuts here from Mike Hazen, who spoke this morning.
Okay.
I also want to set the stage for the fact that the Diamondbacks do have a game today in Pittsburgh, 3:40 first pitch. Ryan Nelson on the mound against Mike Burrows. So if you strip away everything else that's going on right now, you would think, hey, this is certainly a game that you feel good about the Diamondbacks' chances. And if you strip away the fact that the trade deadline is in 6 days and you just look overall at big picture, the Diamondbacks are 5 games out of a wild card spot. They actually made up ground last night without even playing because San Diego lost. 5 games back with 9 games to go.
Wow.
So there's still time to make that run. And obviously, if you're a player on the team or you're Torey Lovello, you're going out there thinking, hey, this is a game, this is a very winnable game tonight, chance to close the gap. But Wolf, they did just start selling yesterday. Maybe that's the only guy they trade, but it's hard to imagine Naylor's the only move they make. And there's no way if you're on the team, you don't notice that Josh Naylor's not at first base tonight.
Yeah, and you know what, this, honestly, when I heard the news based on it that Josh Naylor had been moved, I thought of the clubhouse immediately. That's where my brain always goes. Yes, 62 and Savage based on Onions, but once a player, always a player. And that's the way that I think. I can't help it.
You'll be happy to know this. Somebody asked me the other day, and it wasn't at work. It was just out in the regular world, and they were like, I don't know how it came up, but they asked your age, and I was like, I don't know. I just know Savage.
Once you get into the 60s, you're just a savage.
Just savage.
I mean, that's all you have to say right there. 62 and Savage. But again, it's what does this do to all the players inside the clubhouse right now? What does this do, especially Josh Naylor? He seemed to be a likable guy inside the clubhouse, a guy that had some influence as well, I would say, inside that clubhouse. To me, I wonder how it impacts all the other guys because they know what this is. They know what this means.
Yeah.
This is a shot over the bow. This is the first salvo, if you will. And now we'll see where it goes.
There's no way to look at it, even if you're not on the team, but there's no way to look at it, certainly if you are on the team, and think it's nothing because he was one of your most productive hitters in addition to being a teammate. So Mike Hazen this morning was asked why they decided to start making trades. He did just kind of a Zoom call with the media to address that move yesterday. This is what he said.
I felt like with the position players, the number of position players we have that are being asked about and not planning on trading everybody, but just the number of position players we were being asked about, the number of pitchers we have that were being asked about, both our starters and our relievers. I just felt like, we were looking at the market and needing to be able to do a good job with everything we're doing and not when you're a buyer and you get down to the deadline, you're at the mercy of the seller. I think when you're the selling team in this situation, you can dictate the pace at which you want to work. And we just called everybody in yesterday and basically told them we got a deal that we were willing to do, and we started pushing every other deal.
There you go.
Wow.
Kind of goes back to the.
Did I just hear that right? Did you hear that? What he said at the end? And we got a deal that we wanted to do, and we started pushing every other deal. Is that what he said?
That's what he said. Here, I'll play some more.
So in other words, it was kind of the Josh Naylor. To me, it was the most logical. He'd be the first guy to go. Okay, now, again, because you want to try to take a guy like a Eugenio Suarez and push him right up against the deadline because teams want him.
Yeah.
And you want that other prospect. There's teams telling you, we're not giving you that prospect. We're not going to do that. Oh, yeah? Well, we'll see when it's an hour before the deadline.
Yeah.
If you're going to give us that prospect. So, to me, it sounded like he just said, you know what? We made that deal, and then we started pushing the other deals.
I like the idea of if you're going to try and get young pitching, if you're going to do that, Seattle's a good place to go for that. That is something they do really well right now is draft.
But,
and
Luke,
develop
did I
young
hear
pitching.
that correctly?
You did, but here I have a follow-up because you heard it correctly. I don't totally know what he meant by
Okay,
it. Like,
okay.
Does he mean like, okay, let's push the other deals aside for a second and make this one? Or like, here we go, we're making all of them right now?
Okay.
But he was asked how far they could take this.
I'm not sure yet. Honestly, I want to see this team continue to go out there and play. I haven't decided on what it's going to look like, honestly. I'm open-minded to a number of different things. We're still in the controllable player market on the buy side. So I don't know. Quite frankly, we're listening to what people have to say and what people have to offer, and we're going to do what's best for the long-term good for this organization. But we're still today running out there. We still have a very talented baseball team that is very capable to go out there and win this baseball game today, and we'll see what happens at the end of it.
So once again, he's building his leverage base underneath right there.
Yeah.
Just saying, you wait a minute. You think we have to sell? You think we have to? No, we don't have to sell. Every other team that is out there trying to actually acquire a Eugenio Suarez, you think we have to sell? We don't have to sell. Watch us.
Well, you don't. I mean, you don't have to if you're the Diamondbacks as much as the teams that need Gino have to go get him or make their best offer. Worst case being in quotes, which is it's so backwards right now because if they went out there and swept the Pirates, you could be right back in this again. I mean, you really could. You could be 2 games back. San Diego's playing St. Louis. I mean, and Pittsburgh is not some amazing team, although they have been playing better of late. But you have to look at all that if you're the GM, right? I mean, I don't have to trade Gino for another 6 days. Let's see what we do in this Pirates series. He said in there, offense, I'm paraphrasing, but basically offense was a little expendable with all the position players we have. Now, I don't know about first base because, again, I'll be interested to see who's playing first base for the next 59 games of this season, which is still a third of the season, more than a third of the season. But as far as just production, the Diamondbacks should still be able to produce offense. Now, if they trade Gino, that obviously takes a huge hit, and you got to figure that that's coming if the second a team makes an amazing offer. But if the worst case were to happen and they just had to hold on to him, well, you got Gino. You got one of your fan favorites for the rest of the season, and you would still probably get a compensatory pick back.
Yeah, it's so amazing.
Or you
Once
just
again,
sign him.
it's about leverage. It's always about leverage. And to listen to Mike Hazen talk about this, he's doing what any general manager would do. If you think we're desperate, you think we're backed into the no, we're not desperate here. Set the table. I like that. That's the message you want to send to everyone else in the league, of course, that you're not desperate.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, what's up, Rick?
So Gambo just tweeted out this, that Ketel Marte is not untouchable, but it would take a true haul to include him in any deal.
Oh, that name has come up a lot in the last 24 hours.
Oh, my
I cannot tell you how many
goodness.
times people have asked me about Ketel Marte in the last 24 hours. That's interesting. Wow. It was okay.
By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. What could that possibly be?
Stay tuned for all the Diamondbacks news, that's for sure. When we come back, we'll stay with D-backs. Jody Jackson's going to join us. What does Jody Jackson think of the return the D-backs just got in the Josh Naylor trade and what it means now going forward? We'll ask her. The D-backs broadcaster joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Listen, Dr. Joe has owned Aria Dental Implant Center for over 20 years. over 20 years right now. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Told you about the all-on-4 base earnings. It really is a game changer. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it super simple for you and cost-effective as well. In most cases, base earnings, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Tell them Wolf sent you and get a free consultation. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, well, there was obviously big Diamondbacks news last night, and we're on alert for potential more big Diamondbacks news coming up at any moment or any point in the next week or so. Oh, and by the way, they have a game against the Pirates tonight, and they're not really out of the wild card race. Jody Jackson joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Jody, how you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, you kind of summed it up. Anything can happen, right? You're still in the race. You're still trying to play hard and win games, and yet I think the message was with the trade of Josh Naylor for a couple of pitchers, one which appears to be pretty much big league ready. You're open for business, though. There is a mentality of like, okay, we're ready to talk. And I think that, that doesn't mean you're going to sell everyone off. And Mike Hazen said that on the call, something about, he kind of mentioned like taking it down to the studs, and like, you just don't see that happening. But I think it's healthy as a I think it's smart by him to have made this deal to send that message that we are, we're ready to go.
What do you think the Diamondbacks are going to miss the most in regard to Josh Naylor, Jody?
Well, Wolf, he's a really elite hitter. I mean, a very good sense of the strike zone. So we saw a lot of we saw walks, hits. I did think personally, I thought he was going to hit a few more homers, but and clearly that's in this lineup. That's not like a great need because they have a lot of homers from a lot of different guys. A really good hitter. I was really impressed with just his skills as a hitter and the plate discipline and all of that. And I think that was as advertised, and it was really fun to watch, and we're going to miss that for sure. I think defensively, it was also as advertised. We knew he wasn't going to be as good as Christian Walker, and we know that, and we kind of saw that. I mean, he was okay over there, and I just think I think this team has, we know how good the offense is, and I think that when you look at the need for arms, both now and, I know Brandon Garcia is not, my understanding is he's not going to Pittsburgh, he's going to Reno, but he looks like he could come up and help this team. And I'm not certainly comparing a player that has just been in Double-A to start the season, because this guy, that's where he started, and he's made a quick ascent. I'm not comparing, Josh Naylor to Brandon Garcia as far as the value right now, but they need arms, and they have a good offense, and I think this was a smart move in that realm.
Jody, what was he like inside that clubhouse?
Josh was a cool. I mean, I remember, spring training, he showed up and I see this guy in a Dan Marino jersey, and I'm like, man, that was my childhood here. I grew up in Miami as a big Dolphin fan, so he was kind of a fun guy, but he was also really serious at the same time. So, he was kind of quirky.
Yeah.
Quirky guy, but I really wish him well. He's still really young. I think he just turned 28. I know when I talked to him in spring, he was 27, and he's very serious about his craft, though, and we all saw when he was injured how he didn't want to admit he was injured, and I think that's how serious he takes baseball. So, I think he would, the guys liked him. He was out there early every day, so he had a routine. He was a really routine-oriented guy, and I think he's going to have a great career. And it's just, I think it was a great move at the time, when you look at, and for both teams, really. Slade Cicconi's having a good year for Cleveland, really nice. And now they've turned him around for, hopefully we're going to see a really good relief pitcher and maybe a starter in the future with the younger guy that we've traded for in Izzy. So, I wish Josh all the best. I always enjoyed talking to him, really insightful and really a great, he was like really philosophical too. And I feel like you would have had fun sitting down with him, Wolf, and like kind of having lunch with him or whatever and just talking about everything, because he had a great outlook.
Especially medieval philosophy, no doubt.
Of course, why not?
I don't know about that part. But.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, so my question immediately was, what are they going to do at first base now, not only this season, but big picture? And it sounds like Tristan English will start there tonight at least. And I see a lot of people being like, all right, well, good, get the young guy out there. Tristan English is older than Josh Naylor was. I mean, not by a lot, by a month, but it's not like – I think people had this perception that Josh Naylor was like 35 and now you're going to bring some prospects in. Josh Naylor, as you just said, just turned 28. So what's the plan at first base?
I think right now it is Tristan English because Pavin is injured and James McCann can play a little bit over there. But, I mean, Tristan English, look, we saw him play in San Diego. I got to hang out with his family, really great people, and – he played really well at first. I think he didn't really get his feet under him at the plate. I mean, I think you need a little bit more of a run. We all know you got to get – it's hard to just have a small sample of at-bats and see anything at the plate. The guy was raking in Reno. He's got pop in the bat. So I think they just want to see more of that. And I think they can put it together with some different options over there. McCann, I mean, I think it'll be Tristan English, I mean, right now. And then you just hope that I know Pavin's not exactly like right around the corner, but you have some guys you can play over there. I mean, you could even put Eugenio Suarez over there, I suppose. I don't think they're going to really do that unless it's an emergency. But, yeah, I think they'll just put it together. And then when you get Pavin back, you've got options there. But you're right. I mean, long term, you're still looking at where you can upgrade this team and the organization at first base. But down the line, that's more of a something they'll address.
Jody, speaking of options, who do you think is next for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now?
That's a great question, because we know about the guys that are. I think a couple things that were interesting came out of the call this morning, and I think Alex is coming on with you guys too, so you'll hear more from him, and then you'll hear more of the clips. But I think Mike Hazen kind of said, look, any outcome's on the table, and he's heard not only about the expiring contract guys who we all know about, with the kind of the big four, which now Naylor's gone, so the big three, and then you have Randall Grichuk, who's also in that category, but. Torrey was asked about what about other guys like Ketel Marte or, and he said he is getting calls about other guys too, the young guys under contract, I think he was, I don't know if he brought up the names or someone else, Brandon Pfaadt, Perdomo. I think he brought up the names actually. And, people asking about it, Corbin Carroll, they're asking about everybody because that's how these conversations, I imagine, go. I mean, I'm not a GM, but I imagine when you're having these calls, they're trying to say, what can we get? And obviously if you're going to get some of those guys, you are going to have, it's like, well, I'll listen to what you want to give me for them. I'm going to ask for the moon and the sun and, but, I don't know, I mean, and I think what else was interesting was like, hey, yes, we've traded Josh Naylor and we want to get pitching out of this trade deadline. So to me, that means maybe more is coming there. But he also said, look, I want to see this team play. And I've been disappointed. He was asked, I'll sum it up. He was asked about one of the reasons why they're not in better position. He said the defense. He said we have a great offense. I'm not going to criticize the offense, but the approach over this last homestand over the Astro series wasn't very good. A couple of those young starters kind of cruised through the lineup. So he's looking for those things to improve here against Pittsburgh for sure. He wants to see what this team can do, and we all know that the bullpen is still. I will say on the road trip with Padres and Anaheim. I would say that when I heard that Beeks and Miller were going on the IL and Thompson was going on the IL, my jaw just dropped. And so this team right now they have, I think I read the other day, in our, like over 30 blown lead losses. So that is still a big problem, and you're not going to fix it overnight. But if they can steady the ship here and the bullpen has been a little bit better lately, I don't know. I still think you're gonna see some trades. As Gino, I just saw the Yankees. Did the Yankees just trade for Ryan McMahon? I think that might have just happened.
Wow. Okay.
So I mean, a lot of things are moving
it just
now.
happened.
I think Mike Hazen has kicked off what could be a flurry, and we're going to know a lot more, guys. It's going to get really interesting.
Wow, Ryan McMahon going from the Rockies to the Yankees.
Wow.
That's a trade that'll make you dizzy if you're Ryan McMahon. Well, Jody, thanks so much for joining us. As always, we're going to talk to you again early next week. So who knows what we'll be talking about then? But thank you.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Jody.
That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And, yes, the Diamondbacks do have 3 against the Pirates. It is fascinating, Wolf, just because I'm not going to stand here right now and tell you I think, that was the only trade. The Diamondbacks are going to go on this run, and they're not going to make any more trades. Like, we've already gone down that path. But until they make another trade, this, as much as I didn't want to deal Naylor because you now have, I think, a glaring hole or at least a question mark at first base, you are playing a very beatable team right now, and what happens if they don't make a trade with Gino or Zach Gallen or whatever until next week? What if they want to push it up to the deadline, and what if you do sweep the Pirates? I mean, if you're Hazen said in that cut, like, I want to see what we have. And when we talked to Mike Fitzgerald on Wednesday, he was very much like, we want to. They don't want to blow this team up, and not if you trade these 4 guys, you're blowing the team up because you still have your core, and I get that.
Agreed. Yes.
But they don't seem to want to blow this season's team up. Although the Astros series really kind of gave them very little choice.
The whole Ketel Marte thing, though, that got my attention right there.
Yeah. Stay tuned, because this is one of those shows where, like, at any moment you don't know what might happen, especially if the Yankees just got Ryan McMahon. All right, when we come back, we are at State Farm Stadium. How big of a role can the rookies carve out on this 2025 Arizona Cardinals team? We're going to talk about 2 of them in particular who are already raising eyebrows around camp. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading Off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. If you've got some back issues, man, you've got to go see my brothers at DISC. Listen, they have helped so many people. They have helped me, as a matter of fact, in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation, especially if you're battling any type of spine or back issues whatsoever. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons, not only in the United States, Basinonians, but worldwide in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. It truly is amazing what is going on at DISC. They use the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery. What you need to do is go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Progressive's teen driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's teen driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ahead of the game, the D-backs have placed outfielder Alec Thomas on the bereavement list and called up outfielder Jorge Barrosa from AAA Reno. And the Phoenix Mercury are also on the East Coast tonight. They take on the defending champion New York Liberty with tip-off at 4:30.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Josh Sweat, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
You know, we didn't focus on it as much as we usually do, Wolf. The guy in the white pants bringing in the field, because there's all the stuff going on with the Diamondbacks. The field's in. It's fully in. They're starting to put the uprights up. So, get ready for some more Cardinals camp today. And I will say this, Wolf, how about a couple rookies getting run yesterday with the ones? Obviously not Walter Nolan, who you would have thought, first a week or two ago, just because he's not practicing right now because of the injury.
Yeah.
Will Johnson, maybe not a surprise, but he's getting rotated in there. Cody Simon seeing some time with the ones, at least early in camp.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You have to be careful on this because coaches are trying a lot of different combinations, of course. But if you're a rookie and you're actually running out there with the ones from time to time,
it's an opportunity.
We're going to put that into the positive column if you're a rookie trying to make a football team. And we all know Will Johnson has made this football team and Cody Simon as well. But, man, if you're telling me that Cody Simon could be a contributor this year at that position, especially if they give him the green dot.
Whoa.
Are you kidding me?
That would be wild.
Mac Wilson Sr., did you see this? He actually is the guy. He's got the green dot right there. He's all fired up. He's playing Mike linebacker
I'm comfortable
as
with
well.
that.
You are comfortable
with that. We got to see how it plays out. But, I like Mac Wilson Sr. I have since he got here. I feel pretty confident in him being pretty good at anything they ask him to do. I'm not expecting him to be like the greatest inside linebacker ever, but I think he's pretty solid, and right now that position has a lot of unknown other than him.
It's really cool, too, to listen to Mac Wilson because he's always been a will linebacker. He's been the weak side inside linebacker for the most part throughout his career. He says, I've always played will. Now to be playing Mike, it's a little bit different, but he's fired up, too. He's accepting it as a challenge.
He already wrote a song about the schedule release.
Oh, man, are you kidding me right now? The 18 bars, I was going to bring that up. How embarrassing was that, the 18 bars, when you broke out the T-shirts there and handed them out in studio, of course? And I was thinking, 18 bars? Are you kidding me?
You weren't even,
what if you don't go to one? I mean.
I just want to clarify. You weren't just thinking it. You said it on the live video.
I did say it, as a matter of fact. I fired for effect, basically.
For a guy who drops bars himself, I would have figured you would have been all over it.
Yeah, I just didn't. Well, the lingo. I mean, wasn't in that context.
That's fair. Well, we didn't know what we were opening as a package. We just opened
well, that's
it.
true.
There was a T-shirt
Surprise.
in there. Day of the schedule release. With Cody Simon in particular, and see, I think you're like maybe the perfect person to ask this, Wolf, because first of all, he was drafted 115.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he was obviously drafted behind you.
Not 104.
Sorry, Cody.
Yeah.
but the path to get
Cam's Scatterbo as well. Hang in there, Cam. It's okay.
I think Cam will be fine. I think Cody Simon will be fine, too. But that path, what you said, they may just be trying different things, and he just may, hey, we need Cody in here for this one. But if you're Cody Simon, are you not approaching every one of those like, hey, whether they intend for me to be running with the ones right now or not, I am, and I'm going to show them that this is something they may want to do more and more.
Other than playing quarterback in the National Football League as a rookie, I think, honestly, Mike linebacker has got to be the most difficult position where you could say, hey, we're going to bring you in, we're going to let you play Mike. Now, whether they're going to use him as a possible weak side inside as well, Cody Simon, that's something altogether different. It's still a very difficult position to come in as a rookie and play inside linebacker at the NFL level. It's very difficult to do. But it's almost impossible to have a green dot on your helmet
I would not
and
be
go out and
with
do
that.
it.
No, I mean, Cody Simon could become a Hall of Famer someday. I wouldn't be
And he's got
comfortable-
that kind of brain, Luke.
Yeah, no, but I wouldn't be comfortable with as high as my expectations are for this defense to have any rookie wearing the green dot. in this
Correct. I'm
defense.
with you on that.
No matter how good he is, not a knock on Cody Simon. It could
No.
be he could have been the third pick in the draft. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
Just, I don't know about giving a rookie the green dot, but I'll play this cut from
Unless
Cody
he's Ray Lewis. If he's Ray, we'll give him the
Okay,
green
he
dot.
can have the green dot. Here's Cody Simon. He was on with Burns and Gambo in May, so there was a little bit of buzz about this being a potential situation that would play out in camp. Even back in May, they asked him if he thinks he can compete for a starting job.
I mean, I always believe that. I always believe that in my ability, and I think obviously rookies have to go their path, but there's never. They don't take you if they don't think you can contribute now. And, my biggest goal is to contribute as early as possible and help the team the best I can.
What I would say, Wolf, given Monty Ossenfort's track record, these first two drafts, we don't know about this third one yet because these guys haven't played, but the first two drafts and their ability to hit on players beyond just the first and second round, and what we're already kind of hearing and seeing from Cody Simon, he's going to have a role on this team, don't you think?
I think
probably
so.
right out of the gate, he's going to have some sort of role on this team.
Yeah, he definitely is. What that role is going to be, it's a long training camp, and it's a long preseason, and you know what? It's a long rookie year as well. So there's a lot of development that has to happen and a lot of proving it that has to happen once again. But he's off to a very awesome start. If you're a young guy that's looking to make his way at the inside linebacker position and you're going to get the opportunity to actually be a guy that could be in the rotation situationally by down in distance, might actually get out there and actually contribute your rookie year, that really is a big deal. And I'm excited to see him because his brain is different. I'm hearing over and over and over again from guys that I respect greatly that are inside that locker room that know Cody Simon. And Cody Simon has got a genius-type approach to the game of football. So it's going to be really interesting to see how quickly he truly can pick it up and go out and then regurgitate it.
Those two guys, I mean, the other one being Will Johnson, who was getting some run with the ones yesterday, too. That again, the defensive MVP of the last two national championship games. It's sort of rare for any team to have two rookies that were the defensive MVPs of the last two national championship games. So keep an eye on
extremely rare.
50. Yeah, I honestly don't even know if it's ever happened, just because that's normally if you were the defensive MVP, you get drafted that year.
I'm going to say it's never happened.
I like this. This is going to be a new segment. Stats that Wolf are just going to proclaim that probably are right, but we don't know for sure. We don't have really a fact-checking.
Stats that never happened.
Stats that could be right. If you think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite hosts' leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. I think we're going to have more details on this coming up here within the next week or two. But, Wolf, all I know is you're going to have a team in our league, and I'm going to have a team in our league, and people can come in here and beat both of these teams.
Well, Vetter's going to be my GM.
That's probably a good move, actually, for you to have Vetter James run your team.
Yes.
Spots won't last, so text fantasy to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, what were Alex Weiner's biggest takeaways from Mike Hazen's post-Josh Naylor trade press conference? We're going to ask the Arizona Sports D-backs reporter. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard Lendon at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Whoa, whoa, yeah. Sometimes we laugh and sometimes we cry, but I guess you know now.
Hey, it's Gambo with trades on the horizon. How is D-backs manager Torey Lovello keeping the focus for his team? We'll ask him today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
We took a trip, now we on your block, and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where did these be at when they say they doing all this and all that?
Yeah.
Tired of beefing you bums, you can't even pay me.
What up, Ace and Onions?
In case you took like 24 hours off of sports. You figured, hey, Diamondbacks not playing last night. Maybe I'll spend some time with the family or whatever, and that's great. No, but do you miss Josh Naylor getting traded and Mike Hazen speaking this morning? And our own Alex Weiner was on the Zoom call this morning, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to give us a little bit of an update of where everything is with this baseball team now. Alex, thanks for the time. How's it going?
It's going well, guys. How are you?
Doing okay, Alex.
Doing good. I guess let's start just with the Naylor trade, and then we can go bigger, I guess. But your thoughts on making that move, making it first, and they don't really seem to have a first baseman of the future lined up just yet, which is fine if they go out and get one. But just your general thoughts on that move and the return they got for Naylor.
Yeah, well, they set out to go add some pitching, and Mike Hazen mentioned that they got a lot of calls since their last game on Wednesday against the Astros, and the deadline, it was a week away, and they were able to make a move a little bit early to add a couple of pitchers, and Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. Not overly surprising, right? You look at a bunch of those guys who are on the last years of their contracts, and for this front office, it's kind of making a determination of what's more valuable, adding a prospect package where they get two pitchers, or holding on to this and potentially taking it to the end of the year and extending qualifying offers, maybe getting some draft compensation. But it just sounded like from where they were at and what they felt like they could acquire at this time for a player who's on an expiring contract. And Josh Naylor has had a pretty darn good season for the Diamondbacks, especially offensively, that they just made the determination that this was kind of the right move. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the fire sale is on. That's an option, but there's another option, like I mentioned, with draft compensation at the end of the year, that they can hold on to a couple of guys and potentially add value in that kind of way. So there's still a lot of options open for them. They're getting a ton of calls, but yeah, they kind of struck first, and now we've started to see some other teams making some moves.
So, Alex, what do you know of Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy, who I think has got one of the best names ever? Ashton Izzy. It just sounds like he's gonna. Oh, it's gonna be fantastic. What do you know about these guys, Alex?
That's a great pitcher name. Yeah, I mean, there's some names out there. It's just like that guy is just gonna throw it.
Right.
Cutter Crawford.
Yeah, just doing some research the last few hours, and since they made the trade last night, Brandon Garcia is the name that Diamondbacks fans are going to see earlier. He's 25 years old. He just made his major league debut earlier this week for the Mariners, and so he's kind of the guy who is probably going to play a role for the Diamondbacks sooner than later. He just got options to AAA Reno. How long he's there, we'll see. But yeah, he's a left-handed reliever, 6'4", kind of throws from a funky arm angle, a little bit of a side armor. But he's a little bit different from their other left-handed side armors, right? Where they throw in like the low 90s to high 80s and can get you with a lot of different kind of spin. Garcia can throw 97 miles an hour, and he also has a sweeper slider combination. So they felt like the stuff was there. The fastball grade is really good. So it's a guy who, if he works out, could be a really valuable arm in that bullpen going forward. Izzy is younger. He's 21 years old. He was drafted straight out of high school a few years ago. But he's the guy who can project as a major league starter one day if all goes right. He's got a good fastball in the mid 90s. It's one guy who could potentially help you in your bullpen in the near future and going forward, and a guy that you're betting on to make the right strides to potentially jump into rotation at some point.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, I think everybody after the Astros series kind of looked and was like, okay, this is probably not going to happen for the Diamondbacks this year. That said, there are 59 games left. They're 5 games back of the third wild card spot, and that's San Diego, who is not playing great baseball right now. Mm-hmm. They still have 6 games before the trade deadline. How much do these games, probably the Pirates series in particular, have any bearing on what they either do as far as making trades or what they would look for in trades?
Yeah, I still think you're looking for pitching, just going forward, just based on what your roster is going to look like next year. Mike Hazen mentioned that, everything is on the table still, including potentially buying for, a controllable arm. And he mentioned the AJ Puck trade last year. If that was on the table again this year, he would still make it because, you would get, a reliever who would help you out in, the near future and for at least another year going forward. So that's not off the table either as they look to try to build a competitive roster for 2026 and 2027 as well. You mentioned, they're only 5 games back, and the field in front of them, there's a lot of teams, but it's not like anybody's been particularly dominant, especially of late. And plus, they play the Padres again a couple times. They play the Giants again a couple times. They still have another series against Cincinnati. So it's not like it's impossible to make it up. It's going to be extremely difficult. But all that is a consideration for what they do next. And, if they come out and they underwhelm against the Pirates and they get offers that blow them away for a couple of these guys, then, yeah, I think it's likely that you see them go. But at the same time, you come out and you play really well and maybe you don't get what you're looking for. You kind of take the risk of going into the offseason and either re-signing a guy or getting a comp pick. Then that's another option as well. I think they still have a lot of options on the table.
I know obviously it's just a guess. There's a lot of moving parts right now. But, Alex, who do you think is next?
I don't know. Obviously, there's been a ton of, rumors and a ton of teams who are interested in Eugenio Suarez. The Yankees just traded for a third baseman a few minutes ago. They grabbed Ryan McMahon from the Colorado Rockies, so that presumably takes them out of the sweepstakes. But we've heard Seattle and Cincinnati and Houston and a few others who are interested in Suarez. So, but everybody needs pitching, every team. And Mike Hayes made that point. And, the position player market is different from the pitching market because of that fact that everybody could use some pitching by the end of the season. So I don't know. I'm not sure who's next, but there's definitely not going to be a shortage of calls for all those guys.
No, and of note, Zach Gallen's scheduled to pitch for the Diamondbacks on Sunday. So
wow.
That in itself is interesting. Alex, there was you were on the call. And I know Mike Hayes, and I know it was brought up, is anybody on this team really untouchable? Gambo tweeted out a little while ago that, even Ketel Marte is not untouchable. Not like they're looking to trade him, but it would, Gambo's exact words, it would take a true haul to include him in any sort of deal. How we talked to Mike Fitzgerald earlier this week, and there seemed to be this focus, even when we were talking to Mike Hazen a couple weeks ago, about not starting over, not hitting reset, not hitting any sort of rebuild, because there's not really any reason to do that. But you don't have Corbin Burnes to start next year. So how do you see them walking the line of still making sure they're a competitive team in 2026?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, and part of that is what you can do now, and part of that is going to have to wait until the off season. On the nobody's truly untouchable, I think the line you used was those conversations got pretty shut down when teams heard about the haul that the Diamondbacks would be looking for. Obviously, nothing's impossible, right? If a team comes out and just completely blows them away with anything, but that seems extremely unlikely, especially when they already have guys on expiring contracts whom they can trade and add talent for, who could potentially help you next year or at least in the next couple of years. But yeah, it's a fine line to walk when you have so many guys who are going to miss significant time for next season. And then you also have to look at, 2027 when, you would get Burnes back and you would have, hopefully Justin Martinez healthy for a full year. So it is a fine line. And now is a kind of a golden opportunity for them to add talent that could potentially help them down the way. But at the same time, do you want to completely punt on this season and, lose the chance to potentially add a young pick in the draft? I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Alex, have you gotten any feel for how acute the Zach Gallen market is?
Not entirely. We haven't seen a ton of movement just in the starting pitcher market yet in general in Major League Baseball. We've the biggest trades we've had obviously was Naylor. We had Rafael Devers earlier this season. Now we just get Ryan McMahon. So there hasn't been a ton of movement with starting pitchers quite yet. It doesn't, a lot of that will depend on, who else becomes available. Like if the Twins want to sell and, Joe Ryan hits the market, he's been a guy who a lot of teams would be interested in, but obviously the, Twins would be reasonable not to let him go. Then that changes the market a little bit too. Gambo had mentioned that he believes that Merrill Kelly would get the biggest haul for the Diamondbacks over Zach Gallen at this point. So yeah, that's just kind of, putting the pieces together on what teams need, which teams need, what pitchers, and what's happened so far. So I think the pitching market might take a little bit longer just because there's a little bit more competition for pitchers with everybody needing that by the time October rolls around.
Alex, it's always great to talk to you, man. Good work as always.
Thank you, Alex.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you. That's Alex Weiner joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. There's so many different ways to look at what's going on with the D-backs. I mean, the fact that Zach Gallen is scheduled to pitch on Sunday, and we'll have that conversation in a little bit, but that in itself is like, okay. I mean, if you're running him out there, how much does that start matter for his trade value? Are you hesitant to run him out there? There's a ton of different ways to look at this. When we come back, though, back to football, there's suddenly a lot of talent on this Cardinals defense. So which guys are going to emerge as the leaders of this Cardinals defense? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals base earnings? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and no bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking in with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ahead of the game, the D-backs have placed outfielder Alec Thomas on the bereavement list and called up outfielder Jorge Barrosa from AAA Reno. And the Phoenix Mercury are also on the East Coast tonight. They take on the defending champion New York Liberty with tip-off at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, we'll get ready for some more Red Reckoning out here, Wolf. Are you ready? The binoculars are already out.
Oh, yeah. I am ready. There are bodies that are starting to creep out onto the field. Interesting.
Just the fact the field's here is
yes.
a good sign. All right, so we've talked a lot about this defense. Now we finally get to start to see it in camp. Not game situations yet, but I thought the defense, considering what it looked like on paper going into last year and then the injuries, I thought the defense was solid last year, but they have really upgraded at a lot of different positions. So talent-wise on paper, they look like they're set. But now you have to have some leaders emerge. What is going on behind you? I just hear just a big hammer.
I'm so glad I wasn't doing anything that was distracting you.
No,
it was the hammer. The hammer that is behind you. Man, how fitting that is for training camp practice. As soon as the pads go on, of course, there's nobody hitting anybody at this point in time for the most part, even though there was a serious injury yesterday. That was awful. But, to me right now, to answer your question there, it's always a case of leadership on the defensive side of the ball as well. They've got a number of people on that side of the ball that I guarantee you their leadership, there is no leadership void whatsoever on the defensive side of the ball. When you talk about Budda Baker, start with Budda Baker. Once again, imagine Budda Baker walking up to you and saying, "What are you doing?" Mm-hmm. Looking you in the eye, not yelling at you, not screaming at you. Just, "What are you doing?"
Like the time he walked up to you and made fun of your attaché case.
Of course, called it a purse. It's not a purse, Budda. Knock it off.
But he did walk up to you and say it.
But, again, what a kick in the cradle that is to any of his teammates, where he's going to walk up on you and say, "Man, you're not giving us what we need." That is, it's one thing for a coach to go out there and yell something and scream something to you, whatever it might be. It is a completely other thing, a different animal for a player, especially a guy like Budda Baker, who is respected and regarded so much inside that locker room, to walk up to you and look you in the eye and say, "You're not giving us what we need." You want to talk about a jolt, and if it doesn't jolt you, you're probably going to be gone.
No, if it doesn't jolt you, you probably don't even want to be there.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
If any teammate is coming up and telling you, think about it. To just use your example, wherever you are, wherever you work, if management tells you, "Hey, we need more from you on this," okay, I get it, right? I'm not going to just ignore management. But if one of your coworkers that you respect comes up and it's like, "Hey, since you're not doing your job, I can't do my job."
Yeah.
If you care about your job, maybe you don't care about your job. I don't know where people work, but if you care about your job, that's gonna hit you.
Of course, somebody at work would say, "Well, if you did your job better, maybe I'd be better."
Well,
okay, great. We don't want to hear that.
We'll see if somebody says that to Budda and see how it goes.
That's my point. I love the way you brought that all the way back, Luke, because that was my point. What are you going to say to Budda Baker? You're not going to say anything to him. You're going to say, "Okay," and then you're going to walk away and you're going to try harder. It's just something that's leadership, especially inside the hyper-aggressive alpha male world of an NFL locker room. It's something you absolutely have got to have, and that is non-negotiable. And then you think of a guy like Calais Campbell. Calais Campbell and the leadership that Calais Campbell is going to bring not only into that defensive line room, not only into the defensive room, but also the team room that Calais Campbell brings with him, the clout that he has. It's so important, but I look at this, now Mack Wilson Sr. as well, a guy that's getting an opportunity.
On this defense.
Mack Wilson Sr. is a guy that is a much more important role in terms of leadership than what we've seen from him in the past.
All right, so here is Mack Wilson Sr. from yesterday. He was asked if anyone has told him to speak up more now that he has the green dot.
Calais already got on me yesterday. He came up to me and told me that I gotta echo the check out louder. I was like, I got you, bro. My fault. That's my fault. Like, there's nothing I can say. Honestly, I just owned up to it and just told him I'll be better.
Again, there's your point. What are you going to say to Calais? If Calais walks up and tells you to be louder, what are you going to be like? Okay.
Hey, Calais, suck it up, man.
Why aren't you louder,
all right?
Calais?
I am yelling it right now. Why don't you open up your ears?
I'm down here. Look down here. No matter who you are, I'm down here. Even Mack Wilson Sr., who's not a small dude, I'm down here.
Can you imagine that? Yeah. But again, think of the leadership it takes for a guy like Calais to say, hey, bro, you got to be louder now.
Yeah.
You don't be, especially when we're out there or we're on the road, whatever it might be, or we're home here. Are you kidding me? And we're trying to get off the field on third down, and the place is going nuts. But
it's so big. If you want to have success, you have to have attention to detail. And if you want to have attention to detail, you got to have everybody holding each other accountable like that. Could a coach say that? Yeah, but these coaches have other things they're doing too. They're maybe not focused on if one of the players is talking loudly enough. Whereas Calais Campbell, again, has seen it all, and done it all in this league. How about on July 24th, we just get this out of the way right now instead of waiting till week 1 against New Orleans. You're wearing the green dot, be louder.
Yes.
There you go. Fixed. And Mack Wilson Sr. is not going to take offense to that. And Mack Wilson Sr. is going to be one of the leaders on this defense.
Yeah, and, I love the fact that, again, Mack Wilson Sr. is getting the opportunity to do this and is accepting it and is very, very responsible in regard to how he's going to go about his business. Being the Mike linebacker and wearing the green dot, this is something that, he's going to develop. And this is going to be something that is going to be interesting to watch over the course of training camp, especially going into the first preseason game.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why you want to get him out there for 3 snaps. You want to get these guys out there because Mack Wilson Sr., he needs to be out there barking it out so he knows what it's like to do it.
Here's Darius Robinson on with Burns and Gambo yesterday on his experience already talking to Calais Campbell.
I mean, the first question, I remember we was just sitting at dinner, and then I was just thinking, 18 years, he's just seen everything. So I just start asking him who's the best players he went against, what are some of his biggest memories. His rookie year was the year they went to the Super Bowl, how that was, just anything. And then in the meeting room, I'd be like, okay, what do you think? And then just go from there. But now this year, I think will help me grow so much as a player, having somebody like that in our room.
I love just listening to Darius Robinson. He's just so chill, laid back. I ask him about this, right? I mean, I love the rhythm of how he speaks and what he says. I love it. He's just so chill for the most part. And yet, Darius Robinson is the one guy that I'm eyeballing in a big way this year. I said it yesterday. I'll continue to say it. If there was one guy, Basinonians, that we could put a magic bubble around, one guy that bubble would say you're not going to get hurt in training camp, you're not going to get hurt in preseason, you're not going to do it. One guy that I'd love to see make it through training camp and the preseason with no kind of injury whatsoever, it would be Darius Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, for individually, he needs that to really kind of get his career going at the NFL level. And as a team, they need Darius Robinson. I mean, you talk about guys that can potentially do so many different things for this defense. He's right at the top of that list, especially in terms of guys that you're not already getting that production from. I mean, anytime you have a conversation about the defense, you have to set aside Buddha for a second.
Yes.
Well, obviously Buddha does all this. Yeah, but I mean, you know that. You are getting that from Buddha. Buddha. You'd love to get it from Darius Robinson here as well. So, yeah, I mean, when you ask the question of who's going to emerge as a leader or leaders on this defense, it's not like, do they have enough? It's just who's going to be those guys. Obviously Buddha, obviously Calais Campbell, I think Mack Wilson as well, and there's going to be others too. When we come back, which Diamondbacks player will be traded next, and is he potentially the guy who's scheduled to pitch in this Pirates series? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Who will be traded over the weekend? We'll update you on the state of the Diamondbacks Monday morning. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
No, Wolf, that's the crazy part of this right now with the Diamondbacks. We're doing the show. We're, everybody's making sure we're not missing anything that might happen during the show if they make another trade or whatever. We got a whole weekend coming up.
Oh, man.
They got 3 games coming up before our next show. And Zach Gallen is scheduled to pitch on Sunday. So we probably should just start there. We got a bunch of Mike Hazen cuts I want to play here too. But just the idea that Gallen is set to pitch Sunday, they're not out of this on paper. So you're still trying to win these games. But at the same time, if you're going to trade Gallen, are you really comfortable pitching him on Sunday?
Yeah, for me, once again, I think you have to make a determination, and I think the Diamondbacks have made the determination that they're going to be sellers, regardless of what they might say, okay?
Yeah.
I think they've already made that determination. The deals they're talking about right now, the deals that are on the table right now, I think, Luke, they've already made that determination.
So do you think he's pitching on Sunday?
I think yes.
Okay.
If he's still here.
Okay.
Yes. But to me, again, I think they've made that determination. We are going to go for this. We're either going to be sellers or not. And especially, this is just me, my opinion. But listening to Derek Hall say what he said, that, this is just my opinion, but I think we're going to be sellers. Mm-hmm. That's what Derek Hall said. It doesn't mean it has to happen. Doesn't mean Mike Hazen has to do it now because Derek Hall said it. Of course not.
And they have already sold. I mean, he didn't say they're going to sell everything, but they have already started to sell.
Well, if they stopped right now, would you call them sellers? I wouldn't call them sellers right now.
No, I think Gino's probably the cutoff, right? If Gino's still here, then you didn't sell. Because if Gino's still here, you have one of the best power hitters in baseball. You're still on some level a team other teams have to pay attention to this season, whereas if you trade him, I think you're selling.
Yeah, and can I also say this? I would be fascinated to see Zach Gallen pitch on Sunday. Just fascinating.
That's kind of what I was bringing that up. Like, every pitch, I feel like, does it drive up or down his trade value? We have to hold our breath on every pitch?
We also, too, Luke, I think we'd all agree, we have seen Zach Gallen be a little bit more focused and a little bit more effective when it matters.
Yeah.
When all of a sudden it was a good team, and suddenly we've seen him, generally speaking, be a little bit more focused, I think, when that's happened. When he's pitched against a good team.
Yeah.
Or gone to a big market.
But I would say
actually,
the Pirates are not necessarily a good lineup.
Okay,
so I don't know
but
what I'm
here
expecting.
it is. This is exactly what I'm talking about. But this would be his last start before the deadline.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden,
I feel like a no-hitter
hey,
on Sunday.
Exactly. What if Zach goes out there and does his job and looks locked in and focused, how should we read that?
There's so much. Like even this game tonight, there's so much that you read into it. If you win the game and San Diego loses, it's like, okay, now I'm with you. I think they've already I think the Astros series sort of pushed them over the top. But here,
yeah, because it's not just the Padres. They're the Padres. They're chasing. It's not just them, Lou.
Let me play some of these Hazen cuts, and we'll see if we can read anything into this. He was asked about, and this is all from this morning on a Zoom call. If he was asked about the Diamondbacks being sellers.
This is not the position I anticipated us being in. It's not a very comfortable position to be in. I'm not very happy we're in this position. Nobody's happy we're in this position.
That all checks out. He was also asked about what the future holds now.
As far as what the future holds, I don't have anything to offer you there yet. We have a lot of really good baseball players that are on our baseball team that I want to see us go out there and win baseball games with. And, we'll see what happens. The inevitability of this is if we can't figure a way to stay in it, given the stature or the contractual nature of some of the guys that are on the roster, like it just forces me having to take calls and fields, scenarios that become part of your job. And it is part of your job, and can't just want to win. Like we have to go out there and kind of do that too. That's been sort of the conversation that we've had all year. It's no matter what we want to have happen, I have to still step back objectively and see what has happened and then project forward. And, you got to buy into certain things to make that feel good about making those decisions when you're taking your risks. So we'll see where the rest of the week takes us.
Man, it's one of the things I appreciate the most about the Freaky Mike Hazen, just how human
Freaky
really
Mike
is.
Hazen,
Wheeling and dealing, just how human he really is. He's not afraid. He's not afraid to let you see his vulnerability, if you will. He cares about these guys. He really does. And can you imagine the disappointment that he is feeling right now after putting together what we all basically were looking at, saying, oh my goodness,
I still think it's a good team.
The Diamondbacks are a good baseball team. They're going to be in this thing. They are one of the top 5 rotations in the league. Can you imagine putting this all together the way that he has and building this the way that he has? And now all of a sudden, this is what he's faced with.
Well, let me clarify. I still think it's a good roster. They are obviously not winning enough games. I mean, what he said right there is something we've said on the show. I'm sure it's something a lot of D-backs fans have said watching these games. It's a real thing. This team should be good. We feel like this team can still do damage. There's still nearly 60 games, 59 games left. But at a certain point, the wins need to show up in the win column, too. Otherwise, it doesn't really ultimately matter. Now, another thing he said in there, we still have a lot of good players, and that's why this is such a unique situation. Even if they traded Gino, and they've already traded Naylor, and they traded Merrill Kelly, and they traded Zach Gallen, too, they would still have a lot of good pieces on this team. And that leads into this comment, too. He was asked if he's listening to anybody calls on controllable players like Ketel Marte.
So the contract guys are definitely taking up the majority, if not all, of our attention. I'm not going to shock you with this comment, but of the guys that Ketel, Corbin, Moreno, Perdomo, Fott, Nelson, like the younger group that's under long-term control, they're all calling me about them too. So it's just one of those things where you have to, in almost every conversation, it's would you guys talk about these guys at all? And, if I say, depends on what you're talking about, it would be a haul. That usually shuts the conversations down pretty quickly. So the majority of the conversations that are real conversations in my mind surround the guys that are coming up.
That's one of the things too, man. As a general manager, you got to listen. You have to listen to what somebody might be offering you.
You have to, just because teams get crazy this time of year. And do you want to trade Ketel Marte? No, I don't think the Diamondbacks want to trade Ketel Marte. They just extended him, and he's hitting pretty well. But if some team is like, hey, we're going to give you our top hitting prospect and our number 2 starter, and it's like, well, hold on. I at least want to listen, but I don't have to take any of the offers.
It's one of the things about the job, being a general manager. You are not doing your job if you're not listening to everything.
Do you think any GM has the audacity to call Hazen during a game? Like let's say the Astros game. Oh, Christian Walker just drove in the go-ahead run in the 9th inning. Or the Yankees calling, being like, hey, you're probably going to lose this one. Now, how do you feel about trading Gino now? Because I don't know if that's a good way to get a deal done with a guy who doesn't want to be in this position in the first place. A lot of teams, when they're selling at the deadline, they knew they were going to be in that spot at the start of the year, probably.
True.
Right? And this is not that. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, we're rolling through the summer, are we not? The Arizona heat is brutal. The last thing you want to do is move, right? You don't want to do that, man. Moving is difficult. Moving Team 6, they understand that and trust the professionals, of course, to pack your belongings like Moving Team 6 and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You want that. You're going to be glad that you worked with Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros here in the Basin. Local, long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility in Phoenix. You can actually store your items that you're in the process of moving as well. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and customers. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart.
Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ahead of the game, the D-backs have placed outfielder Alec Thomas on the bereavement list and called up outfielder Jorge Perosa from AAA Reno. And Arizona Cardinals training camp is going on right now. Joining us next is Arizona Cardinals center Yelda Froholt.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Calais Campbell from the Arizona Cardinals. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Yeah, we are out here at State Farm Stadium, and as a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. And Wolf, we are pleased to be joined up here by Yelda Froholt right now to talk a little Cardinals football. Yelda, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. I would assume you guys are as excited as the rest of us for this season to get going. But what have the first couple days of camp been like?
You know, I think it's really good. I think, Coach Gannon is doing a good job taking care of us and, easing us into the whole transition of, taking a good scientific mindset towards it. We don't want to do too little, but we don't want to do too much. So I feel like, when the work needs to be done, we're out there and we're going to get after it. So I think everybody's on the same page too. So whenever we got our walk-through periods, it's walk-through, and whenever we're full speed, we're game time speed. So it's been going really good so far.
Yelda, what are you focused on coming into this training camp? What is occupying your headspace right now at this point in time?
I think it's just the same thing as every training camp. I think just making sure you're really comfortable with the playbook, making sure you're comfortable with all the calls, comfortable with the guys around you. And then also, I think the older you get, you just make sure you still have some fun doing it, having fun in the O-line room, making sure you crack a couple of jokes. Just being excited about being where you're at. It is a serious sport, and we are going to take it serious. But at the same time, it's also awesome. We get to be out here and playing a sport for a living and doing it with the boys, and, we're just having a good time. So, and meanwhile, we can, compete and gain a lot from that. So it's definitely been a pleasure so far.
We're talking to Yelda Froholt. Yelda, you have some continuity on the offensive line from last year with yourself and Paris Johnson Jr. and some of these guys. And you've obviously, you got a guy like Isaiah Adams that's trying to break his way in as a starter too. But just to have a lot of the same pieces back on the offensive line and offense in general, how much does that help you in your job and just kind of everybody out there?
I think it just a lot of things might need to be unspoken. There's a lot of stuff where it's oh, that's an easy transition or an easy adjustment to make because you know how to communicate with each other, and I know how they play, and we know it's just more hey, I need to be a little bit more firm on that. Okay, cool. Instead of oh, when I'm doing this, I'm thinking this. So we're all starting to understand how I play and how the guys around me play, and you learn how each other are playing. Not that we're all executing the same job, but everybody's a little bit different, especially on the offensive line. So everybody executes a block a little bit different and a little bit different fit, but then once you feel it over and over and over and over, then it's easier to just adjust. So it's been nice having some continuity, and communication's been great in the offensive line, but at the same time, I'm excited to see what the young guys are doing, and the rest of the line room, everybody's dialed in, doing a good job at it.
So Yelda, year 7 for you now?
Yes.
Okay, year 7. Think about that, man. It just flew by, didn't it? It always does. But having said that, I see you now in a lot of these lists that are out there, in terms of top 10 centers in the National Football League. You're in the top 10. There's a lot of people that are. Does that matter to you?
I mean, obviously it's cool. It's a good personal, achievement and all that. But I think, it's been a long road, a lot of ups and downs, and just gotta keep digging at it, man. And there's definitely a lot of times where it was really tough, and you're like, wow, I don't know if hopefully this is not the last snaps you're taking. But then an opportunity arises, and you just gotta play up to the opportunity. And I was lucky enough to have some opportunities, and I've done my best at seizing them as good as I could, and then. But, I couldn't be here due to, all the players around me. Like, I've been able to play beside some really good players and been coached by some really good coaches. So, it's definitely cool. It's awesome. But at the same time, try not to think too much about it. Having a good time, just working on getting better every year. You can't really stay stagnant, and, just keep doing what I've been doing to get to this point. So, having a lot of fun and, scoring some points. That's all we want to do.
We're talking to Yelda Froholt. Yelda, I know it's early in camp, but going up against this defensive line now, what is it like right now in the trenches? Because the defensive line is huge as well now.
It's some big boys now, man. We got some big dogs in there. It's both like, it's always when you walk up and you see a big dog, you're like, damn. But it's also it's a blessing in disguise in a way. Like I get a chance to do daily reps against Dalvin. Like that's a guy that's gonna make me better in the run game, and he's also sneaky good in pass rush, and some of these guys that I get a chance to actually put my hands on, where I'm like, it sucks. It sucks for camp, but at the same time, it does nothing but prepare me for season. So I'm excited about that front seven, man. Every time that they sub one guy out, you're like, shit, we got another dog coming up to the line of scrimmage. I'm like, well, all right, you better hunker down because these guys are it, man. So, and they're humming over there, dude. They're deep on the D line. They're all going. Got a lot of cool veteran presence. Of course, got Calais in there too now, and guys are listening, getting pointers and all that. That's another big presence.
Yeah.
Luckily, he stays a little bit more outside than in his earlier years, so I'm just messing around with Dalvin for now. But it's definitely good to see all those guys out there competing.
Okay, so what's your weight at right now?
Like 310, 315, something.
Is that where you want to be?
Yeah, somewhere around that,
Okay.
Yeah.
So the off season, did you get stronger in the off season as well? You're one of the strongest guys on the team, are you not?
I think I just had this conversation with, I work with a strength coach in the off season, and it's such a fun way how it kind of changes. I could be in off season trying to be like, I need to improve 5 pounds or 10 pounds on my squat, but the focus changes as you get older. I'm only almost 29, that's it, but it's like rate of force development. Can I move weight faster and all that stuff? So I'm not necessarily being like, hey, max squat, but just trying to be more efficient and, keep doing what I'm good at.
Okay, does Dalvin Tomlinson really weigh 325?
I knew this is where you were
I'm
going.
just saying right now, Yelda.
Hey,
I'm looking at this guy.
Whatever's on paper. I can't.
I don't know about 325 if I'm buying that, man. You talk about a big, square dude.
That's a big boy, dude.
That is unbelievable.
He's a presence. Let's just say that.
He really is going to make this team better, is he not?
I think it's a great addition, though. So it's awesome seeing him in there, and he's an old head that's just been consistent throughout his entire career. So I'm just stoked to see what that can be. I played against him a couple of times, and I'm like, that's a load, to handle. So I'm excited he's on our team now.
Wanted to ask you before we let you go, too, about Isaiah Adams, obviously, and even Hayden Connor, who, just got here, obviously. It's very early in his career. But I guess specifically with Isaiah Adams, how much growth did you see from him at the start of last year to even where he is now?
Isaiah's taken a huge leap, man. I'm super proud of what he's been doing. It's more calm, it's more collected. I know he knows exactly where he needs to be. It's not the fact that he didn't know before, but as a young guy, I've been there too. It's like, it's hard not second guessing a little bit. It's like, I know where I need to go, but is it 100% sure? It's hard to feel that. So you just see him moving faster, quicker to the point, quicker to the spot. So super excited to see where he's at. I guess I'm one of the older guys now, and, he has Jonah on the other side. So we told him, just lean on us, man. If there's anything you're insecure about, just ask. there's nothing, I don't want him to feel, oh, no, I don't want to ask because I don't want to feel stupid or anything. I'd rather him be on the same page, do it right, and then we can be like, hey, this is what we were trying to get out of this. So, I mean, he's been great, man. And then, I mean, Hayden's come a long way too, just from, OTAs to now. He's getting really comfortable being in there, snapping, playing guard as well, and doing his thing. And, all the rookies are doing a good job, taking care of what we want from a technique standpoint, what we want from a tempo standpoint, and what we want from, a schematic standpoint. So the whole O-line is just taking complete ownership. That's awesome to see.
Man, the last 2 years, you guys have been elite in terms of attacking the line of scrimmage and running the ball. Top 5 in average yards per carry the last 2 years. How much pride do you guys take in that?
It's awesome, and it's a lot of credit goes also to Drew, Petzing to feel comfortable calling those run plays, man, and we have a lot of threats, and that's we have JC in the backfield, and Kyla can run it, and we're still also a threat in the pass game, so you can't just load the box, but at the same time, we're really good at playing, in bigger personnel groups. So, I mean, we got some guys that are willing to just stick their nose in the dirt, man, and just get after it. I mean, Perez takes a lot of pride in the run game, like there's a lot of tackles, pass pro and all this stuff, but he takes a ton of pride in just being a mauler, and he's taken a huge step already. I mean, Evan Brown is a grinder. He's been around the league quite a bit, just like me, and played different positions.
Strong
and
dude.
Now he's just in there, stout, strong. We're getting after it too, man. And I mean, same thing with Isaiah as well as Jonah. So the O-line takes a lot of pride in it. The tight end takes pride in it. The running backs takes pride in it. But at the same time, it's like we need to be multiple. And I think that's what we've been good at the past couple of years. It's not just all about run. It's about how can we marry the run, the pass, the play action, the keepers, whatever we need to do. Throw in a couple of special plays here and there, and then all of a sudden it's like, how do we defend these guys? And we have so many weapons on the field that, I mean, it's hard as a defensive coordinator to be like, what do you want to defend? So, always proud of the guys and what we've been able to do, the past couple of years. But it's a team effort, man. It's not just the O-line; it's the running back scene and hitting the holes as they need to do, or also sometimes making a miss in the backfield because you don't block somebody, and then I've seen JC do some magical stuff too. So it's a whole team effort, man, and I'm proud of all the boys.
Yelda, we appreciate this, man. Good luck with everything this year.
Sir. Thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
That's Yelda Froholt joining us right up here as we inch closer to Cardinals practice today. If you think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620. Join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, wolfing down your lunch, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Aliens? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Today at Burke Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Galvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, thanks to Yelda Frohold, who just joined us, which is why we're doing Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Now, Rick, how you doing?
I am doing all right. I mean, I've been back here doing a million things at once. But we'll get into the D-backs to start. The D-backs traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it's one of Wolf's favorite questions. How would you grade the return the Diamondbacks got in the Josh Naylor trade? A, B, C, D, or F?
Man, this is...
Oh, my goodness.
Who has seen these guys pitch?
Exactly.
Yes. I tend to trust this front office.
I do
in their
as well.
evaluation of young players. So I guess in that sense, I would say it's a good thing, but I didn't want to trade Josh Naylor, but I understand they didn't either. So I think that all just adds up to a C, honestly. Rick, I'm just going to give it a C.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to one-up Luke here. I'll go C+. Okay? How about that?
Again, not an answer.
I'll go with C+ for this trade for Josh Naylor.
Wow.
Okay, we'll go with C since it's actually an answer.
Yeah.
So C leads at 38%. B is second, 30%. D is 15%. F is 12%. And A is 4%. All right, D-backs general manager Mike Hazen spoke to the media this morning following the Naylor trade and was asked if there are trade talks about any controllable players such as Ketel Marte. Here's what he said.
So the contract guys are definitely taking up the majority, if not all, of our attention. I'm not going to shock you with this comment, but of the guys that Ketel, Corbin, Moreno, Perdomo, Fott, Nelson, like the younger group that's under long-term control, they're all calling me about them too. So it's just one of those things where you have to, in almost every conversation, it's what would you guys talk about these guys at all? And if I say, depends on what you're talking about. it would be a haul. That usually shuts the conversations down pretty quickly. So the majority of the conversations that are real conversations in my mind surround the guys that are coming up.
What do you guys make of this?
I could never be a general manager. Can I just tell you that right now? I would suck buttermilk Basinonians as a general manager. It just, some guy's going to give you an offer. They lowball you on everybody. It doesn't matter. That's where you got to start. And I just that would make me angry.
Yeah.
You're going to lowball me, and that,
my time.
I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Yeah, I would suck as a general manager.
I would be surprised, obviously, if they trade Ketel Marte or any of those. I mean, you kind of have a sense of Ketel, Perdomo, Corbin Carroll, Brandon Fott. He mentioned Ryan Nelson in there, too, as guys that you're building this team around. And that was the plan going into this season. And part of building it around that was having Gino here for this year and Josh Naylor here for this year and Zach Gallen here through this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But your core, there's no reason that you have to disrupt your core. Most teams that are selling right now knew they were going to be selling and they don't have much of a core yet. The Diamondbacks are supposed to be competing, so they don't need to touch the core unless some team comes in with some crazy offer.
You're going to call me about Ketel Marte. You're going to call me about Ketel Marte, and you're going to offer me that.
Yeah, don't waste my time with, my number 5 prospect for Ketel. Okay, get lost.
Yeah, crazy.
Lose my number.
That's a top prospect type trade. Arizona Cardinals linebacker Mack Wilson Sr. talked to the media yesterday and was asked about playing the Mike linebacker position, a position he has never played in the NFL. Here's what he said.
I love it, honestly, because I'm the quarterback of the defense, essentially, and I kind of be messing around with Collar at practice. Like, he be canning and checking, and I just be moving around, just messing with him and things like that. So it's been kind of fun, and, I just been looking to get better with it each and every day.
Are you guys comfortable with Wilson having the green dot?
Yeah, I mean, he was here last year, and he was a pretty good player, but I know being a good player doesn't necessarily translate to you're guaranteed to be good with the green dot, but he was here, and most of the other guys playing right around him in that spot. Akeem Davis-Gaither wasn't here. Cody Simon wasn't even in the NFL. I feel more comfortable with him than any of their other real options right now.
Yeah, for me, my only concern is Mack Wilson and moving him to Mike linebacker, and would he be stout enough? He is stout enough. He is a guy that can take on the blocks of the interior offensive line as well and get off of those blocks and be physical at the point of attack and make some plays. So, to also have the ability to wear the green dot and actually call some of these defenses and quarterback the defensive side of the ball as well, I'm confident in his ability to do that if JG and Nick Rawlis are confident in his ability to do that.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, as always, Rick. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app on arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcast. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, the Diamondbacks have already made one big trade. Josh Naylor to Seattle. Did they get enough back, and what does it mean for the next 6 days? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now they will voyage out onto their longest road trip of the season,
where many of the Diamondbacks who go on this trip might not come back and will find themselves potentially in different uniforms, as the D-backs will not return until after this year's trade deadline.
D-backs at the Pirates. Game 1 this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You know what I love about All Pro Shade Concepts? There's no subcontractors whatsoever. Installation is all done by their in-house team. That's right, no subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades in the basin here. They'll work around stucco, tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right, Bay City. It's voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them, if you can believe that. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. What you need to do is go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Ahead of the game, the D-backs have placed outfielder Alec Thomas on the bereavement list and called up outfielder Jorge Barroso from AAA Reno. And the Phoenix Mercury are also on the East Coast. They take on the defending champion New York Liberty tonight with tip-off at 4:30. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Gambo. With trades on the horizon, how is D-backs manager Torey Lovello keeping the focus for his team? We'll ask him today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Well, yeah, it sure seems like if you're going to trade Josh Naylor, you're basically opening the door. And then at that point, Wolf, I don't really know what stops you from trading all of these guys. Although, again, you can get compensatory picks for if you kept some of them and kind of rode out the rest of the season. I don't know if that's a leverage thing or if that's really what they are operating with.
You know what's so weird about it, Basin Earnings? I mean, this is mercenary baseball. This is mercenary football, basketball, hockey, whatever. It's mercenary. It's ruthless. Okay? You never want humanity and humankind to get in the way of a deal, okay? And this is just reality. It is. It's not about being mean or anything else. It's just about not really caring about who's going to be moved and who isn't going to be moved and who's going to be acquired and who. It's just every professional athlete knows this is what I'm buying into. When I declare that I want to be a professional athlete and I'm willing to accept money to be paid to go out and do my job, you just embrace this part of it, the mercenary part of it right now. And that's the one thing about Mike Hazen that I'm always fascinated with and have been for a long time is the guy's got a heart. Yeah. And yet here he is as a general manager where you can't really have a heart. You got to be ruthless.
Well, there was a cut. I think it was Sports Illustrated had the quote where Merrill Kelly certainly didn't rule out the idea of coming back to Arizona next season, regardless of what happens. And, you know, I think a lot of people have kind of been wondering that. Why is it a foregone conclusion that these four guys all have to be gone at the end of the season anyway? Why do they have to be rentals? I mean, you know, it's four different players, certainly, at three different positions, and everybody has a different opinion on who you should or shouldn't keep, but I would take Merrill Kelly back next year. I mean, you don't have Corbin Burns to start the season next year, and you should be competing next year. Your core is here right now.
So if that's a real possibility, which I think you're right on, you're spot on, why wouldn't you move everybody?
Yeah.
At this point, everybody.
And they might.
Anybody calls on. Okay, we'll take that as well. Move everybody.
They might.
Because we might sign you, and we might sign you.
Now, I'm always wary of that because, and Merrill would be the one I think we all assume would be the most likely to come back. I mean, his whole career's been here. He's got all the local ties even before he ever played for the Diamondbacks. But you never know, right? I mean, you trade him to whoever. Say you send him to the Mets and they go to the World Series and lose, and then they make him a huge offer. Why would he leave?
Correct.
You know, I mean, he might like where he ends up. So
it's a gamble.
It is. It all is right now. And unfortunately, the Diamondbacks are working from a position they didn't want to be in. But it is possible that, you know, if they navigate this next week just the right way, this could set them up in a big way in the future. I mean, you don't want to be in the spot, but you could really, this could be a franchise-altering week in a good way down the line. We might look back and be like, oh, yeah, that's when they had to trade Naylor and Gallen or whatever, and that's where they got these guys from. So here's Mike Hazen. He was on the Zoom call this morning talking about the guys that they just got from the Mariners, starting with Garcia.
In Garcia's case, obviously, it's a big arm that's going to fit into our pen between now and in the future. Obviously, everybody knows sort of what we've gone through in the bullpen this year, and part of what my anticipation is or goal is for this deadline, if possible, is to add arms to the best we can. It's going to be tough. I think the expectation of pulling back starters that are up here at this area of the landscape is going to be extremely difficult when you're trading with teams that are going for it and asking, for the 7th, 8th, 6th, 7th, 8th starters. That becomes challenging in trades. But I think we'll have more access to bullpen guys, which is still a huge area of need for us long term, both today and into the future.
Did he just say that it's going to be bullpen arms for the most part and difficult to actually orchestrate a trade for somebody that is going to be a starter?
I heard that as like, if you're trading rentals, you're probably not going to get a contender's
correct
top end starters,
yes,
because they need them,
of course,
right now. So I tell you, trading for bullpen guys, it's the right thing to do. They need to strengthen the bullpen, obviously. It's not real exciting, though. And it's like, hey, Josh Naylor got traded. And you're like, okay, man, I didn't want to trade Josh Naylor. Who'd they get back? And they get back, Brandon Garcia, who might be a great bullpen guy. But the problem is we'll potentially see him soon, right? But, we even saw it this year. Like, bullpens are so just all over the place and inconsistent. And some of these guys that have really struggled this year have been great at the major league level for the Diamondbacks recently. So to trade for a bullpen prospect that's a dicey situation for any team. You have to do it because it's the only way to truly build up your bullpen.
Yes.
And we've seen firsthand this year, as if any of us needed a reminder, that you have to do that. But still, it's like you're going to have to wait to really see how this plays out.
And you know what, Luke? I keep thinking of the opportunity that is in front of Mike Hazen and the Arizona Diamondbacks at this point in time. The opportunity. Can you imagine? When have we seen the Arizona Diamondbacks have the kind of trade capital that they have right now? When you think of Eugenio Suarez, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, you already moved Josh Naylor. Mm-hmm. Shelby Miller, who knows? Again, when you think of, I don't think they've ever been in a position like this. Everyone's talking about how they should dominate. They're going to control the trade deadline.
They could.
And what actually happens, the Arizona Diamondbacks, the pass apart too for everybody else. When you're in that position, aren't you willing to take more chances than you usually would?
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too, where I got to think once you make the first trade, it's like pulling the string, right? Like, doesn't that kind of just start destroy the shirt? Because it's just like now you've opened the door to it's less likely you're going to go on a run this year without Josh Naylor. And it's more likely you can get more and more pieces. And at a certain point, why stop? Randall Grichuk, all these guys, as long as you're making the right trades. And I would say the caveat, though, is you don't want to do this for – and this is why I asked Mike Fitzgerald this the other day, because I just genuinely wanted to know. You don't want to do this for the 2027 Diamondbacks, the 2028 Diamondbacks. Like, you're always looking at the future. I get that. But you built a team this year that was supposed to contend, and – injuries were a part of it. This is where you have to be honest with yourself about the injuries. They are a huge reason why you're not contending right now. So you don't want to totally tear it all down because and I'm not saying don't trade the guys that are, on expiring contracts. I get that, but I'm saying you don't want to tear up the whole thing or trade for guys that aren't going to play for you for 2 or 3 years because you should still be close when guys are healthy.
What's amazing about it as well, when we talk about what has gone wrong with the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2025, the summer of 2025, basically, it's, for me, I think of Corbin Burnes first, and then I think of Zach Gallen next.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that both those guys in the rotation, a rotation that was going to dominate this team in terms of the talent that they had at certain positions, the starting pitching was going to be one of the top 5 rotations at least. And I think I'm being generous on that.
Yeah.
Top 5 in all of baseball. And then you had one guy get hurt with a Tommy John and go down, Corbin Burns, as we all know. And then the other guy underperformed. Those two guys right there, that's what happened to the 2025 Diamondbacks.
I couldn't agree more. And the underperforming, I mean, we already know what injuries do, but underperforming throws everything off. And I'm not putting it all on Zach Allen that they're in the position they are. As a team, they've underperformed. Yeah, but it's just they are a team that's selling that shouldn't be here. Like when we look back at the end of the trade deadline in a week or whatever, we're looking at the teams that sold. We already saw Colorado sell today. Well, Colorado was supposed to be sellers. They got off to one of the worst starts in baseball history. But when you line up all the teams that will ultimately sell over the next week, there's going to be one that's not like the others that shouldn't be in there selling, and it's the Diamondbacks because they underperformed and because, guys were hurt. And here you are now. When we come back, what is the next step for ASU football? How can the 2025 Sun Devils get out from under the shadow of the 2024 Sun Devils? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn bead, please? That's right. We all know it's hot outside, ladies and gentlemen. But inside the Wolfley compound, it is cool. I mean, real nice. And that's all thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud base, Indians, that's been chilling in the fridge. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. I'm talking mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary, they've got it. 12 Basin locations as well, so there's going to be one close to you. You got to go check them out. Tell them Wolf sent you, Basinonians. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn Bedding mattress. By all means, ladies and gentlemen, you need to go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Bailey Leisure. Diamondbacks trade Josh Naylor to the Mariners for 2 pitching prospects. Day 2 of Cardinals training camp ends on a somber note. And Suns reportedly made concrete offer to the Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
We are out here at State Farm Stadium. Lots of Cardinals football to talk. But, Wolf, we are also closing in on the start of ASU football. In fact, Camp T is not next week, but the week after. So not far away at all. And Justin Watley, longtime college player, speaking for ASU on Wednesday, talked about what it would mean if the Sun Devils, in their first 2 years in the Big 12, were able to take down the Big 12 championship, just kind of where that would set the program up.
It'll mean the world to me, finishing out on top, man. Everybody has the goals of winning championships and doing things like that, man. But I feel like, to me, a staple coming out of, this isn't a blue blood, if you know, the Ohio States, the Alabamas of the college football world, man. So being able to come here and do that back-to-back, it'll show that, you don't need, for high school recruits and stuff like that, you don't need to chase big names. You can do it with the guys that you have surrounded. And I feel that if you have a really good group and everybody's bought in, man, anything is possible.
You know what's interesting about the Sun Devils in 2025, Basinonians, what I'm really looking forward to is this offense taking the next step. And when you've got Sam Levitt as your quarterback, how much better could Sam Levitt be? Because he can get better, and I think that he will get better. And now you're talking about Jordan Tyson as well coming back. Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. And to me, Basinonians, the most encouraging thing about it is 4 of the 5 guys on the offensive line are coming back.
Yeah.
Okay. That, to me, this offensive line, it got better. It got better as the season unfolded. And the fact that they have an offensive line that is going to be experienced coming back, where you can protect Sam Levitt a little bit better, where you still can run the ball. I understand they don't have Cam Scadaboo. I understand that. But I still think they're going to be able to run the ball. That offensive line is one of the most encouraging things about going into the Big 12 again. I think they're probably the second best offensive line right now in the Big 12.
Well, I mean, you're looking for continuity or carryover if you're ASU, because you're coming off that monster season. It'd be one thing, we have the same offensive line. We won 3 games last year. But to win double-digit games the way they did, and, to your point on the running game, too, they don't have Cam Scadaboo. There's not another Cam Scadaboo. You're not going to be able to replace him with one player. But they got Kanye Udo, and that's a guy that ran for over 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns last year. And then you already had Kyson Brown and even Raleek Brown here. So you may have to try to replace Cam Scadaboo with 2 or 3 different guys, and kind of they each take a certain element of what he did, because, I mean, he was doing everything last year and even to a certain extent the year before. But at the same time, if you can replace him at all, if you can replace him 75%, 80%, you don't have to replace pretty much anybody else, because everybody else is back. And to your point, you figure Sam Levitt's only going to get better. It's not like he won the Super Bowl last year. He was just really good last year. He's working with a head coach that is really good with quarterbacks. Ask Bo Nix how good Kenny Dillingham is with quarterbacks.
So once again, would you say that Sam Levitt last year was his breakout year? Would you call it his breakout year?
Unless you have a different definition of breakout.
No,
yes.
no. You would call it
Yes.
his breakout year. Sam Levitt. Sam Levitt, can you imagine how much he has grown since last season because of what happened on the football field? This is something I talk about all the time, and you know how jacked up I get about this. But here's a young guy that is in the process of developing. Where that ceiling is, I don't know, but guess what? Sam Levitt is reaching up, Basinonians, right now. He's reaching up. He's wondering where that ceiling is as well. And the fact that he's got his feet firmly planted on last season and what happened last season, man, my expectation for him, especially with Jordan Tyson coming back and being ready to go, it's off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't it be?
The offensive line is going to be able to protect him. The offense is going to be able to protect him.
He's got other receivers now, too. I mean, you're not going to put him on the same level as Jordan Tyson because Tyson might be the first receiver drafted next year. He honestly might. You look at most mock drafts or pre-college football season rankings for next year's draft, and he's 1 or 2 on most receiver boards.
I love this kid.
But, like Malik McClain had to step up a little bit when Tyson was hurt last year. I mean, when they went to the Big 12 championship, they didn't have Jordan Tyson, So, and some of those guys, Xavier Guillory's not here anymore. But, for the most part, Sam Levitt was able to do some big things last year without Tyson as well. When you talk about the evolution of your quarterback, in retrospect, that's not the worst thing in the world. Now, if they had Tyson, they would have beat Texas and whatever. If they knew how to call targeting, they would have beat Texas too. Or if they would have stopped them on 4th down, they would have beat Texas. But you bring all these guys back, and you have a chance. If they could win the Big 12 again, Wolf, I mean, that's your first 2 years in a Power 4 conference. Does it – I'm going to play this cut from Justin Watley because he was asked, can they become a blue blood?
Absolutely, man. Coach Dillingham is a young head coach with a lot of great energy, and he's on the rise, man. And all the different changes with college football, man. I feel like this is definitely trending in the right direction to become one of those powerhouse names of college football.
Agree with all that. There's nothing they could do this year to be viewed on the level of like an Ohio State or an Alabama. Totally get that, right? I mean, they could win the national championship. They wouldn't be viewed as a blue blood like that because there isn't that history. But what you could do this year is you could really make the Big 12 yours. If you went out there and won the Big 12 again, your first 2 years in this conference, with all of what Justin Watley just said of where this team is trending anyway and where college football is going, you could make this your conference. And it's a Power 4 conference, so that's not a bad thing to do.
What an incredible accomplishment that would be.
Yeah.
Can you imagine for ASU to come into the Big 12 when we all know what happened last year? They were picked dead last in the Big 12. I mean, they weren't, they weren't picked the second to last.
Nope.
They were not. They were picked dead last. 16th, of course, in the Big 12. And the fact that they won the Big 12 and they represented the Big 12 in the college football playoff very, very well, I might add. Now, all of a sudden, they could come back and win the Big 12 again. If you can do that back-to-back, get ready because there's going to be a lot of action on Kenny Dillingham at that point in time.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think this is all something we know that Kenny has loyalty. We know he loves ASU, and he's got that personal attachment to ASU. And I think that ultimately, Basinonians, is what will keep Kenny Dillingham here. Because I think he's going to be successful. I think they're going to continue to get better as a program. I think they're going to win the Big 12 again with Kenny Dillingham as their coach. Now, again, might not happen this year, but it's going to happen again at some point in time. And when it does, sooner as opposed to later, man, look out.
And you can't be afraid of this success for what you just said. That if they have success again this season to that level, teams are going to be trying to pull Kenny Dillingham away. It's college football.
It is.
There are no rules. And there were never rules with coaches anyway. But I'm with you. I feel like he's going to stick around because I feel like it's a genuine thing where he grew up here. He grew up a Sun Devil fan. He is all the reasons we said he was exactly what ASU needed before they got good. Just all of those reasons because he's so emotionally invested in the Valley are the reasons that would keep him here. And honestly, I think the faster you have the success, and teams are coming and trying to pull him away, and he's still kind of in that honeymoon phase where he's still in his first few years, makes it even more likely he'd stay than if you had like 10 lean years and then another good year, and he's like, okay, maybe it's time.
Here's the one thing about it, though. Kenny Dillingham, base earnings, would literally be the definition of a hot coach in college football. He would be if they were to win the Big 12 again, 3 years, 2 Big 12 championships at his age, this young gun.
2 years in the Big 12 and 2 Big 12 championships.
Exactly right. This young gun, but 3 years into his program. Now all of a sudden, he would be the hottest commodity you could have. Think of his personality.
Yeah.
Think of how he is in front of a camera.
Fits college football.
Oh my goodness, he is going to be coveted.
But if that's the case, the flip side to that is, assuming he would stay at that point, that makes it a lot easier to recruit. If you have one of the hottest coaches in college football, that helps with recruiting. If you are, even if they're just in the Big 12 championship again this year, you're making inroads to the point where if you're a recruit looking at a Big 12 school, you're thinking, well, everything goes through Tempe in the Big 12. And I think that's the next logical step. That
sounds great.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
And
everything goes through Tempe. Don't say Tempe. Say Tempe.
Tempe? That's a lot more realistic than all of a sudden being like a national powerhouse after just a couple years.
Yeah.
But it's the next step if you want to become a national powerhouse. Take over your conference first, and they got off to a pretty good start last year. When we come back to Cardinals, what are our expectations for Darius Robinson specifically in year 2? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
What is best for the long-term good and health of the organization? Sometimes it gets lost when fans are living in the moment and become very attached to a certain athlete. As a Diamondbacks fan, you got to divorce yourself from the fact that it's great watching Gino. He's a great guy. He's got a great vibe. Like I say, he's got great hair. He's got that great gesture, the binoculars gesture. Everybody loves him. But this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks, and that's the way you've got to look at it.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Ahead of the game, the D-backs have placed outfielder Alec Thomas on the bereavement list and called up outfielder Jorge Barrosa from AAA Reno. And the Phoenix Mercury are also on the East Coast. They take on defending champion New York tonight with tip-off at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Jordan Birch, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, final hour of the show here from State Farm Stadium. Practice is going to open up at some point this hour, so we'll be able to, at that point, talk about what is going on the field. So, Wolf, this is... we're back here at training camp, but you're obviously not doing the color this year. Has it thrown you off at all, or you seem pretty fine with everything?
Yeah, I will tell you, Basinonians, it is shocking from time to time. I was down on the field yesterday, and it hit me.
Yeah.
It hit me that I should be on the other side, even though I still work for the Arizona Cardinals because I do Big Red Rage.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So I was on the broadcast side of it, and a couple of my broadcast partners, they actually pointed to the other side. They looked at me and pointed. Dave Pash. Dave Pash was like, "Oh, you're." Craig Graylew was like, "You're over
Well, you
there."
knew you were going to get that from those guys.
You know what? And it did hit me at that point in time, even though I still worked for the team in terms of Big Red Rage and doing the broadcast. It did hit me like, you're not the color analyst anymore. You're not. And I knew Basinonians why I did it, and I don't need to go back there. Once again, I am more than fine with my decision, of course. But I do hold out and reserve one explosion that first game when they're actually playing a game. I mean, you gave up one of the best jobs in the world. What are you doing? What are you doing?
That's just going to be because they're in New Orleans, though, and you want the Cajun food. So that's really what it's going to be all about in week one.
Yeah, that the game day thing, Basinonians, that's going to be very, very difficult for me. I will admit that. Yet at the same time, 20 years, it was such a glorious, wonderful 20 years to me. I know the Cardinals didn't have a ton of success, but the friendship that I built, of course, with Dave Pash and Paul Calvisi and all those years of being together, Basinonians, what a blessing. Thank you, Lord God.
The one other thing I wanted to ask you on it, and I think I know the answer to this, but does it change the way you watch camp at all?
No.
I was going to say, I didn't think so.
No.
You seem very much the same wolf.
You know, football is football. It's one of the great things about it, especially when the pads go on. And Basinonians, it's not nearly as brutal as it once was. There's just no denying that. The games are as physical. Yes, they've changed the rules, and it's not as dangerous, maybe, as it was in the past, but it's still a brutal game when you're playing it on the field. It's just there's no brutality typically when you're preparing a human being to play in a game. That has gone out the window.
Yeah, no 3 weeks of two-a-days is what you're saying.
No.
Which is crazy.
And that is, you've heard me say many, many times, Luke, that's the biggest change in the game of football.
How you prepare a human being to play football is what you're saying. Darius Robinson is a guy we're all watching out here throughout camp and hopefully well into the season. He was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they asked him, where does he think he can really thrive in this Nick Rallis defense?
Honestly, because, we play with three down D linemen, so whichever, either the field spot or the boundary spot, it really doesn't matter to me. And then in pass rush, if we rush them with two guys or one guy, just know my track, know my alignment, just set everything up of my rushes and also whatever he calls. So just super excited, man.
Man, I'm super excited as well because I think Darius Robinson, provided he's healthy, provided he plays and stays healthy, I think Darius Robinson is going to be everything that I thought he was going to be last year.
Yeah.
He's got so much talent, and he's a kid who cares. He really wants to be good, and he cares about that. And he knows that he still has got to go out and prove that he is.
Yeah. Yeah, you're in a weird spot when you don't get to play much as a rookie because you're not a rookie anymore, but you're also not like the new flashy thing. Like, you've been here. You know what I mean? Like, this league can pass you by real quickly if you don't get to go out there and actually make a name for yourself on Sundays. We talked about, this is probably about a week ago, who we thought would be the X factor of this team. And I don't actually think my answer was Darius Robinson. I think it was Will Johnson. But Darius Robinson really, the more I think about it, just kind of is the X factor on this team because you could get anything out of him. I mean, the range of what you could get from Darius Robinson, I don't know that anybody else matches that because we didn't get to see a whole lot last year.
Right.
So you could get nothing in theory, or you could get like a monster, hey, this guy was a first-rounder for a reason type season.
One of the things that I love about this season in particular is what you just said in regard to Darius Robinson. Here's a kid that we know how it went for him last year and how disappointing it was last year. Even when he got to play, he said he wasn't 100% and it was disappointing to him. Now all of a sudden, he walks into a jam-packed defensive line room. This is going to force him to compete, force him to go out there. You want reps? You want playing time? They're not just going to give it to you.
They're not guaranteed on this defense.
They're not just going to give them to you because you're a first-round pick. I'm sorry. We got guys. This is the NFL. We got guys out here who have played 18 years in the league. You want reps? You have to prove you deserve those reps. And I think that's exactly what Darius Robinson needed this year. at this point in his career, that kind of kick in the face. This is the National Football League, bruh. They don't care where you were drafted. All they care about is you playing and your production.
And this team has changed so much, even just in the 12 months, or I guess, 15 months now since he got drafted. The team around him. Last year, if he's just healthy, he never guaranteed reps at the NFL level, but he's going to get reps last year because they didn't have this defense before.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you were just our first-round pick a few months ago, and you're healthy. You're going to play.
And remember, this year is about winning games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this year, that just look at the defense. Just look at the guys playing around him. Most of them weren't here last year, and they all intend to play too. And they certainly don't care when you were drafted. Like, you think L.J. Collier cares when Darius Robinson was drafted?
No.
All right, when we come back, actually, if you think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620, and what that does is it lets you join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You can step into your favorite host's league and battle for glory, and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last. So text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings as well. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, is it just those four names we've been talking about that could get traded from the Arizona Diamondbacks? One of them's already gone. Or would they trade guys that are not on expiring contracts? We'll react to what D-backs GM Mike Hazen said about that exact topic next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Arnians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and then you could just move in right away without getting bogged down and all slowed up by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect to just move in right away, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. How's that for freedom when you're trying to move into your dream home? It's the best way to do it, really. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles, none of that stuff. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, so once they're done, a local Orchard agent can list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Who will be traded over the weekend? We'll update you on the state of the Diamondbacks Monday morning. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
We are out here at State Farm Stadium. It's Wolf and Luke on a football Friday afternoon, and we got a lot more football to get into. But for one last time before we head into this weekend, Wolf, let's hear some more of what Mike Hazen said this morning, because the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series in Pittsburgh tonight. When the season began, this was not supposed to be some monumental series. This was supposed to be 3 games in Pittsburgh at the end of July. And instead, now you have a team that is already depleted by injuries and now does not have Josh Naylor because they traded him to Seattle yesterday afternoon. And look, there's such a wide range of things that could happen before the next time we do our show. We could come back on Monday, and we'll be back out here on Monday, and the Diamondbacks could have won 3 in a row and not traded anybody yet. They could have won 3 in a row and traded everybody. Honestly, they could have still traded Zach Gallen and Eugenio Suarez and Merrill Kelly, or anywhere in between. They could have lost 3 in a row. You know what I mean? But you may not make any other big moves this weekend, or you might trade multiple guys away this weekend. So Mike Hazen, after making the Josh Naylor trade yesterday, talked to the media on Zoom today. And they asked him about why they decided to start making trades.
I felt like with the position players, the number of position players we have that are being asked about, and not planning on trading everybody, but just the number of position players we were being asked about, the number of pitchers we have that were being asked about, both our starters and our relievers. I just felt like, we were looking at the market and needing to be able to do a good job with everything we're doing, and not when you're a buyer and you get down to the deadline, you're at the mercy of the seller. I think when you're the selling team in this situation, you can dictate the pace at which you want to work. And we just called everybody in yesterday and basically told them we got a deal that we were willing to do, and we started pushing every other deal.
Wow. Once again, this is the second time I've heard that cut. And it sounds really, we called everybody in, and we told them we got a deal. And then we started pushing every other deal. You know what I mean? I'm fascinated by that, man. I wish I could have the Freaky Mike Hazen on right now, where he would just...
Freaky Mike
What was
Hazen.
it? Wheeling and dealing. Just wondering what he was talking about in that regard.
Yeah.
Because it's fascinating to me. We just called everybody in, told them we had a deal, and then worked on every other deal, pushed every other deal. Okay, so you got all this other stuff that is out there right now. Can you imagine how many balls, metaphorically speaking, in the air he has right now?
Oh, I mean, we talk about those 4 names, but I'm sure I'm sure teams are asking about Shelby Miller. I'm sure they were asking about Jalen Beeks, Randall Grichuk too. I mean,
Ketel Marte.
Yeah, I mean, he said
Corbin
teams
Carroll.
are talking about Ketel Marte. This is what I can safely say. They're not trading Corbin Carroll for anything. That's like the one name. You know what I mean? The contract you have him on.
I'm just going to say right now, if you don't listen, Mike Hazen.
Well, you got to listen.
Of course.
You got to listen. But
you're not doing your job.
And teams are asking, hey, Mike, well, I got you on the phone, and you're already probably not in a great mood that you have to talk to me under these circumstances. Maybe throw in Ketel Marte. We give you some. No.
Throw in Ketel.
Yeah, we'll give you
we'll
some
just
prospects.
Throw Ketel in. You know what I mean?
You're not going to the playoffs. Like, okay. More from Mike Hazen on the Astros series in particular. He was asked about that series and if it provided that clarity they were looking for.
I mean, I suppose based on how I behaved yesterday, if you ask me conceptually, like how I still see this baseball team, I still see this baseball team as one that has the capability of doing what we did against the St. Louis Cardinals, maybe not scoring 12 runs a night, but being able to go out there and take it to just about anybody in this league. The unfortunate part of it, we're just not doing that. I felt like we lost a couple of very winnable ball games, and unfortunately, the pattern for this team has been on a number of occasions we've ripped off 3 or 4 in a row, and then we just turn around and it disappears on us. It's not one loss and then back to winning 3 or 4 in a row. It's multiple losses. It's sweep. It's the Miami series. It's the Houston series. There's just been a lot of tricky moments during the season where we just haven't been able to keep it together. And it's a long season. Those things happen. It's just been our MO from start to finish.
Yeah, it really has been your MO from start to finish. And it's the reason why the closer we get to the trade deadline, I really do believe they're gonna move everybody. They're going to move as many guys as they possibly can.
Yeah.
That's what I think. And when I'm talking about that, based on needs, I'm talking about Merrill Kelly, talking about Zach Gallen, talking about Eugenio Suarez as well. I think, to your point, is there a possibility Merrill Kelly would come back after he goes and as a rental goes somewhere else? It is.
You're going to need guys because right now your starting rotation to begin next season is Eduardo Rodriguez, Ryan Nelson, and Brandon Pfaadt.
Yes.
And you don't really have players beyond that, and those guys should be your 3, 4, and 5 right now, in whatever order you want to put them in. And right now they're your 1, 2, and 3, and there is no 4 and 5. You'd have to bring guys up from the minors. So they're going to need a veteran pitcher like Merrill Kelly next year. Whether it's him or not, they're going to need somebody like that.
But it just makes me think, again, man, there's an opportunity. The Diamondbacks are in a position where, maybe they're ready to say goodbye to a Zach Gallen. Maybe they're ready to. I don't know. We all respect and love Zach Gallen and his talent, of course, incredible talent. And at the same time, maybe they're ready to say goodbye to these guys and reset and restart a brand new Arizona Diamondback team going forward.
It's interesting, too, the 2 series he referenced in there, and I know he wasn't saying just these 2, but the 2 he referenced were Houston, obviously, because it just happened, and that was kind of – it speaks to the eye test more than what you might do, and this kind of undercuts the idea that these games against the Pirates could still change their mind, because even if you sweep the Pirates – is a sweep against the Tigers coming right around the corner, and he referenced the Astros series, which we obviously all just watched. Okay, you sweep St. Louis coming out of the break. Maybe we do have something here. You don't just lose 1 to Houston, you lose all 3. That Miami series he's talking about back in late June, you had already swept Miami earlier this season.
Yeah.
Okay? And this is really like at the crux of everything for me. June 24th, you beat the White Sox. You're 3 games above 500. And you proceed to lose the next game to the White Sox. Okay, not great, but whatever. And then get swept by Miami. So you were 3 games above 500, and you had 4 games against the White Sox and Marlins coming up. That was your chance to really be like, hey, we're 5, 6 games, 7 games above 500. And instead you came out of it below 500 again. And so when you're Mike Hazen and you're looking, you can't just read into 1 or 2 or 3 games because you got to see what's coming after the wins.
Sing it again, this is so dicey. It really is. And I say this all the time, Basinonians. because I never played the game of baseball professionally. Never played it professionally. Don't understand the 162 games. I always wonder about what's going on inside that clubhouse because I know that chemistry is really, really important. It is. It's really important. Not only in football, but in baseball, in basketball, in hockey. I think all team sports. When you've got more than one individual, you've got a team. And that means that team has got to have some type of chemistry. And many times you can't see it. It's an intangible. And it's one of the more difficult things to try to build and control. It basically just happens so much of the time. It's what culture is trying to do. You're always trying to insert your culture into a program that human beings are going to fit into. And the problem is I don't know what's going on inside the clubhouse for the Diamondbacks. Does this organization feel like they have the toughness inside that clubhouse? Does it feel like it's got the chemistry inside that clubhouse? I think a lot of that is going to control how many people are moved, how many players are moved at the deadline.
We're going to get more of an answer to that question in what happens in the next few days. And the other part that's tough is you talk about chemistry. Gino's a huge part of the chemistry, and he's one of the guys that would be most likely to move. I do want to play this one more cut here from Mike Hazen, just talking about the Astro series and what it kind of forced them to do.
Look, some of that is the depths of injuries that we've taken. Definitely, puts the team in a tougher situation to grind through some moments in time. But, watching, just offensively, and there's no knock on the offense. The offense has carried us the entire season, so it's hard for me to do that. But our approach this week wasn't very good. I mean, we've had multiple starters just cruising through us, and I didn't see us slowing that down at all to take these games. And, it's just at some point, I have to take a step back from what I want to do and focus on what the greater good for the organization is. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be everything. It just means, I have to take something off the table at this point, and we'll see what happens for the rest of the week. We still have 5 more days to go before the deadline.
I mean, he didn't want to even be in a position to trade Naylor. He's been pretty consistent with that all season. He didn't want to have to sell. But the sign of a good or great GM is, do you adjust when you have to? And if he goes out there and gets a bunch of important pieces for this team, again, not guys that are going to show up for the first time in 2028, but guys that can help them going forward, and maybe it's necessary. Maybe they're better for it in the long run. Take us wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, can Paris Johnson Jr. become the best left tackle in football? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. As a veteran, Trajan Wealth CEO, that's right, Jeff Jr., fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals, Basinonians, and your needs. Call Trajan Wealth to discuss options for achieving financial independence today. Listen, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth are all fiduciaries over there. They help me understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offered me guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. You know what you need? You need to pick up the phone and call 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Ahead of the game, the D-backs have placed outfielder Alec Thomas on the bereavement list and called up outfielder Jorge Perosa from AAA Reno. And the Phoenix Mercury are also on the East Coast. They take on the defending champion New York Liberty tonight with tip-off at 4:30. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Josh Sweat, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Yeah, live, and it's all going on in front of us out.
Kind of like this rejoin music right here.
No banjo?
Makes me want to push through the saloon doors. What, you want some? You, what? You know, here we go. Where are my cowboy boots?
Wolf pushes through saloon doors like he does walking into a locker room for the first time. I'll take you, and I'll take you.
And they would have killed me, Basin audience. Yet
But
at the
at
same
least you would've
time,
had nice boots.
I believed it. I'll take you, and every one of them would have killed me.
Well, we are up here. Training camp is now open. Practice is open. We can see what's going on in front of us. We can talk about what's going on in front of us now, Wolf. So I've got some Paris Johnson Jr. audio I'm going to play here, but now we can actually elaborate on what's happening. What's the first thing you're looking at out there?
Yeah, the defensive line really grabbed my attention yesterday. It really did, to watch them and see them physically on the field. We weren't looking at a roster, were we, Dalvin Tomlinson? We weren't looking at a piece of paper, Calais Campbell. We saw these guys actually out there on the field, and that defensive line room, that was my number one takeaway. And my eyes are drawn to them, even though we can't see them. My eyes are still drawn to them because they work out on a part of the field that is field turf, as a matter of fact.
They're like behind that wall over there.
Yeah, they're not on the field itself. They're behind that, and it's kind of difficult to see because they have the shields up as well. But that had my attention. Marvin Harrison Jr. has my attention as well. This guy, we've heard an awful lot about the transformation he's been through in the offseason, of course, and the fact he's gotten bigger, he's gotten stronger. He says faster. I'll believe it when I see it. That's just me. Not like I'm doubting him, but he's got to go prove it. He's got to show that. But, man, he looks like he is in awesome shape, and it made a couple of big plays down the field, couple of chunk throws down the field yesterday, Basinonians, where that is exactly what they need from this guy going forward.
Yeah, and he you see it just as they're kind of running through drills or even between drills, and somebody will toss the ball near him or somebody will throw it to him in a drill, and he'll just make this, nonchalant, ridiculous catch where it's just one-handed almost behind his head. I mean, the guy is obviously a great player and a great receiver, but the stuff you're talking about closer to an actual game situation is what we need to see, because we already knew he could catch. I mean, he was making ridiculous catches last year at training camp. And again, it's not like he had a bad year last year, but they will need more from him this year to get where they want to go. And just real quick on the defensive line, I know you brought up Dalvin Tomlinson yesterday, and you described him as a dumpster with eyebrows.
Yes.
And then you described him as a square. Yeah. Watching him walk across the field when they weren't running a drill where there's not a bunch of people like around him, he does look like a walking square. Like, wow.
You know what I'm talking about, man. He is, to me, if you were going to build a nose guard, basically, if you were going to do that, you would look at Dalvin Tomlinson as like, okay, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I want as a nose. The guy is good at playing against the run, of course. He's really, really good. But where he's also sneaky good is pass pro. I mean, going after the quarterback, that's where he does a great job beating centers in their pass protection. He does an excellent job getting pressure and getting push on that interior. And that's important, Luke.
Yeah, no, and it's, we were talking to Yelda Froholt earlier about this when he was up here. And, I mean, you would say Yelda's not really a small guy himself.
No way.
But he was talking about the defense.
He's 315.
Line, and he's like, yeah, these guys are pretty big now. You're lining up against Dalvin Tomlinson or, as he said, Calais a little bit more on the outside. He didn't have to deal with him face-to-face, but he's got to deal with Dalvin Tomlinson, and Calais Campbell's there, certainly. It's just a much bigger team up front now.
You know, it's super cool, too. At some point in time, this is just me speculating, but we know Nick Rawlis and JG. Mm-hmm. They love to do really creative things on the defensive side of the ball. They love that. You never know what you're going to get. These guys are groundbreakers on the defensive side of the ball. So I could see Calais Campbell lining up over the center or anywhere outside of it, too. I could see Calais, though, lining up over the center, especially in third and obvious pass situations. It's going to be really interesting to see what guys are going to be out there in third and obvious pass situations.
That would be unnerving for a center on the other team. And you're like, okay, I kind of have an idea what's coming. And, it's third down. I got to snap the ball. And now Calais Campbell's standing right here. Like, I wasn't ready for this. I should point out, too, all the offensive linemen just ran out onto the main field from behind their wall.
Yeah.
So Wolf might be distracted for the rest of the show because you got all the old linemen just parading down the field right now.
Yeah, honestly, this is where this season begins and ends.
The O-line?
The offensive line. The offensive line This is one of the things offensively the Arizona Cardinals have done incredibly well over the last 2 years. They are an elite rushing team, Basinonians. They are. They are elite. They run the ball exceptionally well, and they have proven that over the last 2 seasons. Okay, great. That's a great place to start. Now it's got to also protect Kyler Murray and give Kyler Murray the opportunity to build that chemistry with Marvin Harrison Jr. He's already got it with Trey McBride. Already has that covered right now.
Yeah.
But he needs protection. It's got to go to the next level. And if it does, because of that offensive line, bro, run.
Speaking of O-line, Paris Johnson Jr. was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he talked about his expectation for himself this season.
It is. That's the expectation that I was brought out here to Arizona to reach, and that's my expectation each time I step on the field.
Well, the expectation is that he's the best player at his position. That was kind of, I guess, leading up to the actual cut right there from Paris. And then he also talked about the fact that, you remember last year he had to switch sides. He doesn't have to switch anything this year. He can just play the same position.
I think it was just the balance with the feet. I think that was the largest thing. But, I mean, I feel like at this point I don't face any challenges with that transition anymore. After doing that for a full year, feeling it now feels as like the best it's felt ever at this point, especially right now. How I felt no TAs and feeling now. No, it's only day 2, but I love my feet. I love the body position, and my goals continue to replicate it and allow how awesome I feel to be the foundation and to come and attack and to earn my stripes every day to reach the All-Pro expectations that we spoke about earlier.
Oh, my goodness. Did you hear him right there? Paris Johnson Jr. Okay, here's my hot take for 2025.
Oh,
what do we call it? The Red Reckoning? Is that what we're calling it now?
Reckoning.
The Red Reckoning,
Red Reckoning
Training Camp 2025.
I'm going to stand up for this,
here's
too.
my
This
hot take right here. Paris Johnson Jr. is a team captain. There's my hot take.
Oh, he wants that. He's wanted that.
He's going to get the C this year. That is my hot take.
It does seem like the right time to do it, doesn't it? Because he's been kind of angling for it and evolving that way. And this year, he doesn't have to think about switching positions as you give him the C either.
Such
the first
a dog.
time ever, he just gets to play the same position.
He's Luke. He's such a dog. I think you're right on that. It's time. It's time for him to take that next step, and I think he's going to be acknowledged by his teammates. He needs the C. He's a dog, and he plays that way. Man, this guy, I would have loved to have played with Paris Johnson Jr. because he's animated.
Yeah.
A lot of offensive linemen are inanimate for the most part. They don't, hey, everybody, look at me. They just go and do their job, a lot of them. He's not like that. He's got a little something coming out of the side of his neck, and I love it.
When do you think we'll find that out? That's usually about a week or so before the first game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we come back, practice is underway for the Arizona Cardinals. We'll be reacting to everything we see on the field. When we come back, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now they will voyage out onto their longest road trip of the season, where many of the Diamondbacks who go on this trip might not come back and will find themselves potentially in different uniforms, as the D-backs will not return until after this year's trade deadline.
D-backs at the Pirates. Game 1 this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. This isn't any old Ford dealership, Basinonians. This is Tim Hobick's Santan Ford that I'm talking about. They're not just selling cars, they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals at $399 a month with zero down. Yeah, you heard it right. Zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, even the Bronco Sport. Just sign it and drive, Basinonians. There's no gimmicks, there's no games, just a payment real people can actually afford. And it's all happening right now during the Santan summer sale in Gilbert. They've got the inventory, they've got the deals, and they've got the team that treats you like family. There's a $649 dock fee. and a few restrictions, of course, but you're going to be good. Affordability is back, baby, and it looks like you're driving away in that brand new Ford. Head on over to Tim Hobick's Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Progressive's AutoQuote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's AutoQuote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Final segment of the show for the week. We are out here at State Farm Stadium. This is one of the best parts of having this time slot too, Wolf. We get to do so many shows out here throughout training camp.
Yeah.
Right now, we just get to watch what's happening in front of us live, and it's great. It's great.
There's no doubt about it. It brings back so many memories, and the way that practices are structured now, they're a little bit different. Back when we were, it was always a situation, it's a situation where once you were done stretching as a team, you wouldn't have any real activities at all before the team stretch. Team stretch was everything.
Oh,
you would
that's
go
where
out
it all
there,
started, huh?
That's where it would all start. Practice would start, with team stretch, and then you would break and go to individual periods. Running backs would all go with the running backs. Linebackers, all with the linebackers. And that still happens largely where they'll do that, Basinonians, but a lot of times they work with groups as well. And that's really, really different. Typically what you do is you'll go ahead individual, and then you'll go into a group from individual. And a group would be like, okay, now defense is all going to come together, and we're going to walk through some of the blitzes we're going to use in team. And team is 11 on 11. So you'll do group drills as well, like 9 on 7. 9 on 7, think about that, Luke. There's 9 offensive players and 7 defensive players. Is that football?
No, it is not.
No, it is not. That's exactly right. So they call that group period, where 9 on 7, it's the hamburger drill, basically. It's the inside drill, where the defense knows you're running the ball, and you're running the ball in between the tackles. And they're doing that on purpose because it's so hard to run the ball successfully when the defense knows you're running the ball, and not only running the ball, but running it in between the tackles in a north-south kind of way.
That's got to be like your favorite drill.
Oh, my goodness. It's the best. It's the bloodiest drill on the planet, Basinonians. It's why it's called the hamburger drill. 9 on 7. It's brutal. But that's still group because you're not 11 on 11. And then when you go to 11 on 11, it's called team. And that's typically the way you finish practices. And that still is the way that most NFL teams will finish with practices. Team. But it's not an all-the-time thing the way it used to be.
Should mention, too, who's been up here watching practice with us. Do you want to mention who's sitting a little over there to your right?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I've got my son, Basinonians. His name is Vetter James Wolfley. That's right. Vetter James sitting over there watching Cardinals practice, and it was so cool. The Arizona Cardinals, I thank you for allowing me to bring him into the stadium right here and letting him sit here and watch these guys practice and play the game the way that it should be played. And to me, it's another Wolfley who loves the game. How about that?
He does love the game. You always say faith, football, and family. You got
that's
football
right.
And family
That's
right
exactly right, man. Another Wolfley. Look out. He's going to put the mouth guard in and play the game.
Have you noticed that I'm the one standing up here? You're sitting down for practice. This is...
Well, I was standing at first. I was walking
I understand.
around.
You were a pioneer.
Yeah.
But once I stood up, I was like, wait a minute. This is a lot better than sitting at this table.
Yes. I listen, the pads aren't on right now, so we know they're not playing football, Basinonians. They're not. They're out there. They're practicing. They're going through drills, of course.
They're bringing the D linemen out where we can see them, though, now.
They're going to bring them out. Yeah, and that's great. Fantastic. All because you noticed the size of Dalvin Tomlinson.
It was a small eclipse of the sun, and I was like, oh, they must have brought the defensive linemen out.
So, exactly. So, it's going to get really, really good when the pads go on, and I cannot wait for that first day next week for the pads to go on. And guess what, Luke? We're going to be here.
Oh, yeah. We're going to be here pretty, Monday, Thursday, Friday, at least next week. It might even be more than that. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Maybe
I thought that's what it was. Now, once again, probably males. Well, what are you talking about?
Either way, it's Monday. We're going to be
trashing her office right now.
If she trashed her office every time you got the schedule wrong, they would take her office away from her.
That was a kick to the cradle, Luke. I don't know if I deserve that, but
on a Friday too.
Yes, this is where it all begins, man. When we talk about 2025 and the Arizona Cardinals and how critical this season is, how important it is, this is where it all begins right now. This is why I love this. Not any practice is ever going to be a given. You can't just assume anything is going to happen or somebody's going to develop. It's all about proving it. You have to prove it as a player. And it's not just your rookie year. It's not just year 3. It's every time you step in between these white lines, you have got to prove who you are, period, and what you're going to do about it.
It was Kyler to Marv again. I don't know. You can only read so much into body language. I get that. And it's not like Marv seemed out of place last year. But with all the talk of when you make that jump from year 1 to year 2 and just the confidence that brings and just the comfortability, but like in a good way.
Yeah.
When we talk to these players that are making that jump like Max Melton yesterday, Marv's walking around like this is like he knows what's going on now. You know what I mean? He's not like overwhelmed as a rookie. Not like he was last year, but he seems to have a different level of swagger to him this year. And again, that'll all either play out on the field or it won't. But it's interesting. You can't miss Marv this year when he's out there.
You know what also is very cool? I get what you're saying, but just watching Trey McBride line up as a wide receiver and run the out route, and Kyler Murray just boom,
he knows where
sticking
he is
it right on. Now,
time.
once again, they're in individual base audience. They're running against air, but to see Trey McBride run the 3 route, that's the out route where you roll that thing. It's more of a speed out than it is a true 5 route. It's more of a speed out where you really roll that thing, and to see the timing on it was pretty cool.
All right, we've blown through the clock. Let's go down the field and watch some of this.
Okay,
thanks to everybody. Thanks to Rick. Thanks to Jamal. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gabo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Monsoons. Wild winds. Roof destruction. Driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners yesterday for pitching prospects Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy. For more on the trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs face the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday in Phoenix. John Gambador, Tim Ring, filling in for the ever vacationing Dave Burns. Ringer, what's going on, my friend?
Gambo, how we doing, my friend? How you
good.
Feeling today? You feeling
better?
better?
I just can't. I actually got sick my third day in Sicily. Had a sore throat, and then that turned into like congestion in my nose and my head, and then and eventually just turned into like this persistent cough that I have right now. So like I loaded up on medicine when I was in Europe, and then I came back. My doctor put me on Z-Pack, and now he's got me on like prednisone. I just can't seem to shake it, whatever it is I have. So I'm hoping that, short show today. We'll turn it over to D-backs against the Pirates. And we'll have Torey Lovello on at 2:30, so the skipper will join us at 2:30. And then I'm hoping I just get some rest this weekend and I'll be okay.
Yeah,
my main thing for me is like I'm a gym addict. I go like every day. And I haven't been able to go for like 2 weeks. So this is like killing me. Like I just want to go run 5 miles. I want to go do something and I can't. So that's what's really killing me. I like sit at home and I do some push-ups, but I really can't do much more than that. So I just want to get back to being able to have my normal routine. I got my routine, Ringer.
Well, give it the weekend.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
now,
listen.
I will say this. It is Torey Lovello's birthday today, and the great Casey Wilcox of the Diamondbacks wants me to sing him happy birthday in Italian, so we may do that. Casey Wilcox is putting me up to it, so I don't know. Maybe I'll win a bet with him or something like that. So if you hear me sing happy birthday to Lovello in Italian, it's because Casey Wilcox put me up to it. That's all. That's the only reason.
I'll make sure I'm getting a cup of coffee at that point.
Yeah, you might want to. All right, let's waste no time. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, the D-backs make the trade yesterday. It happened right at the end of the show. Josh Naylor goes to Seattle. Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy, 2 minor league pitchers in the Seattle Mariners organization. They have a very good minor league system, by the way. One was ranked 13th. The other was ranked 16th. They come to the Diamondbacks as they load up on some younger prospects and move off of an expiring contract with Josh Naylor. I can tell you now, I can tell you that Garcia will be with the team tomorrow. So Garcia, they were not able to bring him right up because they needed a first baseman, so they had to go get a first baseman. So they did that. Tristan English is going to be at first base for the Diamondbacks today in Pittsburgh. I reported that earlier today at about 10 o'clock in the morning. So Garcia's he's just down for one day. He's going to be here tomorrow. So that was the plan all along, that Garcia would be with the big league club. That's what I reported yesterday. He will be there tomorrow. There will be a corresponding move. It's going to be one of the relief pitchers. It'll either be Woodford, Curtis, or Richards. One of those guys will be out, and Brandon Garcia will be up. So he'll just miss the one day, but the plan was always that he would be one of the relievers with the Diamondbacks. He throws about 97 miles an hour. They're looking forward to get him. Ring of the trade grades are out. They gave the Mariners a B+. They gave the Diamondbacks a B. Give me your thoughts on that.
Well, I monitored the social media landscape, not only the experts and the analysts who do this for a living, but also the vibe of the Diamondbacks fans. And it was amazing to me how many D-backs fans were kind of disgusted with the trade. And you and I talked about this a lot, not only yesterday when the trade went down, but Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week. First of all, it's Josh Naylor. It's not Merrill Kelly or Eugenio Suarez. We're talking about Josh Naylor and its expiring contract. So when you look at what your possibilities are, you're not going to get a major league ready arm, either a bullpen arm or a starter, for a guy like Josh Naylor who's on an expiring contract. So when you look at the job that Mike Hazen did here, look, I don't have a crystal ball. Maybe Izzy and Garcia never pan out. Maybe one of them does pan out. Maybe they both do. But to be able to send a guy like Naylor on an expiring contract and pick up two of the top 5 pitching prospects in the Mariners organization, to me, on paper, it looks like Mike Hazen did a pretty good job considering what he was dealing with. Speaking of Hazen,
Izzy, by the way, Izzy becomes the 11th best prospect in their organization. Garcia becomes the 16th. So Ashton Izzy, 21 years old, is now the 11th best prospect in the Diamondbacks organization. Brandon Garcia is the 16th best prospect in the organization. So that's how it's rated on MLB.com. So they add, 2 players in their top 16 now to the organization. And, again, you're just trying to add talent. Not all of it's going to work out, but it's good to be able to get some minor league talent. Some of those guys may pop, some won't. But if you can get a guy to pop, you could either have him on your team, you could trade him to another team. So that's why you do it.
And actually, the Mariners thought enough of Garcia to bring him up just a few days ago. He pitched in the big leagues on Monday, and then he pitched again on Wednesday. Those were his first 2 major league appearances, but clearly the Mariners thought he was ready. They put him on the mound in a couple of big league games. Mike Hazen also talking about the calls he's getting for the guys under contract in the Diamondbacks organization. We'll hear from Hazen on that coming up in the next segment. But Gambo, Hazen did meet the media today. He did talk about Garcia. He did talk about Izzy. Let's hear from the GM now on the 2 new Diamondback pitchers.
In Garcia's case, obviously it's a big arm that's going to fit into our pen between now and in the future. Obviously everybody knows sort of what we've gone through in the bullpen this year. And part of what my anticipation is or goal is for this deadline, if possible, is to add arms to the best we can. It's going to be tough. I think the expectation of pulling back starters that are up here at this area of the landscape is going to be extremely difficult when you're trading with teams that are going for it and asking, for the 7th, 8th, 6th, 7th, 8th starters. That becomes challenging in trades. But I think we'll have more access to bullpen guys, which is still a huge area of need for us long term, both today and into the future.
Yeah, so Mike Hazen echoing what I just said there. It's tough to get. Teams don't want to give you your top 8 guys.
That's what we said yesterday. You can't get this 6, 7. It's exactly what we said. Yeah, you go back and listen to yesterday's show. I mean, I was always like Mike Hazen was on. We said it's it's very difficult to trade for somebody 6th, 7th, and 8th pitcher. Last year, the Diamondbacks got a ton of calls on Ciccone and Mania, and they ended up trading Ciccone. But because a lot of teams are looking for those guys. I need that guy that could come. Nobody's 5 starters are going to go throw 32 starts and pitch the entire season. Nobody. You need a 6th starter, a 7th starter, an 8th starter, sometimes a 9th starter. Those guys are so valuable, and that's why the Diamondbacks were so reluctant. They were not going to trade Mania. They were not going to trade him. They did trade Ciccone. They did trade him, but they held on to Christian Mania. But everybody asks for those guys, and the Diamondbacks is doing the same thing. Yeah, we mentioned yesterday you're going to go after starting pitching, but teams are very reluctant to give up their 6th, 7th, and 8th best pitcher, to you, and it's more likely that you've got to either get guys in single A or double A, which is what they got in Izzy, or get a reliever, which is what they got in Garcia. It kind of played out just the way we discussed yesterday.
Yeah, and Gamble, and speaking of minor league arms, I think Diamondback fans should be prepared that when they do deal Suarez and Kelly and perhaps Gallen as well, it's going to look similar. You may get more, you may get quantity, but the quality is going to be probably similar in terms of the team's prospects, in terms of where they rank.
Yeah.
Izzy's a 21-year-old right-hander. Gambo, I got a shorter cut from Hazen because I want D-backs fans to hear what Mike Hazen thinks about Izzy here, Ashton Izzy.
And then with Izzy, long-term starter potential. We see all the ingredients, the ability to mix pitches. He's young. He's obviously already in high A. I obviously he's a little bit further away, but looking to capture as much value as we could. Unfortunately, trading Josh was not something that we really intended to do when we started out this season. But where we stand today, we felt like it was the right thing to do.
And John, remember, you reported this yesterday, so I'll give you a chance to reiterate it. This is the haul they got back for Naylor. Now, you're reporting yesterday the D-backs actually expect to get the most for Kelly, then followed by Suarez, then Gallen,
Yes.
and then Naylor. So
yes,
from that
Naylor was going to be the
standpoint,
least out of the main guys, Tim. And the reason why is because first basemen are easy to get. They're just easy to get. There's a lot of them on the market right now. There is. So like that is the one position. The DHs could play first base. Catchers could play first base. First baseman could play first base. Unfortunately, it's just a position to which, it's easier to go get those guys. So, that's the problem with first base, is that you're not going to get a lot for it because there's plenty of guys that can play that position.
Gamble, let me hit up one more for Mike Hazen before we hit the break here. A lot of fans were wondering why did they pull the trigger on a deal, a week before the trade deadline? Why not let this thing play out, not only for the Diamondbacks on the field, but also maybe you'd get a better offer. Hazen, on why he decided to start making deals yesterday.
I felt like with the position players, the number of position players we have that are being asked about, and not planning on trading everybody, but just the number of position players we were being asked about, the number of pitchers we have that were being asked about, both our starters and our relievers. I just felt like, we were looking at the market and needing to be able to do a good job with everything we're doing, and not when you're a buyer and you get down to the deadline, you're at the mercy of the seller. I think when you're the selling team in this situation, you can dictate the pace at which you want to work. And we just called everybody in yesterday and basically told them we got a deal that we were willing to do. And we started pushing every other deal.
Yeah, again, it's a little bit like that scene in Moneyball, Billy Bean, where he just hangs up on the other GM. He goes, hey, if you got a deal you like, just hang up. But it's almost like they got the deal they liked for Naylor. Why put Naylor on the field for another 4 or 5 games, risking injury, which would torpedo the deal? So Hazen struck yesterday with a deal that he liked.
Well, because there's others. You got Nathaniel Lowe. You got Ryan O'Hearn. There's other first basemen. There's just others that are going to get dealt. So, instead of waiting, you're like, let me get a deal now, because if these other teams get those guys, then I might get stuck not getting anything. You look a couple of years ago, the Diamondbacks went out and got Josh Bell for like nothing. They got Josh Bell. It's like I said, it's the easiest position to man. It's the easiest position to trade for, and you usually don't get a whole lot for it. You could always get first baseman. There's a bunch of first basemen that you could go get right now. So I think Mike was wise in saying, let me make the deal now, because there's 3 or 4 other first basemen that are out there, and I'll try to beat everybody to the punch. I'll make a trade, and Seattle gets him for like 6 extra games before the deadline. You get a couple of minor leaguers. Seemed like a fair deal for both teams. I talked to Brock Heward today. He reached out to me and said, what can you tell me about Naylor? And I said, one of the things you'll be surprised is, like, he's sneaky quick. Like he's got like 11 stolen bases. So you see this big guy, and you're like, okay, he can't run, but he's smart. He takes that extra base and he can steal a little bit. He's not great defensively, but he's a great contact hitter. The Mariners need that. So I think that works out really well for them. All right, we're going to take time out. When we come back, is Ketel Marte on the trade block? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing. Now, at some point, you're going to need a new roof on your house. Everybody does. As long as you're in your house long enough, you're going to need to replace your roof. They do not last forever. And if you ignore it, sometimes you end up with a gigantic insurance claim, thousands of dollars. Your insurance goes up. That's not worth it either. That's why I tell you about JLC Roofing every single day, a roofer-owned roofing company that's been in the Valley for generations. And they do a great job of helping our listeners save money. How would you like to save $1,500 off a full replacement roof? Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing. We're talking about $1,500 off right now by calling 602 Roofing. You can say, hey, listen, I want to get my roof done. I just want to wait till after the summer's over. Can we do it in September, October, November? They'll help you out, and they'll save you $1,500. But if you feel like, hey, I'm going to need to get my roof fixed or repaired or replaced, call JLC Roofing. They cover the entire valley. It's 602 Roofing, or go to jlcroof.com.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. This we know, but did you know about their service drive? Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The deals there are unmatched, best in the Valley, but they also have the best service center in the Valley because they know people are busy. That's why their service center stays open late. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. If you don't like waiting around for your car to get service, you want to get it done, this late night shift at Liberty GMC is perfect for that. You'll never know your car is gone. And speaking of their service center, the best tire deal in town can be found at Liberty GMC. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1, and this deal lasts all year long. Convenient service, big savings. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Bailey Leisure. Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen keeping options on the table after trading Josh Naylor. Cardinals defensive lineman Darius Robinson is ready to bounce back after a tough rookie season. And Diamondbacks place outfielder Alek Thomas on the bereavement list. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, Burns and Gambo on a Friday, a baseball Friday, heavy baseball today on the truncated show. We're just going an hour today. Tim Ring in for Dave Burns, John Gambo from the home studio. Again today, the D-backs skipper Torey Lovullo. A lot to talk about with Torey coming up at the bottom of the hour, 2:30. Torey will join us for his weekly visit. Gambo, tonight in Pittsburgh, Ketel Marte will play his 1,000th game as a Diamondback to become the 3rd D-back all-time to reach that feat, joining Paul Goldschmidt and Luis Gonzalez. He's got a long time left on that really favorable contract for the way that he produces. 6 years remain on that deal. He'll be 32 next year. I'm going to play some stuff from Mike Hazen in a bit, but before I do, you put something out there on social media today, out on X, that Ketel Marte is not untouchable.
You know, Mark McClune, who does a fantastic job, always respected all of his, his great work, put out there that Mike Hazen says that he's received calls on players like Ketel Marte under a long-term contract, but it would take a haul. He didn't rule it out, but is not inclined to do it at this point. So I got asked a lot about it. I've been asked a lot about Ketel Marte. And I've had a lot of discussions with the organization, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I said. It's not, because somebody said, is this clickbait? You know, Mark McClune putting out there that Hazen's received calls on Marte. No, it's not clickbait. Ketel Marte is not untouchable. Now, are they looking to trade him? No. But if somebody called, hey, I'll trade you Skubal for him. I'll trade you Paul Skeens for him. It would take a haul. Like, it would take a lot to get Ketel Marte. Arizona's very desperate for frontline starting pitching. Because Gallen's a free agent, Kelly's a free agent. You're probably going to trade both of those guys. Corbin Burns isn't going to be here next year. They're desperate. How do you get frontline starting pitching? You're probably not going to be able to get it in free agency, so you're saying, okay, it's going to be a trade. You're not trading Gallen on a rental for frontline starting pitching, or Kelly, or Suarez. You're not trading Suarez and getting back a number 2 starting pitcher that's going to be in your rotation for the next 5 years. There's no chance. There's no chance. So the only way to get frontline starting pitching would be if you traded somebody of more value. That would be a Ketel Marte. Not trading Corbin Carroll. But I'm not saying they're trading Ketel Marte. I'm just telling people he is not untouchable. If somebody calls with a great offer for Ketel Marte that includes starting pitching, that's frontline starting pitching, you've got to consider it. You'd be stupid not to.
Well, I think in terms of what Mike Hazen said today, there is some context, there is some nuance. So let's just play Hazen's answer, and then Diamondbacks fans listening to the Burns and Gambo show today can know exactly what Hazen said, and they can make their own determinations on what exactly is going on behind closed doors. Here you go.
So the contract guys are definitely taking up the majority, if not all, of our attention. I'm not going to shock you with this comment, but of the guys that Ketel, Corbin, Moreno, Perdomo, Fott, Nelson, like the younger group that's under long-term control, they're all calling me about them too. So it's just one of those things where you have to, in almost every conversation, it's what would you guys talk about these guys at all? And if I say, depends on what you're talking about. it would be a haul. That usually shuts the conversations down pretty quickly. So the majority of the conversations that are real conversations in my mind surround the guys that are coming up.
So, Gambo, I think I want to be clear now that everybody's heard exactly what he said.
Yep.
You could tell Marte, they're taking calls on Marte, but they're also taking calls on Corbin Carroll and Perdomo. The focus is obviously on the players with the expiring contract. But to just go back to what you're hearing from your sources, it seems like maybe Ketel Marte is in a different camp in terms of what the organization feels than, say, a Corbin Carroll is.
He's going to be 32 years old in October.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be 32. The future, Corbin Carroll's a big part of the future. So is Perdomo. I mean, not that Ketel Marte's not a good he's a very good baseball. He's a great baseball player. But, if somebody calls you to talk about Ketel Marte, it's not like, hey, yeah, no, he's going to be 32 years old. If somebody wants to give you young, controllable pitching for Ketel Marte, you'd be crazy not to ask about it, to talk about it. You'd be like, Ketel Marte's he's a great player. Nobody's saying he's not a great player. Nobody's saying that Ketel Marte's not a great player. But I don't think that Ketel Marte is like this, oh, my God, we can't move. He's going to be 32, Tim. Mm-hmm. Somebody calls you and says, hey, I'll give you a starting pitcher who's 24 years old and under control for the next 3 years for Ketel Marte. You have to somewhat listen. One of the things about being in this market that I've learned is that fans get really, and I'm from New York, you're from Chicago. Fans get really, really attached to players here. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but they get really, really attached to guys. Like, you can't trade Devin Booker. You can't trade Ketel Marte. You can't trade. Like, they do. They love their players. They love their players. They don't want them to go. They don't say, why would you trade this guy? We love this guy. Ketel's been a Diamondback just about his whole career. He's been here for a long time. But Babe Ruth got traded, So, like, it's to me, it's like if you have an opportunity. I remember when the GM Kennedy took over for the Diamondbacks, and they had Justin Upton, and Justin Upton was in his prime. And it was like, I'm going to take calls on Justin Upton. Why? I just want to see what I could get for him. They ended up trading Justin Upton eventually. But, and I think at that time I was like, why would you trade Justin Upton? Like, he's a young star. He's going to hit 400 home runs. And so I think that was, that took a lot of people by shock. But that's what you do if you're the general manager. It was Kevin Towers, not Kennedy. Kevin Towers came in and was like, I'm going to take calls on Justin Upton. And he did. He took calls on Justin Upton. Nobody's untouchable. Somebody offers you, if the Pirates offered you Paul Skeens for Ketel Marte today, would you do it? If the Tylers offered you Scubo for Scooble, you would do it. Like, so to sit there and say you can't trade Ketel Marte under any circumstance, I don't want to say it's foolish, but come on, let's be serious here. Ketel Marte's a terrific ball player. If teams call, you have to at least listen to what they're willing to offer.
You brought up Babe Ruth. I've always used the example. If the 49ers can move on from Joe Montana and move him out, anybody can be moved or traded at any point. Maybe not named Michael Jordan. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, more baseball. Torey Lovello joins us for his weekly visit. Lots on the table to discuss today as the D-backs have begun dealing their guys. Josh Naylor off to Seattle. Who will be next? Torey's thoughts on that. And the Pirates series ahead. Coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals base ownings? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. I had a friend of mine. I went out to Sanderson Ford yesterday. Went with one of my sales guys, Mike, and is looking at an F-150 truck. Sanderson Ford does a fantastic job of helping. I sent a lot of people over there. A lot of my friends and family have gone to Sanderson Ford to get vehicles, new and pre-owned, because they always have a great lineup of Ford vehicles at Sanderson Ford. They take a lot of pride in having the inventory you want. A lot of other dealerships, you're looking for a certain vehicle, they don't have it, and then all of a sudden they've got to go to ask around and try to get it, and they're calling Vegas and Colorado. But at Sanderson Ford, they take a lot of pride in making sure they've got a great selection for you, so you'll almost always find what you are looking for. Sanderson Ford's on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. You can go online at sandersonford.com, but if you're looking for a Navigator or a Corsair or an Aviator, check out Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. You can go to sandersonlincoln.net.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. With Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
There's never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union. Dave Burns here. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union as they celebrate a decade of member service here in Arizona. They offer everything a bank does. Full financial services like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But it's just better banking at Global Credit Union. Why are more and more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's big right there. And they get higher interest than they can at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. Their easy-to-use mobile app puts you in full control of your finances. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks made a trade yesterday. They traded first baseman Josh Naylor to the Seattle Mariners for 2 pitching prospects. They play today against the Pittsburgh Pirates at 3:40. That game will be on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury play as well tonight. They play the New York Liberty at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's that time to check in with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That is Tori Lavello. Skip, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Gambo. How are you?
Okay, good. I'm going to say that Casey Wilcox put me up to this, okay? Tantia Gordy Ate, Tantia Gordy Ate, Tantia Gordy Atori, Tantia Gordy Ate. There you go.
That's a beautiful thing. That's a rousing rendition. I love
Buon
it.
compleanno. Buon compleanno. Happy birthday. Say Santa Ani. Say Santa Ani. 60 years old today. Say Santa Ani Oji. 60 years old today. Happy birthday.
I love it. I love it. It's a beautiful thing. So it's good to be alive. It's good to be healthy. It's good to be the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, my wife had her birthday just the other day too, July 23rd. So you guys are in the that same Leos. You guys are Leos.
July Leos might be the coolest people that I know. There's
right, there you go.
There you go. Right, there you go. So
you and Chelsea Gambo.
We got that thing.
All right,
there you go.
Let's get right into it. You had the incredible sweep against the Cardinals, got yourself back into it. There was just some bad baseball. I mean, just things we didn't see. Third base problems again with runners and Perdomo booting the ball, and should have won some of those games against the Astros. You don't. You lose 3 games, and I think that signaled to a lot of people that this team was going to sell. The first domino fell yesterday as Josh Naylor was traded to the Seattle Mariners. Give me your thoughts on how you found out that Josh was getting traded and how, your thoughts on the team deciding to make a sale like this.
All right. First of all, I agree with you. We got to play better baseball. It went from being really high, a high level of quality baseball against the Cardinals, and then we made some mistakes, some uncharacteristic mistakes against the Astros, and that's the difference for us. I mean, we live in those margins. We live in that small space, and when we do it right, we're a good baseball team. When we don't, we lose baseball games. Very critical time. Maybe we got a little bit nervous. Maybe we lost a little bit of focus. And that was our job after that series to make sure that we reloaded that. And that's the time that we spent for most of these pregame meetings today to get these guys more focused, more engaged on what they can control, and that is to go out and win a baseball game today. Yeah, yesterday was a tough day for us. I was out to dinner last night with my wife and got a phone call that there had been a trade and there was a move. I got an early heads up that this was potentially brewing, and not to be surprised and to stay near my phone. So when I finally got that phone call, of course, I reached out to Josh, had him come up to my hotel room, and just explained to him, look, he meant so much to this ball club. I'm sorry I couldn't manage it better to not get in this position. And at the end of the day, he's going to go to a team that is right in the middle of a playoff chase, and that's the one bit of satisfaction that I could take from it. But his DNA is all over this team. He played hard. He did his job the way we wanted him to. And, hopefully we get a good player in return that's going to help us win some baseball games, and that's the space we're living in right now.
Did you have to discuss this trade with the team? After it was made, did you have to talk to the team about it?
We got the group together today. Jeff Bannister kicked it off with a great message, as did Dave McKay, and then I followed it up and just summarized and had my own thoughts about it. Yeah, so we talked to them about, don't listen to the black noise. You're going to see it. You've been dealing with it for probably the past 2 or 3 weeks, and anything is possible. As long as you're here, let's go out and play our best game. It doesn't mean that A is going to lead to B, C, and D, and that we're going to start to clear out this room. We need to figure out how to get the job done today. That's what we're built to do.
How do you go about doing that? Because I think to a lot of the players, that might be the signal that the front office doesn't believe that this team can get back into contention by moving a player like Naylor, and maybe other moves are coming within the next couple of days. I think a lot of us are bracing and expecting it. What is the message to the team? How do you keep them on point with them knowing that you've just made a big trade and more could be coming?
Yeah, first of all, it's to be completely transparent with them and be honest and not run from the fact that we're all feeling this is potentially something that's real. And we confront issues here. There's no drama in this clubhouse. We talk about them when we need to talk about them individually. We do. When we need to talk about them collectively, like we did today, we make sure that the guys are able to express themselves, and we create a very, very free space for the guys to understand what's going on. And I don't lie to these guys. I tell them, like, look, this team is still here. I've told Mike, I know you're going to have to make these decisions. Give us as much time as possible. And I know that he's got a very, very difficult job. At the end of the day, we still have 25 of our 26 players that were here yesterday, and those 25 are really, really good and capable of going out and winning a baseball game. And anything is possible. Anything is possible. Jeff Bannister delivered his message today that he was the manager of the Rangers, and I think they were in last place 9 games out around this time of the year, and they ended up winning the AL West. So anything is possible. We just got to play good baseball. And that's the thing that was so frustrating. And I wanted to make sure I didn't run from that. What we did in the Houston series is unacceptable. So that's our job, to get it tight, get it tightened up to the point where they go out there and execute and expect to win games.
Eugenio Suarez stayed on the field, it seemed like, for a long time after that last game against the Astros. A lot of people speculating that could be his final game at home at Chase Field with the Diamondbacks. What have your discussions with Gino been like? He's a very emotional player. He's been a great player. He's having a terrific season. And I reported yesterday that 12 teams have inquired about trading for Eugenio Suarez. 12 teams. So very likely there's a lot of interest in Gino, and he could be one of the guys to go. What has your message to him been?
Yeah, I can see why. I think everybody understands exactly what he means to this team. And, let's go back a year ago, right? I think everybody wanted him out of the organization. Everybody wanted him gone, and we stuck with him. And he took to the training and the ideas that the coaches had for him to get better to the next level and put himself in this position. So when you see somebody like that transition from where he was last year at this time to where he is right now, you are just rooting for the human being to get the most out of the game and the most out of the opportunity. And that's with us right now. That's an opportunity for us to go out and win baseball games with Gino as our third baseman. I didn't see it. I only saw pictures of it. And I think he's a smart guy. You can't deceive him. I never do. I think he's a realist, and he understands there is a chance that this thing does go in the wrong direction and he does get moved. So that didn't surprise me that he stood out there and he wanted to take it all in, because I really genuinely think that he has loved his time here. He's told me that over and over again. He said, please don't trade me. It's not my decision. But whatever happens, I know that the Diamondbacks are a good team because he's been in this organization. I hope that continues. If he is moved, that is not my decision. There's going to be a great reason why he was moved, and it's going to make both parties on both sides get a little bit better.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot because, you came in with all this talent, obviously, between the injuries, and there's been so many of them, and some really defensively. I think offensively you guys have been great, but defensively we've not seen the brand of baseball that we expect, and you just, you get in a hole, and it's just tough. And I know you fought really hard to try to keep everything together and give you still got 6 more games that you could win before the deadline. So is there a part of you that, even though you traded Naylor, is there a part of you that thinks, hey, if we can win today and then win tomorrow and win the next day, we might be able to hold off some of these trades?
100%. You know my style. I want to get in the middle of the ring and duke it out, and I'm gonna make sure these guys are standing in the middle of that ring with 2 feet firmly on the ground, fist up. Let's get it going. And yes, absolutely. Until a decision is made one way or another, we know that deadline ends at a certain point in time. Who's here and who's not. We are going to figure it out day by day. That's the space we live in, but we are going to duke it out, and that's my standard here. We are going to fight to win every single day. If we go 6-0, who knows what could happen? And like I said, the Jeff Bannister example, what the Rangers went through, anything is possible in this game.
Let me ask you about your third base coach, Sean Larkin, because, for a lot of the season, we remember when Eugenio Suarez was thrown out 5 times at the plate, and we've had a lot of controversy with some of his decisions. I think there was another 1 or 2 in the Astros series that I think could be debated a little bit. Where are you right now with Larkin as your third base coach? Are you still comfortable with him there, or do you think a change is in order?
Well, I'm going to continue to teach him the best way that I know how, instruct him in the areas that I can. He takes a lot of instruction, a lot of constructive criticism as well. So yeah, we're going to continue to monitor him as our third base coach, and we want to make sure that he's going out there and getting better every single day. It's a tough position. It's a very, very tough thing to do. And sometimes good third base coaches make it look really, really easy. We can go back all the way to Tony Perez-Chica, his first couple of years, and his clock took a little while to get going. For a lot of coaches, including myself, who coach third base, we know the challenges. I was making my mistakes in A-ball when nobody was even caring about it. He's making his mistakes here, the big league level, when it's on a highlight on MLB Network. So it's a lot to take on, but he's a very smart baseball man. He takes a lot of pride in his job, and he's going to get better. And I know that he's aware of the mistakes that he's made, and he's owned up to those. And I think that's always a good starting point for somebody to learn and get better and move off of things.
I agree. It's a very, very difficult decision. I said the other day, it's almost like being a quarterback in football. You have a really short amount of time to process a lot of information, but you've got to make decisive decisions. And I think with Larkin, a lot of teams, you go, stop, and the indecisiveness, I think, has really hurt him. I think he's got to make up his mind one way or another. And I know it's tough. There's a bat off the ball, but that second baseman, the guy on second base, he's going to get to you very quickly. So you can't be hesitant. You've got to make a quick decision. But there's no doubt it's a difficult position. position to coach. You've got to make a quick decision in a very, very short amount of time. How is he working on it to get better?
Well, positioning first and foremost. The third base coach just doesn't stand in the box. Once the ball gets hit, you got to rotate around that entire third base line to get in the right position to see the ball. I think he's learning the speed of the runners, and he understands how important it is to gauge the speed of the runners. He is gonna crank guys like Blaze Alexander and Corbin Carroll and Jake McCarthy. Those guys are coming. He's going to keep them coming. It's when you get a guy that's a really good athlete but not necessarily a fast runner who's coming quick to you from second to third, but then at some point at full speed between home plate and third base, the parachute comes out. So we've gotten to the point where he's understanding our guys a little bit more, and it's taken a little bit of time. But for me, the most important thing is where is he at in his positioning in the third base foul area. We want him down closer to home plate to make that decision last a little bit longer. He's buying a little bit more time. When you're closer to third base, you got to make a quick decision, and the ball gets maneuvered and moved around the diamond really quickly at this level, and sometimes so quick that you can't ever figure out how it happened. So getting to know the opposition, who can throw you out, who's looking to gun you down, and then getting in the right position down the line. And you can look at some of the video, some of the more recent video. When balls are hit to center and right, he's getting way down towards home plate to buy himself a little bit more time to give himself a chance to make a better decision.
All right, leave me with this. You got Alec Thomas on the bereavement list. You bring up Barossa. You got Tristan English, who's going to play first base today with Naylor being traded. How long do you expect Alec will be out?
Yeah, that's a tough situation. We're sorry for his loss. The way we talked about it was yesterday was day one, today's day two, tomorrow will be day three. He should be back in the lineup for us on Sunday. So, that's if everything goes okay, just walking through a really tough time with his family and their situation. But we think everything will be okay for him on Sunday.
Okay. Any update on the pitchers? I know you've got, with Beeks and Thompson and Miller, anybody very close to coming back?
I would say Beeks will be first out. Beeks is actually probably throwing alive or just getting done throwing alive right now. He's probably going to be first out for us, I think, followed by Shelby, followed by Thompson. What their timeline is and back of Beeks, yet to be determined. But Beeks is looking really good, and I think he's going to be the first one out.
Okay, Beeks, then Shelby, then Thompson. All right, Skip, appreciate it. Good luck against the Pirates, and happy 60th birthday.
I appreciate you, my brother. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, that's John Gambadoro with Torey Lovello, skipper of the Arizona Diamondbacks on Torey's 60th birthday. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll talk some more baseball. D-backs on the road tonight against the Pirates, game one of a 9-game road trip. D-backs looking to get to 51 and 53 on the season with a win. D-backs on deck. Coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. And if you are looking to have your AC unit repaired, if you're noticing your AC unit is not up to par, it's not pumping out cold air. Some of the rooms are hotter than other rooms. You're like, well, why is this room cool but this room's not? You may need a repair, or you may need a new AC unit. Now, if your AC unit is in that 12 to 15-year-old range, it's possible you need a new AC unit. Well, Christian Brothers carries a lot of the major brands, including Trane and Goodman and Bryant, and they even offer 18 months of interest-free financing. Don't suffer in the summer heat. Get yourself a brand new AC unit right now with Christian Brothers and take advantage of 18 months of interest-free financing. That new AC unit, by the way, is also going to save you money. The older the unit gets, the harder it has to work to cool your house, and that ends up costing you money. The SEER rating on it goes down. It doesn't go up. It goes down. So that is a big difference. You get a new AC unit from Christian Brothers, that thing's going to be humming along, keeping your house nice and cool, but it's also going to be a lot more efficient, and that's going to save you money on your summer bills. If you're interested in a new AC unit, call Christian Brothers right now at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Monsoons,
wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Deal Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and I hear you have 4th of July savings all month long.
What's up, Dave? For a limited time, you can lock in 0% financing for 60 months or save up to $15,750 off on the all-new Hummer EV. That's serious long-term savings on an unmatched electric vehicle, making it the perfect time to take the leap.
Ben Franklin would go electric on the 4th of July. Shop and buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, away we go. D-Backs and Pirates. Our coverage begins top of the hour, just about 9 minutes away. Tim Ring, John Gambador. It is time for D-Backs on Deck. D-Backs game 104 of the season. They come in with a record of 50-53. The Pirates, Gambo, 42-61 as they'll play on Torey Lovello's 60th birthday, and Ketel Marte will play his 1,000th game in a D-Backs uniform.
Yes, and he will play that game. Ketel Marte is not getting traded right now, so relax on that. But the Pirates are coming off of a 3-game sweep against the best team in the American League, the Tigers. So, it's a team that's still fighting hard and playing hard, not in the thing by any stretch of the imagination, but a team that's just going out there and trying to win baseball games. So it should be an interesting series.
Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 value locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Gamble, couple righties on the mound. Ryan Nelson going for win number 7 tonight. He'll face the Pirates' Mike Burrows, 1-3 on the year.
Yeah, this will be Burrow's second career start for the Pirates against the Diamondbacks. He started against them on May 26, 5 runs over 3 1/3 innings. He had a good start against the White Sox at home. Overall pitched well in that one. He's 1-3 on the season. Over 11 appearances, 10 of those starts. He has a 4.70 ERA over the 46 innings. He does have 48 strikeouts in 46 innings, but he does have 19 walks. Opponents are batting .257 against him.
Today's injury report brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. I can tell you the D-backs placed Alec Thomas on bereavement yesterday. They've recalled Jorge Barrosa from AAA. Gambo, you got a quick update on the pitchers, Beeks, Thompson, and Miller from Torey Lovello just a few moments ago. You want to recap that one quick?
Yeah, it looks like Beeks will be the first one back. He's very close, so I would imagine within the next day or two they'll get Beeks back, followed by Shelby Miller and then Ryan Thompson. So all of those guys are close, but I think in order, Beeks will be the first one back, Shelby Miller will be the second one back, and then Ryan Thompson the third one back. I've talked to the organization about it because obviously, relief pitchers are always a hot commodity around the trade deadline. Those are all good pitchers. So we'll see if they come back and pitch well, if there's some interest in them.
MLB Standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere you can buy a GMC for less. Gambo, it's crazy. The D-backs are actually closer in the wild card race right now today than they were at the All-Star break. They're 5 back of the Padres. In terms of who's in front of them in that race, D-backs are 2.5 back of the Cardinals, 3 back of the Reds, 4 back of the Giants. Meantime, time for the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
This one's easy for me. You see who's bashing the Tigers? Spencer Horwitz. He went 7 for 12 with 3 extra base hits, 4 runs, 7 RBIs. He had a grand slam, consecutive 3 for 4 days with a long ball. According to the Elias Sports Bureau, Horwitz is just the second Pirates player since at least 1900 to have a 3-game stretch with 2 3-hit games and a grand slam, joining Andre Rogers from 1965. The key is taking care of Spencer Horwitz. He's coming off of a really great series against the Tigers, and he'll be batting leadoff. That's your key to the game. All right. For Tim Ring and Lauren and Mitch, we will be back on Monday with Bernsey returning. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Have a great night.
See you.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.
Go.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home. The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
2-2, that's hit well. Deep to right field. Back to back go the Diamondbacks.
Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fry's,